Hey everybody, a big welcome to Red Star Raceway. It's round 5 of the Extreme Festival and we're out here in Mpumalanga looking forward to some phenomenal action. We kick things off with the ZX10R Masters Cup sponsored by Sunbet, and of course powered by Red Square. The two-wheeled action is going to be absolutely phenomenal here at a purpose-built motorcycle circuit. We then move on to the incredible global touring cars, with SupaCup being a big factor this weekend, and some big championship exchanges going to be happening out on circuit. Already we've seen some big action. We're looking forward to more of the same. The Investchem Formula 1600s are our single-seaters for the day, and then we get into 25 years of race action, of course with the Volkswagen Polo Cup. And that is going to be absolutely incredible, because we've seen Leighton Ferree already put it on to pole position in both the qualifying, the super pole, and the lucky draw. So that luck is basically on his side. Can he put that one hand on the championship for Team Red Racing? We'll wait and see. Finally, we've got Mobil V8 Supercars, and of course those V8 Supercars in this direction make it exceptionally difficult to pass. It's going to be absolutely amazing to see. We caught up with some of the drivers and riders in some press conferences leading into today's racing. Let's go and find out what they had to say about the track and all the action that's expected here today from Red Star at round 5 of the Extreme Festival. Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup powered by Red Square. 3 overall championship leaders in each of the categories, starting with Grand Bandit GBBD. It's been a tough season. 2 wins not going your way at the last round. What's your plans for this weekend?
Yeah, this is it's been the closest championship for many years. I think I've got a 30-point gap going into. There's still 2 rounds left. So the plans for Red Star is to it's not my favourite hunting ground, but it's just to bring it home in the top 3 and hopefully try and get a win.
It's not an easy thing to do here. As you said, let's pass it on to Michael then. Mike, your side of things, you're fighting not only for overall but also for Class A. Class A has gone well so far.
Yeah, no, Class A, I had a good year. It's actually the big one that I want. I am 30 points behind, but yeah, anything can happen.
Especially here at Red Star.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll battle it out tomorrow.
Let's pass it on to the extreme teenager on the left-hand side of the shot there. JLR, it's been a fantastic season as always. Oldest man out on the circuit, but still running with these guys and giving them probably a good, best run for their money that they ever get.
Yes, Greg. It's one of those things that you just have to do. You know, it's a sport that I love, so it doesn't matter age-wise. We just carry on regardless, and I'm just very grateful that I can still ride with a couple of these oaks. Although it's getting a little bit tighter, a little bit harder on the brakes, a little bit less on the throttle, but we were working out. I hope I live long enough to get better.
Amazing to get those comments from those guys. And if you want to win with Sunbet and with the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup, you can win 2 nights at the Sun International Hotel and a free betting voucher worth R1,000. To enter, head across to the ZX10 Masters Facebook page and you guys can get all the information there and get yourselves up and running for an awesome opportunity to win 2 nights at a Sun International hotel and some money to go and gamble with, courtesy of Sun International and of course the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup. Big welcome to Sunbet this year, joining Bridgestone, joining Kawasaki, and of course joining Red Square. Long-standing relationships there, and that's what makes for great racing. And of course we're expecting great racing here today at the purpose-built motorcycle circuit at Red Star Raceway. We're in Mpumalanga in South Africa. If you've just joined us from all around the world, thank you so much. I know there's lots of other sporting action happening out there today and tomorrow. So please make sure you stick with us all through the day as we get into the first race of today. And it is the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup. Victoria Toyota, of course, our SupaCup's partners there, helping us out with the safety car and medical car today. As always with the Extreme Festival, there's a long-standing relationship with that brand. So big welcome to them, and thank you so much to the entire team of Lucas Poseidonot and his guys behind the scenes as we get ready to go now for, of course, all the action here at Red Star Raceway. You can see it's pretty blistering in terms of the heat. So far we're up to about 26 degrees Celsius. It's just going to get hotter as we get into the afternoon. But here at about 11 o'clock we are good to go for our first heat of racing for the day. And there you can see them lined up. Awesome to see that yesterday the fastest lap time was actually set first thing in the morning by Gareth Poseidonot. He put the pole position time together. It was a 1:57 and no one else could come close to it through the day. And the 22-man then headed off to go and wish his sister Sam, and I send my regards to the family as well. Congratulations on the wedding and getting married yesterday. He only was able to do 1 session, get that lap time in and put it onto pole position. So he's feeling pretty confident after only having to go out once. We've got a bit of an issue there by the looks of things. One of the bikes has gone down the road and having to be rolled back in courtesy of our Kyalami Red Star and SupaCup Marshall Brigade. They're all one big group now, and looks like it might be a bit of a problem there.
Michael Smith's bike there being rolled down. Looks like Michael Smith has gone down, and he would have possibly been the man on the second. The start is delayed because of that. I wonder if we get him an opportunity to possibly get that bike sorted out. I don't know where he went down, but he's had to get that bike rolled back into pit lane. And on the back end of one of the recovery vehicles, he would have been the bike in the middle of that front row. So it leaves an open gap there, possibly for Dave Enticott, Teddy Brook, or Apana Ganapathy to capitalise on. There's the man they've all got to catch. We spoke to him in the press conference, Graham Van Breda, GVBD as we like to call him. He, of course, is the number one plate for this season, and he's looking to retain that. And with Michael Smith no longer involved in this first heat, it's definitely taken a little bit of the pressure off him. He's 30 points ahead of Michael, and lots of work to do now for Michael Smith to get that bike all sorted. As I said, it's Dave Enticott, Teddy Brook, and Apana Ganapathy that make up the second row. And then we go to Travis Nordia, double race winner from the East London Grand Prix circuit in the last round of Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup. Stewie Christie's alongside him, the dog doctor, and JLR, who we spoke to there, the extreme teenager. Of course, riding in the Grandmasters class, one of our oldest, in fact, the oldest rider on the track. Here's Johan LaRue. And then the fourth row of the grid is Ian Harwood, the man from TRP Bridgestone, and of course assisting us with all of the bits and pieces that go onto these motorcycles. We are under starters orders. Henk Scaling and Lafras Fritz, the last bikes on the track, standing by now as we go for the warm-up lap. Little practice start for a couple of guys. That's exactly what Gareth Besaidnout wants to do, heading into the Bridgestone chicane as they go through this left, right, and then a left again onto the back straight. The N12 highway runs alongside the back straightaway. It's about a kilometre long straightaway, and the ZX10 is getting very close to the 280 km/h mark before they calm down the box and then pitch it over onto an off-camber left-hander here. It drops away from you as well, so the elevation aspect gets the riders a little bit there. You don't really see it on the camera angles because the elevation here is pretty difficult to show because of the flatness of the circuit in general. They go through up into the dog bone here, where you can see that's Dave Enticott with Teddy Brook on his tail. That's the dog bone section where there is a bit of an incline to climb back up towards the short straight. They call it the dog bone. They call it the dog bone because of how it is. It's kind of like a cartoon style-esque section of the circuit. Looks like the top of a cartoon styled dog bone. And then of course they come onto a very, very tight right-hander, hairpin corner, sometimes first or second gear through there, and onto a short straight. The short straight basically heads you back up towards the last 5 corners of the track. We're running, of course, as you can see, in anti-clockwise direction. And once again, a reminder to everybody about our competition there from Sunbet. Win 2 nights at the Sun International Hotel and a voucher worth R1,000. And in order to win that, you need to get onto the Facebook page for ZX10R Masters Cup. It's actually under Sunbet ZX10R Masters, and you can check that out on their Facebook page and stand a chance of winning a Sun International Hotel hamper and some free betting money to go and have some fun with at one of the Sun International hotels around the country. That's the man that we're going to beat today, Gareth Besaidnout. Hopefully not rocking too much of a hard night yesterday after his sister got married, but I'm sure he's ready to go, and he looked like he was fired up as he got off the line and headed towards the Bridgestone chicane for the first time. So Besaidnout and Van Breda on the front row by themselves. Michael Smith going down. That's going to be a big, big problem there for Michael Smith to try and make up that ground. 30 points is enough to try and make up, and now to try and make up one race without being involved in it could be even more difficult for him to try and take the championship fight to Graham Van Breda with only 2 more rounds to go. Enticott, Brook and Ganapathy, second row. Third row, Nordia, Christie, the dog doctor, and Johan LaRue, and Harwood, Scaling and Lafras Fritz making up the riders about to go to battle for our first race today here at Red Star Raceway. Lights about to go on. As soon as they go off, we go racing. Let's see who's going to have what it takes. Oh, Van Breda with a massive moment on the line. And it's Teddy Brook who comes flying through the inside. Brook trying to get the whole shot. Oh, Enticott as well with a phenomenal start. He gets the whole shot. Enticott leads out. It is Gareth Besaidnout and Travis Nordia slotting up into third place, just ahead of Teddy Brook as they went through Bridgestone chicane for the first time. Van Breda is down in 6th place. He got off the line absolutely atrociously, and it looks like there might be a bit of a problem on that bike because he's been eaten up. No, he's not. Just picking up on a slightly different bike there. Besaidnout having a look into turn number 3 as they get to the bottom end of the big straight.
He's on to Enticot's tail, trying to find a way past. Dave Enticott leads things out ahead of Gareth Besaidnote. Great start there from him. Phenomenal start coming out of Enticott. He used that open gap where Michael Smith should have been and just sliced through both the top two. Tried to get on the inside. Besaidnote almost got there, but he just wasn't able to get ahead. Travis Nordia resumes the battle he had almost 3 weeks ago with the championship leader, Graham Van Breda. And this time out, of course, Van Breda with a slight advantage over Travis Nordia because he's only had a couple of outings here at Red Star Raceway, and it's mainly been in the other direction, clockwise. He hasn't ridden the circuit in anti-clockwise in any form of race action, but we'll wait to see whether he's able to capitalize on. Johan LaRue shaking his head. He's got a bit of a problem there, fighting there with the Silver Surfer, Teddy Brook. Short straight, onto the break. Enticott into a triple right-hander now. There's the first apex. The second apex comes up almost instantaneously after that. Then you've got a third apex coming onto the little short squirt that just flicks you over to the left-hand side. There's a very short straight now between this corner and a double right-hander coming up. And that's where Besaidnote is going to try and pounce. Besaidnote knows exactly where to place the motorcycle around here to get through. There were a few occasions where him and former champion Sven Gruner had some amazing battles here at Red Star Raceway. I was chatting to Graham Van Breda this morning about it, how those two went left and right and side by side at almost every occasion they came to Red Star. Van Breda is not a fan favourite of the Red Star Raceway, but of course he's going to do the best he can to secure as many points as he can. He's up to third as they cross the line and complete the second lap. He has closed things down, and he has a big look on the inside of Besaidnote, who just gets a slightly different line through the exit point of the chicane. Great start here from Enticott as he leads things out. Remember, Enticott has taken a victory here this season already. He was a race winner in Cape Town at the first round. He'd love to be taking one here on what would be deemed home territory for these guys. Not really the home track, but home territory for both Besaidnote and Van Breda. Remember, Van Breda is only just down the road in Springs, so this would kind of be deemed his home track, although it's not his favourite. As he comes up through the dog bone, he closes onto Besaidnote. Besaidnote does the same thing here to Enticott. Three-way battle and a great fight between these three so far. They've kind of dropped Travis Nordia slightly. He hasn't been able to stay with the front three, but he's not too far behind. And he's actually been closed down now by Johan LaRue and Apana Ganapathy. Also got not the greatest start, but he's made up some ground now, getting ahead of Teddy Brook and Stuart Christie. The dog doctor down in 8th place ahead of Henk Scaling. Harwood's into 10th and Fritz is 11 at this point in time. Oh, how's the squirt there on Van Breda's Kawasaki ZX-10. Flying past slightly older machinery that Gareth Besaidnote is on. Remember, Graham Van Breda's on a slightly newer bike there, so maybe a little bit extra power. I know that Travis Nordia's just got himself a 2020 ZX-10 for next year that they'll be developing to try and make it into a championship contender. So both the ZX-10s that are in 3rd and 4th place, slightly older machinery compared to the bikes that are on 1st and 2nd at the moment. Does make a huge difference, that is for sure. Big welcome to everybody who has joined us on our live stream, both on Facebook and YouTube. Hope you've enjoyed all the action so far, and remember, we've got lots coming your way here today. We've got single seaters, we've got V8s, we've got global touring cars, and we've got Polo Cup, and all within the space of the race day today here at Red Star Raceway. Into the Bridgestone chicane. This is the 4th place battle now. Nordia hangs on. He's being closed down slightly there by the 44 of Johan LaRue. LaRue just showing that he was ahead of Travis Nordia, but that's of course changed up as they've crossed the line. LaRue's dropped back now behind Travis. He's been behind Travis, so I think there might be a little bit of an issue there on the timing, but there you can see it. It says Johan LaRue ahead of Travis, but on the picture, certainly not the case. So LaRue now trying to get back at Travis Nordia. Nordia trying into the dog bone section now. It's a right-hand flick and then into the, as I said, the comical side of the circuit. And when I say that, I don't mean it literally. I mean it looks like the dog bone that you would draw if you were drawing a comic side of things. Just the shape of the circuit that they come up the hill, and it is a rise there. It doesn't look like it, but it is quite a big rise. If you ride a bicycle around here, you'll see how big that climb is if you're going this way around. Big welcome to a couple of friends that have joined us as well on our Facebook feed, and happy anniversary there to the Dantus. Bruce has just joined us there. He's watching us and probably watching the rugby on another screen at the same time. I know, as I said, there's lots of action happening around Africa and around the world this weekend. Late braking from Johan Leroux, trying to find an inside line there on Trav. Trav runs wide out of turn 8 and 9. Not going to be easy to find a way through here. This way around the circuit is exceptionally hard to overtake on. 12 and 13, here they come. Entercott still controls things from the front. Van Breda has squeezed up into second place. He also realises that with Michael Smith missing from the front row, that means he's got an opportunity to open up even more of a margin over Michael Smith. So maximum points would definitely help him out in terms of securing a little bit of an easier path to what is going to be the championship again for this man, if he can hang on to that championship lead with the 2 rounds still to go. He's in the slipstream. Headed down that back straight away, seeing if he can find a way past on Entercott. Entercott is holding the slight inside line, and of course it drops away and off camber to the left hand side at the bottom end of that long straight. Not really an overtaking opportunity there, but if you set things up through the dog bone, you can certainly have a go into the hairpin. Graham was saying he's finding it very difficult to get into the hairpin and onto the short straight because it's just so difficult to line these bikes up coming through these little flicks up the hill. He does close and carry slightly more corner speed than Dave has been able to do there. Let's see whether or not he's able to capitalise on it now. This is where he'll have to look on the inside. Can he get the squirt? No, he's not quite close enough. He comes right up under the exhaust pipe and tries to get on the inside apex, but to get the squirt on there for the Stefanuti Stocks bike is not always easy to do. Here we go, he's got it on now. Is he good enough on the brakes? No, he's not close enough yet. But certainly looking a bit more dangerous as they head into the big triple right-hander. Amazing stuff here from these guys. You can see all of a sudden Besaidnout is back into the mix as well. He dropped back ever so slightly. He's made up a little bit of ground, and that's because these two are now starting to fight. So that's helping him out a bit to make up some ground on these two riders. Entercott, Van Breda and Besaidnout fighting hard for honours in the first heat of the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup, powered by Red Square. Here they come across the line one more time. Now the lap completed. 6 laps to go. And flicking it through into the Bridgestone chicane. This is where Van Breda just closes things down ever so slightly. Just at the back there, we've got Lafras Fritz. He's having a bit of a fight of his own there with Teddy Brook. Teddy Brook seems to have dropped back slightly as well. Not usual case for the Silver Surfer to be so far back. Here's Van Breda on the inside. Yeah, as I said, it's a difficult corner to make an overtaking manoeuvre on. You've actually got to try and get it done using the slipstream and then still have to come back to set yourself up for the left-hander. And that's what Van Breda is trying to do, but he hasn't quite got it there yet. Although he's definitely having a big look, and with that, as I said, Besaidnout has closed them both down. Besaidnout will definitely have a go. He's going to try and have a look on the inside of both of them and catch them both napping if he can. You can see you can control things from the front, which is exactly what Entercott has been doing. Let's see whether or not we're going to change up here as they come into the short straight. Further back, JLR fighting hard. Travis Nordia still maintaining his gap over Johan Leroux. And right on their tail. And it's closed down nicely there. Stuart Christie and Apana Ganapathy. Apana Ganapathy now pushing hard. Trying to get the 7-7 bike ahead of 44 and 84. Right now, 22 is the man to watch out for. Fastest lap so far coming out of Besaidnout. He's in third. Personal best for him was yesterday, of course, getting a 57 for his qualifying time. But it is slightly hotter than it was yesterday, so these Bridgestone tyres are going to start feeling the effects of the heat. Riders are going to have to be very wary on how they look after these tyres through the day. We've got to race both heats on these set of tyres. So here we go. Oh, running wide on, almost into the chicane there. And it's a big look again from Van Breda into turn 1, the Bridgestone chicane. Fritz fighting with Harwood. Nice little fight between the two of them. In fact, Ian Harwood, the man from TRP Distributors, he's the guy who helps us out, of course, with the Bridgestone tyres. Oh, there's a change up. That's what you need to do. This time he went around the outside. I think that might have caught Dave Enticott out ever so slightly. Does run a little bit wide coming out of turn 3. But very lucky to keep it all together and stay on the black stuff. So we got a new leader. The championship leader has hit the front on bike number 1. Van Bredar ahead now. And he now leads out over Enticott and Besaidnout. Besaidnout will try and close down Enticott and then do the same thing to try and steal the victory. He's not really involved on the championship as Gareth Besaidnout, but he certainly would love 2 victories here at Red Star Raceway. That is for sure. He's ahead now down into the Dogbone section. They're heading onto the short straight as the rest of the pack come through the Dogbone. Once again, Johan Leroux and Apana Ganapathy going at it. It's a great shot that you can see the 3 leaders heading on the short straight as the second bunch of 3 come towards that short straightaway and the hairpin. Tight corner here. Sometimes first, depending on your gearing, sometimes second gear, you'll come out of that and just bang it up the box as quickly as possible to get the acceleration on these extents. Even on the short straight, they're well over the 230 km/h mark before they climb on the anchors. And pitch it into a triple right-hander. These guys are already through that. Van Bredar starting to open up a bit of a margin now. Look at that, he's pulled the pin and starting to get away on that Stefanuti stock and Motul sponsored Kawasaki ZX-10. He's saying to me it's all important to get the apex right there, to get the drive onto the straight. That's exactly what he's done. Enticott trying to do the same thing, and Besaidnout down into 3rd. Not quite sure why our timing monitor is giving it the other way around, but it's definitely Enticott from Besaidnout. There you have it. So some great riding coming out of these riders, and certainly some great action so far. Van Bredar is the man to keep it all together. And he's having some great fun, that's for sure. Van Bredar, Enticott and Besaidnout. And the top 3 now just comfortably ahead of the rest of the pack. Flying through the Dogbone section. Besaidnout definitely closing on Enticott. He wants by. He's going to try and do a similar kind of maneuver to Dave Enticott that he saw Van Bredar pull, because that definitely caught Dave Enticott out, and he's going to try and repeat the favour. Enticott is going to make that ZX-10 of his as wide as possible. He's a big guy. He certainly can make that bike very wide. Apana Ganapathy looks like he's moved up 1 position as well. Has he got through there on Johan Leroux? I think he has. Ganapathy now looking to close down on Nordia. Yes, there you have confirmation of that. Nordia with Ganapathy right on his tail. And Leroux drops down into 6th place. Travis Nordia is just looking to learn the circuits as he goes around the country, this time on the Buco Kawasaki. Buco East London, of course, his sponsor. Having 2 victories at his home circuit only a couple of weekends ago has certainly fired him up. As I said, he's got a brand new ZX-10 2020 model that's ready to go for next year that they're going to be developing, putting into race trim and getting ready for the 2022 season. Up into the start-finish straight again. Van Bredar's got 3 to go. Enticott still controlling things. Let's see what happens now as they come into the Bridgestone chicane again. This is where we've got to see if Besaidnout can get the drive. Looks like he might have. Enticott battled out of there ever so slightly. Now can we see a change up here for second. Besaidnout's in the slip. Can he get enough on the brakes? No. Enticott just hangs on. Only just keeping out Gareth Besaidnout though. Big fight out here between these 2 expected now for second place. Brilliant stuff as well from Gareth Besaidnout to try and do the same thing as what we saw earlier on Graham Van Bredar do. Let's see whether or not there's going to be any changes there between those 2 riders. Besaidnout is certainly looking dangerous. 1:59.4 is his best time. Just at a 1:59.6 as opposed to the 2 minutes flat that Dave Enticott did. So Enticott is certainly a lot slower than what Gareth Besaidnout is at the moment. Here's Harwood into the Bridgestone chicane on the Bridgestone and TRP Kawasaki. Besaidnout just trying to get the squirt on. Here we go, up towards triple right-hander. Not close enough just yet there from him. Actually lost a little bit of ground there. Maybe just didn't quite get the hairpin right, but he makes it up under the brakes. Look at that. Carrying ZX6 style corner speed there on his big ZX10. Bears definitely wants by. Endicott is going to make him work hard for it though. It's certainly not over between these two. The Motorwise bike taking on Bezuidenhout. He's on the Sorum Engineering and Motorwise Kawasaki. Bezuidenhout self-sponsored. Keeping himself in the hunt. And still in contention for, of course, Class A honours. It's a Class B rider, so it's a veteran that leads out, and that is Graham Van Bedal with 2 to go. Second and third place is the battle for what is going to be Class A, with Nordea too far back to really affect the two of them unless something goes wrong. So it's Endicott and Bezuidenhout fighting for second and third, but first and second in Class A, which is our Masters category. And we've got Masters, which is over the age, I think, of it's 35 and over. Veterans is 40 and over. 45 and over. And your Grandmasters is 55 and over. That's how they run things here in the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup. Bears looking for a chance now. Certainly looking like he's feeling it a bit more urgently because he's only got a lap and a half to go. So he's going to have to make a move here and make it stick. Because otherwise Enticott's going to have an opportunity to come back at him. Through the dog bone, up the hill. If you've just joined us here on our live stream, a big welcome to everybody from all around the world. It is the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup Heat 1 here at Red Star Raceway. Our first bit of action coming away here from the two-wheeled side of things. Courtesy of Two Wheels TV and up to 60 seconds. On our live stream on both Facebook and on YouTube. Right-hander. It's a triple right-hander. A lap and 5 corners to go. And still no opportunity here for Gareth Bezuidenhout. Will he try and set things up into the chicane and onto the long straight, the N12 highway? That's where he's got to try and get through on the slipstream. That's exactly what Graham Van Bedal did to get through on Dave Endicott for first and second. Oh, change up. Apana Ganapathi's got through. Ganapathy is through on Nordea. Yes, definitely confirmation on that one. Nordea dropping back one position down into 5th place. Apana Ganapathy up into 4th and 2nd in Class B. Here we go. 1 to go. Let's see what Bezuidenhout can do about Endicott now. He's too far back here to get the drive, I think, to try and have a go on the slipstream. Now, way too far back there. Didn't quite get the drive out there. Let's see if he's able to climb in. Endicott looks under his shoulder to see whether or not he can pick up the bright yellow wheels and bright yellow colours there of Bezuidenhout, but he's not even seeing him. I think Bezuidenhout might have to settle for second here. 3rd overall, but 2nd in class. Yeah, as they come into the dog bone section now, he's too far back. There's really only one more opportunity to overtake. And that might be on the brakes into the triple right hand at the end of the short straight. Van Bedal controlling things on the Stefanuti stocks and Mobil Kawasaki. TVBD just making hay while the sun shines. With Michael Smith out of the race, crashing on the warm-up lap, he has definitely got an opportunity to get maximum points in the bag here and extend his lead in the championship, and that looks exactly like what he's going to do. Looking for him just behind. Of course, the battle I don't think is going to change up there between Endicott and Bezuidenhout. The gap between them is too big to have any difference in the result that it currently stands at. Van Bedal has done it all right since he hit the front. He controlled things, opened up a small margin, and has literally managed it from there. 2nd and 3rd is no change. Endicott just caught him in the background with a decent enough margin to hang on for 2nd place. They come to the line, and the checkered flag will be on standby for Graham Van Bedal. Van Bedal is going to take the first win of the day. GBBD on the Stefanuti stocks. And Mobil Kawasaki wins out over Endicott on the Sorum Engineering and Motorwise Kawasaki. Self-sponsored Gareth Bezuidenhout comes through there for 3rd place and 2nd in Class A. Apana Ganapathy should be our next rider into sights, and he'll be coming through, of course, for what will be 2nd place in Class Bs and 4th overall on the road. There he comes in the background. It's a Panaganapathi who's going to win out over Travis Nordia, taking second in Class B. Ian Harwood will be getting third place in Class B. He's a bit further back than that. He's down, of course, in 9th place overall. Coming to the line now, looks like it's going to be Johan LaRue, yes. And LaRue will take the win in Class C, ahead of the Dog Doctor, Stuart Christie and Henk Scaling in third place for Class C. So there's the unofficial results there, of course. Van Breda, Enticott and Mercedes note your top 3 overall. But if we look at the classes, Van Breda takes Class B ahead of a Panaganapathi and Ian Harwood. Class A goes to Enticott ahead of Besaid Note and Travis Nordia, I beg your pardon. And Johan LaRue ahead of Stuart Christie and Henk Scaling for Class C honours here at Red Star Raceway's first heat of the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup, powered by Red Square Energy. We certainly hope you enjoyed that one. That's our first heat of the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup. Van Breda comfortably in the end, taking the win. You can see Besaid Note coming up to congratulate him. It's nice to see that the riders are, of course, arch rivals on track, but there's some good rivalry and some good camaraderie as well between the riders off track in the ZX10R Masters Cup. So GVBD has set the sights and the bar high now. If we can't get any input, hopefully from Claudio down in pit lane, to find out what happened with Michael Smith and whether or not they're going to be able to fix his bike, Graham Van Breda might be just securing himself one hand on the championship trophy by the end of the day if he gets 2 victories here today. But remember, we've still got some action coming your way today. Up next, of course, we head into the first heat of the Global Touring Cars and SupaCup combined. We've then got Investchem Formula 1600s, and Laren Mule will be coming across to join us for the commentary on that. And then we've got Volkswagen Polo Cup 2 heats today. Sunbet, as always, giving us the competition and, of course, a chance to win 2 nights at the Sun International Hotel of your choice. It's a hamper from them, plus 1,000 rands worth of free betting, courtesy of the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup. And to get into that, head over to the ZX10 Masters Facebook page, check out all the details, and you could stand a chance of winning 2 nights at a Sun International Hotel and 1,000 rands worth of free betting. I'm sure Panaganapathi is going to be pretty happy with his result, coming through after a big fight there with Johan LaRue and with Travis Nordia. And they'll be looking to maybe reverse those roles later on in heat number 2. As I said, up next is Global Touring Cars and the Super Cup class, Formula 1600s, Volkswagen Polo Cup and the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, all in action at round 5 of the Extreme Festival. We'll be back shortly with more action on track. Well, before we get into Global Touring Cars, we have been able to find Michael Smith down in the pit lane. And Claudio is down there at the moment. Let's find out exactly what went wrong.
In the warm-up there, tell me what happened.
I tucked the front. I was scrubbing the tires, but I didn't realize that you actually have to scrub the center of the tire too. So I was on the brakes, and I just tucked it, and it threw me over the handlebars. I'm very disappointed actually. But yeah, we'll go to SupaCup and finish the year off and take it from there for next year.
Are you badly banged up or you're right?
No, I've got a laceration on my right arm. Need some stitches, but yeah, we'll get back on the bike soon. See how it goes.
Awesome job, thanks man.
Thanks,
You can just see the disappointment there for Michael Smith. He was certainly up for the challenge and looking forward to a good battle there with his arch rival, but that of course has now lost him a large amount of points which he could have got, and that 30-point lead is now going to be extended by Graham Van Breda heading into SupaCups and of course the next round of the ZX10R Masters Cup. Preparations on track at the moment for Global Touring Cars. They're going to make their way onto the circuit. We'll also be looking to get, of course, the pole position awards on the Global Touring Cars and Super Cup, and that'll all be as they roll to the line here for their first heat of racing at round 5 of the Extreme Festival. Well, as they start to roll out for their first heat of the race day here at Red Star Raceway, round 5 of the Extreme Festival, global touring cars making their way onto the circuit, and we managed to catch up with a couple of the drivers yesterday in the pre-race press conference to find out what their plans were. Let's head back down into the media centre and catch up with those drivers. Welcome to Global Touring Cars press conference here at Red Star Raceway. Starting with Julian van der Walt in the middle. Jules, it's been a long time since that first victory. The Fords had some up and downs leading into this round. What's the plans?
The Ford's obviously had a couple of issues. We've been on the pace pretty much most tracks. Been a while since our victory at Killarney, but we've been in the top 3. We finished second in BE in race 1, but then just run into some reliability issues. The Ford is a little bit of an older car, so we found some cracks in the chassis after East London, which was what obviously caused a couple of issues for us. But practice 1 here, we're quickest, and we looks like we're mixing with the front this weekend, so hopefully we'll be back.
Munda, from your side, also had a bit of a tough season. It's been up and down all the way through, but looked like you found some pace down in East London, and then it just didn't quite work out according to plan.
Yeah, we've also had a few niggles that have been sort of hampering us through the first half of the season, and East London went well, yeah, but the electrical issue was just completely shutting down the car during the races, so that's not ideal. But the team's working hard. It's just, I mean, these gremlins do happen. It is a bit frustrating, but let's see how we go this weekend. We're pedaling and holding thumbs that the car behaves, and we get some points because the season's nearing to an end.
Robbie, from your side, things going according to plan, I'm sure, but the battle is still on. You've got Michael right there. The 2 guys next to you are starting to push hard. Your teammate is right there as well with Scotty, and also Lee Thompson in the BMW's had some big turnaround.
Yeah, competitive field this year, so I mean the guys are obviously ramping up the pace as we go through the season. It's all about qualifying at this event. I don't think you'll be able to overtake not without a bit of contact, so I think it's all about qualifying tomorrow morning. I think it'll set the tone for race 1. Race 2, I don't know about the reverse grid around here, so it's going to be interesting. I think it'll be tight, but looking forward to it.
And we're certainly looking forward to it, as for sure, as they roll around now to come and take up their positions on the grid. Just to give you a heads up, we are at 29 degrees Celsius at the moment here in Dalmas, in Mpumalanga, in South Africa. If you've just joined us from all around the world, we are sort of in what was formerly known as the Eastern Transvaal, but of course now Mpumalanga, and Dalmas is sort of right smack bang in the middle of it. And as you can see, the heat haze even coming off the track there from our camera position. Drivers making their way around onto the grid proper. We've got a presentation, of course, to our pole positions in both the Global Touring Car Super Cup and in the Global Touring Cars themselves to be handed out on the grid, courtesy of Dunlop. Some ammunition heading their way, courtesy of Dunlop Tyres South Africa, Sumitomo Group, giving us big support for this category, and as well as for, of course, the Polo Cups that'll be out later on. Super Cup, the warm-up this morning, we had Brad Liebenberg and Jonathan Machotsi, who were at the front ahead of the pole man Jeff Kruger. So a little bit of probably a little thing to watch out for there, I would say, from Global Touring Cars' point of view. Michael van Rooyen resumes his position on the front row ahead of Robert Volk, the two Toyotas. It's Toyota Gazoo Racing on the right of your screen, the pole man. Robert Volk will come up and take a position on the left of your screen, just behind that Polo GTI safety car. Julian van der Walt in the Ford, behind Michael van Rooyen. Scotty Temple right behind his teammate in the second of the Investchem and WCT Racing Toyota Corollas. Lee Thompson battled a little bit, but he has certainly found some pace. We saw that in East London for Team Red Racing in the BMW M2. He's made his way up into 5th place, and he'll have to do some work now from a bit further back in the pack. And then, of course, Mando Nakani makes up the 6 cars for Global Touring Cars at the back of the pack, and sandwiching the entire field between himself and his teammate. There we go. Let's have a look and see how much money Mr. Van Rooyen will be getting, and if he's going to be paying for drinks a bit later on today.
Hey.
You can just hear in the background Hans Bezay there from Dunlop South Africa, just getting the magnetized section sorted out so that Michael van Rooyen can receive the check for 2,500 Rand, courtesy of ATS and Dunlop South Africa. There it is, Michael van Rooyen. Congratulations, that's your pole position award. We'll then take that check a little bit further down the road and catch up with Team Red Racing and Universal Motorsports' Jeff Kruger, who's on pole position for the Super Cup class. The Super Cup class, remember, we've also got a couple of brand new drivers who've joined us for the first time ever in Global Touring Cars, and one of them is quite a notable one to have in a grid. There is Jeff Kruger getting his reward for putting on to pole position. But to run through the grid, of course, it's Jeff Kruger ahead of Brad Liebenberg, Machotsi and Campos, and that's Keegan Campos for the first time. Rookie to the class, but of course not rookie to motorsport in South Africa. But certainly feeling he's fired up in his Campos Transport and Turn 1 racing car. He'll be partnering up, of course, with his brother, who didn't quite have the same kind of pace. He'll be right behind him, though, in terms of the rows, down in 3rd row of the grid for Super Cup, alongside, as I was speaking about, multiple world karting champion Cristiano Morgado, who steps up into Global Touring Car Super Cup for the first time today. He has outgunned Saud Variawa, who's kind of been the sensation of the season in terms of the youngsters who've come from karting straight into the Global Touring Car Super Cup. Stefan Schneiders comes out of Porsches and steps into a Super Cup Polo for the first time, and he's ahead of Johan de Bruin, Nicky Dix, and of course Andre Besaidnout at the back end of the field. And in fact, I'm not quite sure if Besaidnout actually made it out onto the grid, because I don't see him on my list. No, he is there. Besaidnout and Sam Hammond at the back. Sam Hammond, of course, in the Trinity Protection Services car. Andre Besaidnout racing for Team Perfect Circle. And he's coming off, of course, 2 victories down in Neisner a couple of weekends ago at the Samola Hill Climb. King of the Hill again for the man from Team Perfect Circle, so he'll be looking forward to the fight here. It hasn't really gelled with the circuit at all. And he's found it a bit difficult because of all the return on each other corners that happen here. You've got 180-degree switchbacks here all the time, and sometimes if you're not used to the circuit, you can find that yourself kind of get yourself lost. And Andre was actually battling a little bit yesterday with some vertigo. So let's see whether or not he's got that sorted for today and can run at the front. Because remember, he does lead things out in the Masters side of this championship. But he's got to fight now with Cristiano Morgado, Stefan Schneiders, Johan de Bruyn, Nicky Dix, Sam Hammond. They're all guys who are ahead of him or alongside him in the championship as it stands. A couple of cars just getting shuffled in the background, but as soon as we are good to go, of course the grid is being cleared. And we're going to get those cars rolling off. It'll be 2 separate starts. You'll see that Jeff Kruger will hold the field of SuperCup cars up ever so slightly. And try and ensure that the Global Touring cars get their own start. And then approximately 15 to 20 seconds later, the SuperCup cars will be starting right on their tail. So Michael van Rooyen leads the SuperCup and Global Touring car field down towards turn 1. This time we can return the favour from Dunlop and Bridgestone's point of view. When we go to Port Elizabeth, of course, there's the final corner known as Dunlop Corner. And when we've got ZX10s going through there, we try not to mention the other tyre brands. Here we go. On to the back straightaway now. N12 Highway. That's the final car in Global Touring cars. Mandla Ndakani in the 21 Toyota Gazoo Racing Corolla. And just in the background you'll see Team Red Racing's Jeff Kruger in his SuperCup Polo. So we look at Van Rooyen and Volk on the front row of Global Touring cars ahead of Julian van der Walt, Scott Temple, Lee Thompson and Mandla Ndakani. 4 Toyotas, 1 Ford Focus and a BMW M2. And then behind them 12 SuperCup Polo GTIs. Trying to get as much heat into that Dunlop rubber as possible. Shouldn't be too difficult to do today. We're sitting, as I said, 29 degrees Celsius at the moment, so track conditions probably going to be over the 40 degree mark at this point. So heat into the rubber shouldn't be too much of an issue to get those tyres warmed up and ready to go for action into turn 1. Let's see who's going to have what it takes now. Headed into turn 1 and heat 1 of Global Touring cars and the Global Touring car SuperCup class. Polo GTI safety car rolls into pit lane. Michael van Rooyen now will dictate the pace for the first 6 cars in GDC. Lights out and we're racing. Van Rooyen gets the drop. He heads towards turn 1. It looks like Van der Wult's going to try and go on his inside of Robert Volk. They go side by side into turn 1. Very, very close stuff between the two of them. Nearly a touch between Lee Thompson and Scotty Temple. Back towards Liebenberg and Jeff Kruger for the start of GDC SuperCup. Liebenberg, being pressurized big time by Machotzi as they go into turn 1. And it is, only just into turn 1. Line astern there. Machotzi slots up ahead of Keegan Campos. Campos with a bit of pressure already being applied there by his brother. And Morgado returning the favour onto Jason Campos as they came out of the first chicane. Heading down the long straightaway now down towards turn 3. We go back to the front to GDC. Van Rooyen leads things out over the 44 car. And a great start, in fact the 41 car, beg your pardon there, of Robert Volk. So that's how it looks as they go down into the bottom there. Liebenberg in second place in the Sparco Polo GTI, followed by Machotzi for Volkswagen Motorsport. Then it is Campos from Morgado, Campos from Variawa, Keegan ahead of Jason. And the two new boys, what a move there from Saul Variawa. The door opened up and he dives on the inside of Jason Campos and looks like he might be able to cement that. As they go through the dog bone section, he's got the inside line for the top of the hill, and that should be able to be done. It is. Saud Variawa setting his car up absolutely to perfection and finds a way through. Not an easy track to overtake on, I can tell you that much. coming into the car of Johan de Bruin. De Bruin is all over the back end of Jason Campos and applying massive pressure onto him. Van der Walt trying to close things down there on Robert Volk. He's got Temple on his tail and Lee Thompson right behind that. They're coming into 12 and 13. Last 2 corners on the track. Complete the first lap of racing. This is a 10 lapper, remember, so this will be 1 of 10 done. As they come through to complete the first lap, no changes in the positions they started in there for GDCs. Michael van Rooyen, though, has opened up a bit of a margin over Robert Volk. And Mundler Ndakani trying to close down on the back end of that M2 BMW of Lee Thompson's. Scotty Temple in the 31 car, 37's on his tail. And Temple's got some pressure now coming from Lee Thompson in the M2 BMW from Team Red Racing and Universal Motorsport. The Investchem Chemical Logistics team and WCT Toyota Corollas sitting currently 2nd and 4th on track. Temple with some pressure from Thompson as they head down in towards the dog bone section. Pretty much even Stevens between those guys, no changes between them at all. Let's see whether or not we're going to see any changes between any of these drivers just yet, but it doesn't look like it at this point. Looks like Michael van Rooyen is controlling things, but all of a sudden, as I say that, we see a maneuver on here from Robert Volk. Speaking of maneuvers, Keegan Campos trying to close down on Machotsi. He's done that on a few occasions in Polo Cup, but now, of course, it's SupaCup. And these Polo GTI SuperCup cars are very, very competitive cars, and they are all just as good as each other. Remember, there are a couple of push-to-pass mechanisms that can be used by the drivers, and that's exactly what Brad Liebenberg will be looking to do to close things down from the Sparco car's point of view to get onto the back end of Team Red Racing's Jeff Kruger. Fantastic to have our Red Square ladies bringing us some red squares. Thank you, man. Much appreciated. The ZX10 guys looking after us in the commentary booth with some cold red squares. But here we go. It's Campos closing down on Machotsi. And Magada is trying to close down on Campos as well. Cristiano Magada, first time out for him in a SuperCup car, showing just how good that young man is. Remember, he's won 6 world karting titles, so he definitely knows what to do in a kart. Now trying to put it into action in a SuperCup Polo. And he's not too far off the back end. Saud Variawa is coming along for the ride, but he's got Jason Campos on his tail. And it's second place in the Masters for Johan de Bruin at this point in time. Great drive there from the Odacure car. They're going to be watching for that as well. We saw Saud Variawa and Jason Campos putting wheels onto the dirt. The marshals have been warned to tell the COC if there's significant corner cutting by certain competitors, and they may be penalised for it. I did hear touted a 15-second penalty for the first time, 15-second penalty for the second time, and possibly even a black flag for the third time. So they've got to be very wary that they don't go too far off circuit and bring some of the Red Star Raceway rubble onto the track. Kruger from Liebenberg. Machotzi's in third. He hangs on for that 3 spot at this point in time, but he's got massive pressure coming from behind in the form of Keegan Campos. Campos and Machotzi putting a wheel on the dirt as they came out of the first chicane. They head down the long straightaway now. 1K of straight to play with here, and 230 odd Ks an hour for these SuperCup Polos by the time they lift off and bang down the gearbox into turn 3. Great run so far here from our first 4. Magado is certainly closing on them, though. There is definitely a charge here coming from Cristiano Magado. He'll have to play around, of course. He's never had an opportunity to work out the tactics required to do what he needs to do in this form of racing, so it's going to be all new for him. But of course, take nothing away from the skill that the man has to be racing with some usual contenders here in this class. And of course, these guys have been going at it for a long, long time in various categories before they joined the Super Cup. And it's been very close racing between them as well. Let's see whether or not anything's going to change up here. Not at this stage. Campos is closing on Machotzi. Liebenberg is losing ground, though, to Jeff Kruger. Jeff Kruger has had a lot of experience around this track. Not only in Polo Cup and Super Cup, but also he pilots his Team Red Racing Lotus 7. Ooh, a little bit of smoke out of Kruger there. That could be a concern, but I think it might have just been a lock-up on the brakes there. Tyre smoke there from Kruger as they came into the triple right-hander. He gets on the gas. Machotzi on a charge. Jonathan Machotzi is looking for his first victory of the season, that is for sure. And he wants by on his stablemate. Back to the back end of GDCs. That is, of course, Mundler Ndakani, who now is looking to close things down on Temple. What has happened to Thompson? Thompson's dropped back. That's why we went to Ndakani. Lee Thompson has dropped behind Mundler Ndakani in the Team Red Racing BMW M2. He's now at the back end of GDC. Temple hasn't had an answer just yet to Julian van der Wat's pace. in the AutoZone Ford Focus. Nice run though from him. Hanging on to that 3 spot. We heard from him in the press conference before we started the race that he was concerned about what they found with some cracks in the chassis and some work that had to be done on the car, but looks like whatever they've done has now sorted it out. Side by side is what they'd like to be doing, but right now they're going line astern. And I don't think anybody's going to have an answer here because, as I said, it is a very difficult track to overtake on, particularly when you're in the slightly bigger cars like these GDCs, and you'll see even later on with the big Mobil 1 V8 Supercars how tough it's going to be for overtaking maneuvers to happen. But we have seen them. Sawad Varial will show you exactly where you need to get past on a couple of drivers if you're able to do something. There he is, the man we've just been speaking about, ahead of Campos still and maintaining the gap he had over Jason Campos since he's got through. His brother Keegan there in the Campos Transport machine, starting to move up onto the back end of Machotzi, but it hasn't quite got there just yet. Machotzi has controlled things and he's looking to close down on Liebenberg for second. Kruger managing things from the front. Jeff Kruger's best lap time, 2:03.2. We're getting 58 zeros out of Michael van Rooyen at the front end of GDC, so that's the lap pace of the leaders in both categories. Team Red Racing's Jeff Kruger controlling things for now. Can he keep it all together for a couple of laps? There is a bit of smoke coming out of that car. There's certainly going to be a concern about that, I think, down at Team Red Racing. Liebenberg, they tend to smoke a little bit, these cars, though, so I'm not too concerned about that just yet. We've seen it in a couple of cars that participate not only in the GDC SupaCup, but also some of these cars are also participating in the South African endurance racing. And there is some white smoke that comes out every now and again from these cars, so we will keep an eye on that, but not too concerned about it just yet. Kruger from Liebenberg, from Machotzi, from Campos. Morgado in 5. Phenomenal effort there from Cristiano. Top 5 finish from him, and of course the win in the Masters was where he is looking to go for the first time out in GDC SuperCup. Machotzi hangs on for third, but he's definitely closer to Liebenberg now. Let's see if he's got a push to pass. Watch for those hazard lights to come on. If the hazard lights come on, means he's gone to the push to pass mechanism and he'll try and use it. It is a gesticulation that they are using their push to pass mechanism, kind of like the DSR system that works in Formula 1. And I've just actually heard over my right shoulder a couple of minutes ago that it sounds like Russia might be cancelled. The F1 due to force majeure and some weather conditions that have come in over the Russian circuit. And there is a good possibility, I've got to confirm it yet myself, but definitely heard it before we went to air here, and maybe you guys want to check it out on your social media platforms. But it sounds like Formula 1 in Russia might have been cancelled. So it's Michael van Rooyen not worrying about rain or anything right now. He is at the front end and shining. And the Rustenburg Rocket controlling things and managing the gap between himself and second place Robert Volk. Team Gazoo Racing Corolla ahead of the WCT and Chemical Logistics machine. Phenomenal effort here from them. 2 to go to Corollas, controlling things ahead of Julian van der Walt in the Ford Focus. And we've got 5 laps to go. Halfway stage is reached. Only change that we've had in the GDCs is the change up there between 5th and 6th place. Mandla Ndakani ahead of Lee Thompson. I wonder if Thompson maybe just missed a gear, because it doesn't look like the car's going slower than what it was earlier on. Lee Thompson currently lapping in the 1:58.7s, and that's his fastest lap. So he's made a mistake somewhere that's allowed Mandla Ndakani through. And Lee Thompson now into arguably the fastest laps on track at the moment in global touring cars. He's doing 58.7s, everybody else is in the 59s. So let's see whether or not Thompson's got 5 laps to maybe make up the ground that he lost earlier on to Ndakani, and even further up than that. Kruger, 2:03.7, 2:03.4, 2:03.5, 2:03.8. First 3 cars over the line. 2:03.7 from Campos in 4th. Morgado, there he is in full flight for the first time in the 5.3. He comes into shot and currently lapping in the 2:04s. So just a second off the pace. This is why he's not quite with those first 4. But of course, remember, this is his first time in the car. I'll take nothing away for potential he has in that car, and of course also the potential he has to be at the front end of SuperCup after a phenomenal start to his racing career here for the SuperCup class. Machotzi is trying to close things down on Brad, but Liebenberg also doing a similar thing to what Jeff Kruger is, just watching his mirrors, and every time Machotzi sets the pace and goes a bit quicker, Brad answers and does the exact same thing. Van Rooyen has lost a little bit of ground now to Robert Volk for second. Gap previously across the line was 1.6 seconds. Let's see if there's going to be any change up between the two of them as they come to complete another lap and another 4 to go. Michael Van Rooyen's running very wide out of the final corner. It's down by a tenth. So 1/10 of a second there between Michael Van Rooyen and Robert Volk. Little touch of the dirt there from the AutoZone Ford as he came into the chicane. His Dunlop tyres now starting to feel the effects of the heat of the day. 29 degrees Celsius here. The heat, as you can see, is well in full effect as they come down that back straightaway, the N12 highway, down towards turn 3. Background looks like there might be a little bit of action as well, but we go into coming out of the Dogbone section, and Ndukani trying to close things down now on Temple. Temple hangs on for 4th place. Like to be a bit higher up, I'm sure. First 4 cars coming in and across the line again for SupaCup. Morgado still in 5th place. So no changes in the first 5. Oh, Stefan Schneider's had a problem. Schneider's has gone a little bit sideways. That was coming out of the triple right-hander by the looks of things, and the 101 car unfortunately dropped right back to the back of the pack now. So a little mistake there from Stefan Schneider's. Possibly trying to find his way through on Nicky Dix and Johan de Bruin. Fight out with those guys, of course, coming from different categories of racing that have stepped up into SuperCup for the first time. Schneider's coming out of a Porsche. Johan de Bruin coming out of Porsches and BMWs, mainly Porsches that he loves to pilot around, the Jägermeister ones that are involved in the Historic and Inland Championship. Also threw one up the hill at Samola, and at a BMW M3 that he threw up the hill too. Both cars winning his respective classes there for the Odacure team. And of course Nicky Dix coming out of some serious Porsche racing in the Extreme Supercars. He's been involved there in the Curvent car, now with a Curvent Polo SuperCup GTI. Another lap done and 3 to go. I don't think we're going to see any changes happen in the top 3. Barring anything going wrong, the first 6 cars should basically stay the same as they are. We may see a bit of a change up there from Liebenberg and Kruger's point of view, and maybe Campos on Mahotsi, but pretty much line astern at this point as they head down towards turn 3. GDC is evenly spread now. 1.2, 1.3, 1.4. That's the gap between first, second, third and 4th place. So it's about the exact same gaps between the first 4 cars. Half a second less than that is Ndukani on the back end of Temple. And about a second off that is Lee Thompson. A couple of back markers might come into play here though. Stefan Schneider's slightly slower GTI SuperCup Polo. And here we go. Liebenberg on the attack with 3 to go. Liebenberg comes into the chicane and there's a push to pass. You can see the hazard lights come on. Jeff Kruger uses the push to pass just to get away from the hard charge from Liebenberg as they went into the chicane. I wonder how many he's got left, and has Brad got any more to play with to try and set things up there to get the Sparco car to the front. So it's Team Red Racing, Universal Motorsport versus Sparco and Volkswagen Motorsport. Top 3. Campos Transport in 4th. Morgado Racing in 5th place with Cristiano Morgado at the wheel for the first time in a Global Touring Car SuperCup car. Let's see just how these guys are getting these front wheel drives to get around the very hard circuit here, because it's a lot of corners that come back on you. You just think you've got it right, and then all of a sudden you run out of space, or maybe you don't get the apex right. It's difficult when you've got a sweeper, but when you've got almost a hairpin or a spoon type curve, it makes it even more difficult. Here's a kind of option of a spoon type curve. Triple right hander off the back of the short straight. Here is Campos, Carrello Auto and Campos Transport car. And still there in the 4th spot. First race for him. A nice debut for the Campos team. Of course, his Polo Cup has been taken over by his girlfriend Tasman Pepper today. She'll be in action later on today. One of our top 6 competitors in Polo Cup. And one of two ladies who made it into the top 6 as well, joining Lonica Martins in that top 6 hunt for Volkswagen Polo Cup later today. Van Rooyen, Volk and Julian van der Walt. Scott Temple and Mandla Ndakani ahead of Lee Thompson. Top 6 in the GDCs has not changed, other than a little flip out there between Thompson and Ndakani with a small mistake from Lee Thompson. But as I said, Lee Thompson actually set. And Jeff Kruger maintains his gap over Brad Liebenberg. We did say it was going to be difficult to pass. 2 passes have been made, one by mistake, with Lee Thompson giving an opportunity to Mandla Ndakani to get through, and he's going to try and get through on Temple into the closing stages as well, by the looks of it. And of course, Sawad Variawa would be a man to watch out for, and maybe watch that maneuver if you get a chance to, on how to overtake here at Red Star Raceway. Checkered flag is out though, and it is Michael van Rooyen who takes the win, coming through ahead of Robert Volk. Stefan Schneiders completes the race, his first race in anger in amongst the GDCs. And third place goes to Julian van der Walt in the AutoZone Ford Focus. Jeff Kruger using that final push to pass on the short straight to keep out the intentions of Brad Liebenberg, but Liebenberg is not going to give up. Liebenberg is applying some big pressure onto Kruger, trying to make him probably force a mistake. They've been at each other's throats for a long, long time, these two. They kind of know where they can find some chinks in the armor if they need to. I don't know if Brad's going to be able to find one here today, though. Coming to the line. A valiant effort here, of course, from Jeff Kruger to beat out Brad Liebenberg, championship leader. He's not really involved in the championship, is Jeff Kruger, but he certainly would love the first victory of the day to go his way, and it looks like it is going to go that way as they come to the line now. It's checkered flag time, and Jeff Kruger takes the victory. Great effort there from him to win things out over championship leader Brad Liebenberg, Machotsi and Campos, and Cristiano Magaro. Welcome to Global Touring Car Super Cup, buddy. There you have it. First win of the Masters category and 5th place overall. Looks like Jason Campos has got through. Yes, Campos got through and returned the favour on Sawad Variawa in the closing stages there. So a nice little change up from their point of view as they wrap things up here for the first heat of Global Touring Cars. There is confirmation of the unofficial results, of course. Michael van Rooyen ahead of Robert Volk, Julian van der Walt, Scott Temple, Mandla Ndakani, Lee Thompson, top 6. That's Global Touring Cars 1 to 6. Jeff Kruger beats out Brad Liebenberg, Machotsi, Jason Campos and Magaro. Jason Campos there in 12th, I beg your pardon. Keegan Campos further up there. Sawad Variawa finishing up just behind them. And a good effort there from Johanna Brain to get 2nd overall in the Masters, beating out Sam Hammond and Team Perfect Circles Andre Besaidenote there in the 4th spot. So that's how things wrap up for our Global Touring Cars. We're going to catch up with some of the drivers, of course, down in pit lane as soon as we can. And, of course, also heading into the next part of the day's racing. And that'll give me an opportunity to take a bit of a break myself and hand over the commentary duties to Laren Mew for the Investchem Formula 1600s.
Hi folks, welcome to Red Star Raceway and Extreme Festival here this afternoon, and it is as hot as anything. We caught up with some of our racing drivers at the press conference yesterday afternoon. Here's what they had to say. Taya, a big welcome to Main Circuit. You've been planning this all year. It's finally here. How are the nerves?
I'm terrified, but I think it's a combination of nerves and excitement.
Well, you've proved yourself in karting over again. Congratulations for joining us and good luck for this weekend.
Thank you so much.
Over to Josh. Josh?
Yes.
You've got a point to prove this weekend. East London did not go to plan.
Yeah, we had a little mishap with the rock going into the radiator. So we're hoping to make a good comeback this race.
Everything going according to plan so far?
Yes, I'm very happy with how today's going so far. We were fastest in practice too, so hopefully tomorrow continues to be like that.
Well, good luck. Hope to see you on the podium.
Thank you.
Over to Jared. Jared, you've got a big heritage on your shoulders. It's Heritage Day weekend. How's the DAW Formula 1600?
Yeah, I mean, with the heritage stuff, I got my grandparents, all the way down to my dad and now on to me. It's like 40, 45, 46 years. So, got to keep that legacy going. The weekend so far has been going okay. We struggled a little bit in FP1 and FP2, but we're getting a bit closer and closer.
Well, you've shown us what you're made of already. Podium in East London. Well done on the silverware and good luck for the weekend.
Thank you so much.
Well, folks, you heard what the drivers had to say, and we are almost ready to rock and roll. Race time here, 10 laps at Red Star Raceway. Race number 1. Andrew Rackstraw, championship leader, on pole, on closest to the camera, car number 40. Right next to him, Jared Wyberski in the DAW colours, the bright yellow and blue. Behind them is Josh LaRue, and then it is Holtzy, Ewan Holtzhausen, Antoine Geldenhuys, Gerhard Geldenhuys, Alex Voss, Nicholas Van Wheelie. Nicholas Van Wheelie currently third in the championship. Definitely did not go according to plan qualifying this morning. Josh and Alex are currently tied for 4th place. They're just waiting for the Formula Kents behind them. We're joined by the Formula Kents. We're not going to keep them long on the start line. It is incredibly hot here today. It's a dry heat. These cars don't cool down very easily. They're going to get them going as soon as they're lined up. For our Formula Kents, it is Ian Schofield in the Investchem car lined up next to Graham Hepburn. That is how the Formula Kent up front row looks. We've got the all clear from the back of the grid. They are under starters orders, and we are away for the first race and the first lap of Investchem Formula 1600s, and Nicholas Van Wheelie has got a flying start and split the two Geldenhuys brothers right down the middle. They're not allowed to overtake for the first 3 corners until they get onto that beautiful long back straight. This is a 4-kilometer circuit, so as soon as they enter the first corner, they may not overtake even if they're struggling for position. And as you've seen, there's been a change up for position. They've got the freedom now to overtake. Jared Wyberski is the big loser there. He's dropped down a few. And it is Andrew Rackstraw, and then it is Holtzhausen in 2nd place. He promised me a good race this weekend, and he certainly has delivered on that so far. But like we said, it's 10 laps, and you don't win it on the first. So young Jared Wyberski and Nicholas Van Wheelie currently lying 2nd and 3rd in the championship overall with 1 more round to go. Andrew Rackstraw collected another point. He has been pretty much almost unstoppable this season. He has had a phenomenal race here. And of course, we all know you've got that beautiful big prize at the end of the season. This is our Formula Kent. And we've got Alan Mayer off. Little bit of an excursion, a little bit too hot and too fast. The Formula Kents are clearly defined as they don't have the front wing and the rear wing. The side pods are slightly different. Both of them run the dual radiators, of course. And that is Ewan Holtzhausen. You cannot miss that car. And Jared Wyberski has got in front Slow. Well, he's still struggling. Geldenhuis hasn't let him go yet, and that's Antoine Geldenhuis in the Abacus Divisions Formula 1600. The DAW of Jared Weberski. This is a great tussle between them. So as they cross the line, confirmation there. It's Andrew Rackstraw in the Race Driver SA colours, where we almost assume he will be. He has so much talent, this youngster. Then it's Ewan Holtzhausen, Josh LaRue, Jared Weberski, Antoine Geldenhuis, Nicholas Van Wheelie, Gerhard Geldenhuis. Then it is Alex Voss. Weberski is starting to find his footing and is looking for a way through as Geldenhuis has come under pressure from Josh LaRue, pushes him out wide. LaRue is through. Geldenhuis, the two Geldenhuis brothers behind are starting to catch up to each other. There's Nicholas Van Wheelie in the middle, but if we go back here, this is the battle for second place, and it is Josh LaRue ahead of Holtzy. Then it is Jared Weberski. Can Weberski get in front of Holtzy? That's the question. Bringing them along, though, it's Antoine Geldenhuis in the Abacus division. So we've got a beautiful tussle here. Weberski up the inside. He's timed it to perfection. Absolutely brilliant little bit of maneuvering there, but Holtzhausen isn't giving up. Holtzy's coming side by side. Noah's Ark style. Here we go. Holtzhausen definitely has. Oh, there's contact. There was always going to be contact. You can't go 2x2 into a corner. Holtzy's off, but he's okay. The car's running, but he's all the way down to the back. Apparently, it is also an off-road vehicle. Those Formula 1600s run full slicks. So once you go off, there's pretty much all the wheel alignment is over and done with. I think that might go up the chain. There will be, and what happens when these guys go, for those folks that are not too familiar, is there is some paperwork that has to be done in the steward's office by everyone. All these cars run cameras as a matter of course, and that's just to give you an indication of the lead that Andrew Rackstraw has over second place man Josh LaRue at the moment. Then it's Antoine Geldenhuis, Jared Weberski. Then it's Gerhard Geldenhuis. Behind Gerhard Geldenhuis, we've got Nicholas Van Wheelie, Alex Voss, Brendan Taishi, and the one person I haven't mentioned so far is the wonderful and very excited Taya van der Laan, who has joined us from karting. Taya has just been is old enough and eligible to join us here at the main circuit. So it's wonderful to have her. She is a very accomplished young lady from the karting side. Certainly performed. And we're going back to that replay of that incident between Weberski and Holtzhausen. Weberski, two wheels on the dirt. He's not going to be able to brake for the corner. He was trying to push out up on the inside. And unfortunately, Holtzhausen had nowhere else to go either. And unfortunately, he went off. So I call it as I see it, and the stewards will do their paperwork as they see it. And like I said, it is mandatory that all these cars have cameras on them. It's part of the regulations. So we will have a bird's eye view from Jared's camera when we see the TV highlights when they are available. So that'll be exciting to watch. Well, after all that, how many laps have we got? We've got 8 laps to go. Awesome. Lots of racing here at Red Star Raceway for our Investchem Formula 1600s. Weberski has to work his way through if he wants to come up and close the points gap. Folks, just to let you know, Andrew Rackstraw has to finish ahead of Jared Weberski, and he has the 2021 championship sewn up, which means that he gets that phenomenal prize from Investchem for this season. And that prize starts with the most amazing prize money, plus a test in the GTC, plus a test for Formula Renault. It's absolutely amazing. Jared Weberski at this stage has to close that gap if he wants to be able to hold on to any chance of carrying the championship through. We have 7 laps remaining in this race, and we're looking now at our race leader for our Formula Kent, and that's none other than Ian Schofield. Right behind him though is Graham Hepburn. Now these two qualified very close together this morning. It was a very tight qualifying. Ian has phenomenal straight line speed. Again, guys, these engines and these cars are identical as far as engines go. You can change your alignment, you can change your shocks, you can change your balance, but it's pretty much a single make series. And the Formula Kents do about 120 horsepower at the coasts. They can also change the jetting on the carbs, their flywheels and weights. The biggest difference is that they've got the H-box engine, and it's pushrod engine with 4 gears, whereas our Investchem Formula 1600s have the 5 gearbox. They've got the newer gearbox. Listen to those tires squeal as they go through the corners. They're trying to push for the limits here. Werberski is just struggling behind Caldenace at the moment. You want to see him get through. I think maybe he's got the faster car than Antoine Caldenace, but saying that, Antoine Caldenace in that Abacus division car is doing a sterling job of making sure that his Formula 1600 is wide enough that Werberski cannot put a nose in front. He can't even put a nose close to the back wheel to say, knock, knock, here I am, let me in. And Gerhard Caldenace, and as I say that, Caldenace has made an oops. He's gone too wide and left the door wide open. Has Werberski been able to show him it? Well, he knows Werberski is there, but Werberski has to tuck in for the corner. He has to tuck into the corner. He's not close enough to go in side by side and pull another Noah's Ark maneuver. Gerhard Caldenace is chasing just as hard and putting a lot of pressure on him from behind, and he's going to pull up alongside. Werberski's going to cut in. Well, they're all 3 of them through, but Werberski's left the door open, and Gerhard Caldenace has said, thank you very much. I saw the gap, I'm going to take it and push through up the inside. This is the inside of the circuit. It's very tight and twisty, and Gerhard Caldenace is going to do exactly the same maneuver on his brother, and in the space of 3 corners, he's moved up to 3rd place. Werberski, the biggest loser there, because now he's got 2 Caldenace brothers to pass, and both of them come from quad biking. So, you know what? They're used to tight turns and small spaces, so they will quite happily be moving through now. Now, Gerhard was behind the 2 of them. Has he got the fastest car, and is he going to start pulling them through? Because Josh LaRue has drifted off to the sunset, and Andrew Rackstraw is so far ahead now that he's pretty much almost on his way to afternoon tea and getting ready for race number 2. Remember, as I said, Andrew Rackstraw to seal the 2021 championship just has to finish ahead of Jared Werberski, and unfortunately Werberski is currently sitting in 4th place. Fifth place. Confirmation there. We'll have a look at the distance and the lap times as well. 8-second gap Andrew Rackstraw has over Josh LaRue, and Josh has a 4-second gap over Gerhard Caldenace. Werberski down to 5th. Alex Force into 6th. Then it's Brendan Tracy, Holtzy. Then it's Taya van der Laan. Nicholas Van Wheelie having a very, very frustrating weekend. Nicholas is currently 3rd in the championship, but unfortunately things not going his way at all. Leading our Kents is Graham Hepburn. There's been a change in the Ian Schofield, my apologies. Timing system's faster than I am. Ian Schofield still leading our Kents, but this is a fantastic dice between the 2 brothers. The older brother is ahead at the moment. It's Gerhard Caldenace. Younger brother Antoine is car number 7 and just behind his big brother. I'm not too sure which one has got the nerves of steel, but we're going to find out. We have 4 laps remaining in this race, and there is Nicholas Van... Nope, that's Ronald Van Wheelie. So we're going back to our cars out on track. That's Graham Foss, car number 71, and that's Ronald Van Wheelie in car 88. That is our Investchem Formula Kents out on track. A nice tussle there And I'm thinking that's for positions 3rd and 4th in the Formula Kent race. Werberski's come back. He's now putting pressure on Antoine Geldenhuys. Are we going to see a change in position again between these three? And that's the distance in the gap. It's a short start-finish straight between Josh and Andrew Rackstraw. They come through the bottom corner very wide. These three that are chasing the last podium position. Gerhard Geldenhuys, Antoine Geldenhuys, and Jared Werberski. Antoine Geldenhuys has to make sure he doesn't lose a second concentration. He is the meat in the sandwich at the moment. Saying that, Gerhard Geldenhuys can't afford to make a mistake either, otherwise his little brother's going to pounce on him. Has Werberski got what it takes to return the favour and dive? Both Geldenhuys brothers in the closing stages of this race. The gaps are starting to stretch out a little bit. Folks, it's very hot out here today. It's a very dry heat. You can see that usually they've taped the ducts closed on the radiators to build the heat up. Today we're trying to find ways to cool the cars down. So traveling in the dirty air of the car in front of you overheats the cars very quickly. So they have to try. Real feel 31 degrees. There we go. Well, it feels like 40 for this young lady from the coast. I tell you that much. It's quite warm here. So as I was saying, the car behind picks up the dirty air. And so it starts to get hotter, which makes the engine more inefficient and much quicker. So you have to have that fine balance between getting the clean air, finding the gap, closing the gap, and then obviously maneuvering yourself in order to overtake the person in front of you. It's no mean feat, and remember, there's no driver aids. This battle is still fierce in the Formula Kent class. Graham Foss moves outside. They're coming up to the corner. Foss is the inside line. Does Ronald cut back? Foss holds it beautifully and says, "Thank you, Ronald. I'm going to take this." I'm going to remind Graham Foss that there's no Chelsea bun for him from the Supercalifragilistic Bakery if he doesn't leave some room for Ron. Of course, that Formula Kent is from the magnificent Pates and Hardware and the absolute delicious goodies that we receive on race days up here in Gauteng from the Supercalifragilistic Bakery. A big thanks to Savannah. Well, what's happening here? There's a Geldenhuys slowing down as Werberski says thank you and moves in front. Geldenhuys hit the grass and he's going to try and come back at Werberski. We're watching here and he does. Werberski has no answer as Geldenhuys finds the right gears and says thank you for coming. Werberski thought he had a glimpse of daylight instead of the rear wing of the Abacus Division's car of Antoine Geldenhuys. The Kents have just come past the start-finish line. And we're just having a quick look there. I think Jared Werberski's hooked a cone. Werberski's got a cone stuck in the suspension arms and the control arms of his tyre, on his right front tyre. If you have a look there, there's a little orange mark and there's something dragging under the car, which means that his handling is there it goes, the cone's free. The cone's just popped out from Werberski, which means he's got the handling back on his car. It's not going to be what he wanted. At some point he picked up that cone somewhere around the circuit. So we'll see what Werberski can do now in the closing 2 and a bit laps that are remaining in this race. Can he come back and fight? Does he have an answer on Geldenhuys? In the meantime, Elder Geldenhuys, Gerhard Geldenhuys, is also gapping. There's not too much of a gap, but as you can see, he's not quite in the shot. So he's going to have a lot of work to make up. Our race leader, Andrew Rackstraw, is through across the start-finish line. So he's got 2 laps remaining in this race and 2 laps before he claims the 2021 crown as the champion for the Investchem Formula 1600s. Something he set his mind to and he has worked really hard for this season. He's been absolutely dedicated. He wanted that championship win and he certainly has earned it. He has almost not put a foot fault. He's taken pole positions. He's taken fastest lap times. He has taken win after win. We thought he was unbeatable. Werberski, I think it's also done possibly a little bit of damage to that car with the handling, or alternatively he's taken the decision to keep the point, stay safe. Remember, he also had that collision with young Josh in the early stages of this race, and Holtzhausen. I'm looking at the timing board as they come through. Josh LaRue has also done a phenomenal job out there today. Gerhard Kaldenhuis in third. Antoine Kaldenhuis, is he going to finish in fourth place? Does Wiberski have an answer? Alex Voss in sixth so far. Ewan Holtzhausen in seventh. Brendan Tracy in eighth. Taya van der Laan, Women in Motorsport, sponsored by Marcom. We're very, very happy to have her here. She's still learning the track. It's her first time on the national circuit. So we're going to have her at SupaCup as well. And then her first full season. I cannot wait. And while we say that, this is the battle for our Investchem Kent class with Graham Hepburn and Ian Schofield, with Hepburn now leading. This is for third and fourth on the track with Graham Voss and Ronald van Wheelie. Last lap to go for Andrew Rackstraw and the 2021 title. That is Josh LaRue coming into frame. There's Gerhard Kaldenhuis, Antoine Kaldenhuis, and Jared Wiberski hot on his tail. Just behind Jared was Alex Voss coming into, and with Voss Building Supplies coming into view. It's a beautiful shot there. It gives you an idea of the gap. It also gives you an idea of how close Wiberski is. Gerhard Kaldenhuis has got a bit of breathing room. Antoine Kaldenhuis is under huge pressure, but this man has absorbed every bit of pressure that anyone has thrown at him. Jared Wiberski managed to give him some trouble for a brief period. Nicholas Van Wheelie gave him some trouble for a brief period. But that race driver, SA Formula 1600, has pretty much had a faultless season. That young man has put everything he has into it. He did the homework last year. He took the chunks. He took the learning. He made notes. He came back stronger. His race engineer, Claudio Piazzamuzzo, has steered him right every single step of the way. Young Andrew Rackstraw is set to take the 2021 South Africa Formula 1600 single-seater title. Coming up around the last corner of race one of the Extreme Festival here at Red Star Raceway. The checkered flag is in sight, and there it is, your 2021 Investchem Formula 1600 Race 1 winner and 2021 South African champion, done and dusted, with Ronald van Wheelie and Graham Voss side by side. And who's taking race 1 in the Kents? It looks at this stage to be Graham Hepburn, the Qualipack Formula Kent, just ahead at this moment in time of the chemical and logistics Investchem car of Ian Schofield. I will confirm that as they cross the line, it is Josh LaRue in second, Gerhard Kaldenhuis in third, Antoine Kaldenhuis in fourth, Jared Wiberski in fifth, Holtzhausen sixth, Voss seventh, Tracy eighth, van der Laan ninth. And then we have a look at this battle here in the Investchem Formula Kent. And they're coming, well, there's not much. Hepburn has to keep it on the black stuff and make sure that he gets through the final few corners. That's the big hairpin. They're going to take the left-hand corner. They've got one more left-hand corner, and they'll see the checkered flag ready and waving for them. Here they go, just the last scoop. And the checkered flag is in front of them, and it's going to be Graham Hepburn taking race 1 ahead of Ian Schofield. A great race. You can see from Hepburn, he's very, very happy about that win. There's a phenomenal gap between the rest of the field, but I can tell you that it is going to be Dean Fenter coming back in third place, Graham Voss in fourth, Ronald van Wheelie, then it is Paul Schultz, Nicholas van Wheelie, unfortunately, right at the back, and Alan Mayer, both of them unable to finish as far as I understand from the timing sheet. A great bit of racing there from our Investchem Formula 1600s, and a great big congratulations to our 2021 champion, Andrew Rackstraw. We're going to round up our drivers and do some post-race interviews in a few moments, so you just bear with me as I have to do a little bit of hobbling across a bridge to get to the other side. But a great bit of racing. We will be back at about 2:15 this afternoon for our second race, and next up on the program is our Polo Cups, and they're going to be racing and rearing and tearing up the track, and Greg Maloney is going to take you through that. But from my side, Laren Mew, I am going to be back with you with race interviews, and again at 2:15.
Yeah, thanks, Laren. Amazing stuff there from Formula 1600s. Congratulations from my side going out to Claudia Piazzamusso and the whole team behind Race Driver SA, and more importantly, your new SA Formula 1600 champion, Andrew Rackstraw. Now we move on to Polos. They are on track and making their way around the circuit. We managed to catch up with a couple of the drivers leading into today's race to find out what their plans are at the pre-race press conference. Welcome to the Volkswagen Polo Cup press conference. Tasman Pepper, a welcome return for you after a long time out of the saddle. What's it like to be back in the car?
Horrible. No, I'm just joking. It's really good to be back in a car again. The Polo is very different to my W Series F3 car, so it's a bit of adjustment, but we're slowly getting there, and hopefully I can start catching these guys in the front.
I think they're a little concerned, eh? Let's speak about the man on the right-hand side of you there. Late free birthday man, birthday boy as well, and looking forward to getting some maybe some late birthday gifts this weekend.
I got a OMP gloves, I got the gel pads for my hands, so I've been spoiled a bit. But this weekend, I'll try to get a nice birthday gift with 2 wins. That's what we're aiming for, obviously, all the time. But yeah, our pace looks good, so it's very doable.
Moving on to Kwanda. You've had a tough season so far, buddy. It's been pretty much down at the moment, but looking to turn it around, I'm sure. Yeah, Red Star. This is the track that you had a good one at the last time.
Actually, my first time racing here, but super happy with how the pace is going at the moment. Managed to get used to the track quite quickly, and hopefully we can carry 2 top 6s tomorrow.
There it is, pole position for Leighton Free, R2,500 courtesy of Dunlop South African Sumitomo and the ATS Motorsport Suppliers. Well done, and looking forward to seeing what he can do now from the front row. But before we go there, you can see that everybody is now making their way to the front row. And in fact, a massive, massive turnaround for Natyam Samanga on that front row. He is alongside Leighton Free as we get ready to go now for the Volkswagen Polo Cup. Welcome back to Red Star Raceway and action from round 5 of the Extreme Festival. It's round 5 of Polo Cup, celebrating 25 years of race action here in South Africa. And a massive welcome to all of our international fans worldwide joining us from all the corners of the globe. Loving that we got an opportunity to bring you this action. And making their way for the rolling start, coming around for their warm-up lap. Not a rolling start, just a warm-up lap, of course, will be our Polo Cup contenders, Leighton Free ahead of Natyam Samanga. As we're heading into 32 degrees Celsius conditions here, the ambient temperature has picked up dramatically over the last couple of minutes. And into the first heat of the day, we're talking about literal heat as well as figurative heat here at Red Star Raceway. Second row of the grid is Clinton Besaidnout, the second car from Team Red Racing and Universal Motorsports entries. He's alongside Yuri Swart, and of course those are our 3 championship contenders. The man on pole position, Yuri Swart and Clinton Besaidnout. It's a welcome return for Tasman Pepper, as we heard in the pre-race press conference. She steps into Keegan Campos's Campos Transport and Pepper Racing Turn 1 Insurance Polo Cup GTI, alongside the second of the 2 ladies who made it into the top 6 overall, Lonica Martins from Stradale Motorsport and Into Africa Mining. Amazing effort there from her. The Denmark Steel lady certainly looking to pounce at the front end. And as we heard from her in an interview yesterday, she doesn't worry whether it's a boy or a girl she's racing with. She just considers everybody a racer, not differentiated by their sex. And then alongside her, of course, or just behind her, should be her teammate, Arnie Neveling. He was quick this morning in warm-up, so it looks like he might have turned his weekend around. And I got to chat with him just before we went to air here, and he was saying that he is definitely looking for a slightly better start to the day's proceedings than he had yesterday, finishing only down in 7th place ahead of Davy van der Merwe, teammate to that man who just saw in shot, Charles Visser, the second the third and fourth cars out of Team Red Racing. Charles Vissers alongside Tate Bishop. They're on the fifth row of the grid ahead of Kwanda Mokwena and JP van der Walt. JP also coming from a victory at the hill climb earlier on, beginning of this month. So great to see that he's fired up and looking forward to getting back in his Polo after a little bit of an off between the East London round and now. He didn't participate in East London. He was firing himself up and getting himself ready for, of course, the Samola hill climb. Faran Bush has got some work to do. He had some brake issues yesterday, but he'll be fighting hard alongside Nathan Hammond, first of the Trinity Security Services cars. Jaden Else, not where he wants to be. He was, of course, a podium sitter in East London, and he now sits all the way down on the 7th row of the grid, and that's certainly not where he wants to be, ahead of Dean Fenter, and then, of course, Giordano Lupini, new man to the series. He's out there in the Bullion IT car, ahead of Damien Hammond, second of our Trinity Security Services machines out to do battle here in race 1 of Volkswagen Polo Cup. Dunlop shod machines these, and those Dunlop tyres will come in within about a lap of this 4K circuit here at Red Star Raceway. Once they're up to speed, of course, some great action expected there, and I think this could arguably be the best opportunity to see some manoeuvres to overtake cars. We've found it pretty difficult in global touring cars so far, as well as in the single-seaters, and even in the bikes they battle to find some overtaking opportunities, particularly with the anti-clockwise direction that the circuit is running currently. The first 6 months of the year they run in a clockwise direction, and the second 6 months they run in an anti-clockwise direction, which is why we're running this way around for this outing at Red Star Raceway. Final bit of preparation now for the drivers as they come to take up their positions on the grid. Leighton is on the inside for turn 1, and into the chicane he'll be looking to try and hold on. There are yellow flags into turn 1 for this big field, so it might just be line astern into turn 1, and then once we get green flags out of that chicane it'll be race proper from there on out. Under starters orders now. See a couple of guys have lined their cars up in kind of an attack mode position. Leighton Free particularly with a slightly right-handed maneuver off the line to try and outgun the rest of this pack. As now we'll wait for those revs to pick up. Watch for the lights. And as soon as those lights go out, we go racing down towards a very tricky turn 1 indeed. Natium Samanga on the front row for the very first time in his race career for Squadra Course, and let's see if he's able to do anything about the cars behind him. He gets a good drive off the line. In fact, he gets a great drive. He's up in the second place right behind Leighton Free as they head towards turn 1. Double yellow flags, as you can see, so everybody's got to just tuck in line astern. Tasman Pepper is side by side there with Lonica Martins, and it looks like around the outside it's Arnie Neveling. Neveling is stuck on the inside and squeezes Tasman Pepper out. Yes, just getting through there in the Stradale Motorsport car ahead of Tasman Pepper. A little touch there further back between, I think, Charles Visser possibly coming together there with another one of the cars on the outside. I think it may have been either Jaden Else or possibly Kwanda Mokwena. Side by side still with Tasman Pepper and Arnie Neveling. Tasman's not giving up this one without a fight. They go into the bottom turn 3. And she's just squeezed out, I think, eventually there by Arnie. Yes, slotting in behind Arnie and just ahead of Lonica Martins. The two ladies just behind Arnie and Evelyn, closing things down on Clinton Besaidno to the second of the Team Red Racing Universal Motorsport Polos. It is Leighton Free who leads out. Second place, it's Natium Samanga with Yuri Swart right on his tail. So the Auto Alpine car, the Alpine Auto House car, I should say, there of Yuri Swart in third place and still in the fight for this championship. But he didn't want and didn't expect to see Natium Samanga ahead of him. Not at this circuit, that's for sure. Samanga, as I said, has had a massive turnaround, and Keegan Masters has been working very well with his two drivers out of Squadra Course, and it certainly seems like it's paid off here nicely for Red Star Raceway. A big field of 18 cars making their way onto the short straight. Final car at the back end there, of course, was Giordano Lupini, but here comes Tasman Pepper back at Arjen Eveling. Returns the favour. The Formula W Series driver there, making a welcome return to Polo Cup. She, of course, has won a championship in the Masters category in this class, so certainly knows what to do in a Polo. And the finesse of both the lady drivers just shows you how well finesse is at this track. You can't overdrive cars around Red Star Raceway, otherwise it will bite you. Alpine Auto House car there of Yuri Swart on the back end of the Squadra Course car, trying to close things down on Natium Samanga. Great battle just behind that. As you can see them streaming through there. Jaden Else has made up a couple of positions. Looks like some positions being made up there as well by Darby van der Merwe. And at the back end, the bullion IT car of Giordano Lupini. Well, it's a baptism of fire here in the heat of Red Star Raceway as they come to complete the first lap in anger. 10 laps of action and 9 to go. Leighton Free, Natim Samanga, Yuri Swart, Clinton Mercedes, Tasman Pepper, Arnie Neveling, Lonica Martins. Here comes Kwanda Mokwena side by side as they go in here with Darby van der Merwe. Van der Merwe just squeezing the third Stradale car out into the chicane. On their tail, it's Tate Bishop. Good start there as well from the Cape Townian. Tate Bishop in the angry Jeep car doing a superb job. And just outside that top 10 at the moment, fighting hard for an opportunity to get in there. He's into the double figures. He wants to go one better to get into single digits. And in order to do that, he's got to find a way through there on Farhan Basha. Fantastic start to this one, there's no doubt about it. Leighton Free getting away though, as Natim Samanga is doing him a huge favour of holding up Yuri Swart. Frustration must be being felt there big time by Yuri Swart as he comes onto the back end of that Squadra Course Polo. Not going to be an easy man to pass, that's for sure. There's not a lot of opportunities to pass here at this track. It's something we're going to be harping on about the entire day. And particularly when you go anti-clockwise like we're doing today. Behind that, Clinton Mercedes with Tasman Pepper on his tail. Arnie Neveling right behind her. He's tucked in the meat between the two ladies there. And Arnie Neveling just hanging on ahead of his teammate Lonica Martins and Kwanda Mokwena. Darby van der Merwe fighting hard there with Mokwena. You'll see it looks like Darby just ahead of Kwanda Mokwena, and then Farhan Basha. Tate Bishop. Jaden Else behind Tate Bishop as they come onto braking for the end of the short straight. There's a move on the inside. Oh, locking up there from Yuri. You can see he's starting to just put a bit of pressure onto Natim Samanga. Samanga soaking it up there nicely. JP van der Walt on the back end of the King Price Extreme car of Jaden Else. So fifth car out of the Team Red Racing stable. And running, of course, in his own colours, but being prepped and sorted out by Universal Motorsport is JP van der Walt, one of our only Masters competitors in this category, although there's no longer a Masters Championship in this class. Polo Cup celebrating 25 years of race action here in South Africa. And, of course, it's the 25th anniversary of the Polo brand in South Africa as well in the same season. So great to see the long-standing relationship here and some phenomenal race action and some incredible champions have come out of this class in the past. Another lap down. 8 to go. Yuri looking dangerous. Has a look on the inside into the chicane, but can't get into the chicane. Not going to be easy maneuver to make it one through there to make a pass, that is for sure. Jaden Else under threat from Tate Bishop. Bishop's got Van der Walt on his tail. So Van der Walt and Dean Fenter, Nathan Hammond behind that. That's how things are starting to heat up here in the heat of the day as well. Good drive. Oh, defensive driving coming out of Van der Merwe. I think that is on Kwanda Mokwena. Yes. Darby van der Merwe goes defensive on Kwanda. Yellow wing mirrors and lipstick on that car. That's definitely Mokwena in the Stradale and Into Africa Mining motorsport car. Change up is there? No. Natim Samanga hangs on. He stays ahead of Yuri. Clinton Mercedes stays ahead of Tasman Pepper. Tasman trying to close down on Mercedes. Port Shepson man doing a superb job there in fourth place, but he's lost a little bit of ground to second and third. And he now has to go defensive on both Tasman Pepper and Arnie Neveling to keep them out. Neveling's got to do it all right if he wants to stay in the hunt for the championship. But right now, Leighton Free is doing everything to perfection. And he's being helped out dramatically here by Natim Samanga. Probably not even knowing how well he's helping out his fellow Polo competitor at this point in time. It really is incredible to see the turnaround here from Natim Samanga's point of view. Samanga now under a bit of pressure. This could possibly be a change up here. Is Yuri going to have a go? No, he's not close enough. He just showed a wheel. Same thing there from Darby, who goes defensive on Kwanda Mokwena. Mokwena going to try and drive around the outside. He does so. Mokwena gets through. He gets through and drives around the outside. Let's get confirmation of that. No, he doesn't. He gets forced wide by Darby van der Merwe, and he has to come back underneath Darby van der Merwe. So a fantastic battle there between the two of them. And Farhan Basha is about to join the two of them as well. One Team Red Racing Universal Motorsport car and two Stradale Into Africa Mining cars coming from the two youngsters in that class, Farhan Basha and Kwanda Mokwena. Yuri Swart putting pressure onto Natim Samanga, hoping he's going to buckle. So far he has not. He has soaked that pressure up and has done a superb job to keep out a slightly more experienced driver on his tail. Yuri Swart, of course, coming from Cape Town, he had a phenomenal first round, won everything in the first round, and then has been in a fight of note between himself and the two Team Red Racing boys, Leighton Free and Clinton Mercedes, to be exact. JP van der Walt now seems to have got away. In fact, no, he's dropped. He's dropped back into the clutches of Tate Bishop. Tate Bishop losing a little bit of ground now on that last pass. But JP has lost some ground to, of course, Jaden Else, who's just up the road from him. Well, that's how things stand as they come across the line and complete another lap. We've got 7 laps of action still to come. Move there from Tasman. Not quite close enough to get through on Besaidnut, but she's definitely looking for a chance to possibly squeeze out the man from Port Shepstone. South Coast versus the eastern side of Johannesburg or Gauteng. And a fight here between Natyam Samanga and the Cape Town-based driver, Yuri Swart. Umpi is looking dangerous, but he hasn't found a way or any opportunity to make a move on the Squadra course car there of Natyam Samanga. Keegan Masters must be in the ears there of Natyam Samanga, telling me exactly what to do, not to buckle under the pressure. Arnie Neveling has also closed the gap down ever so slightly there to Tasman Pepper, and Besaidnot just ahead of her. Next battle, it's Lonica Martins with Davy van der Merwe on her tail. Van der Merwe's lost a little bit of, actually opened up a bit of ground now between himself and the hard-charging Kwanda Mokwena. Foreign Basha with some pressure coming from the King Price Extreme car. And right on that, of course, is Jaden Else. Then it's a bit of a gap to JP, and then a gap once again from JP van der Walt. Further down even. 2 lady drivers were in the top 6 overall in qualifying and in Super Pole. It looks like Lonica's just dropped out of that top 6 and giving that room to her teammate, Arnie Neveling. Still no answer from Yuri. He's looked left, he's looked right, he's looked around, he's tried to drive over the car. I think there's the only way you're going to be able to get past Natyam Samanga, looking for his highest position finish ever in Polo Cup. He got his best qualifying ever yesterday by getting it on the front row. And now looks to just capitalize on the luck that he's been gifted this weekend to keep out Yuri Swart and maintain second place on the road. And he's doing that with 6 to go. 4 done. Tasman Pepper spent a couple of seasons overseas with Formula W, the women's series that has been such a huge success. And unfortunately, due to COVID scenarios and inabilities to get across to Europe, she was unable to make her seat for this season. So got an opportunity of note to get back in a race car, and you don't have to ask Tasman twice if she wants to be back in a race car. Although you might have to ask her twice to get around the outside of her there, Arnie. And Irene Eveling just applying the pressure onto Taz. Taz knows exactly how to soak that kind of pressure up. She is a little bit rusty. She spoke about it yesterday, but that rust, of course, will go away with the muscle memory and the ability that she has as a race driver to keep out a man who has taken on the likes of some of the best drivers in the world in his career. One of them to mention, of course, currently drives for Mercedes-Benz. And I think he would love to be teammates to him at this point in his career. But, of course, it never ever materialized there for Arnie. But he's certainly got a massive talent when it comes to driving, that is for sure. And hopefully he can keep it on the black stuff here behind Tasman Pepper. Try and get through and move up ever so slightly there into Africa. And, of course, Gulf Oils are the sponsors there for Stradale Motorsport. He's got duties to do this weekend and then next weekend at the South African Endurance Series alongside his teammate Charles Oranges as they look to go and do some more battles in East London Grand Prix circuit for that next championship. There's a move from Jaden Nelson in the background looking to try and get through on Foreign Basher. Oh, nearly a touch. In fact, there was a bit of a touch there and another one. It's Rubbing is racing and a tap there on the back end from Jaden Nelson on Foreign Basher. He soaks it up, gets the car sideways. Jaden Nelson now going to try and get on the inside of the next left-hander. He's on the inside and he makes it stick. There you go. Well, if you can't get through, you're going to have to force your way through. There might be a little chat there with the COC about that maneuver. But anyway, let's have a look and see if JP van der Walt can capitalize. He can. JP dives on the inside. Foreign didn't see him coming. Opened up the door, and JP van der Walt has also got through on Foreign Basher. So 2 overtaking maneuvers in the space of 4 corners. Foreign Basher demoted down 2 positions. Can actually, from our commentary position here, smell the rubber as they got those Dunlop tyres lit up and the Ferodo brakes working triple time. Foreign just trying to hang on. You can see on the slow motion replay here. He managed to catch it, but of course it compromised his drive slightly, which allowed Jaden Else to go around his outside and then dive on the inside there, going into what is turn number 9. And Basha, of course, also demoted down 1 position, not only from Jaden Else's point of view, but also by JP van der Walt. Further back. Race action continues there. Lonica Martin's under a bit of pressure now, and you can see it's coming from Davy van der Merwe. Van der Merwe wants through. Can he go around the outside of turn 3? It's a long way around, off camber and slightly downhill. But if you get the drive out of that one, you'll have the inside line for the right-hand flick, and he's done that. Can he keep it all together now, heading into the dog bone? Oh, Lonnika's going to squeeze him out under brakes, or is she? No, she just gets on a little bit later on the brakes there. Darby van der Merwe has got to go around the outside of the first part of the dog bone. This is what Polo Cup is all about. Showing everybody that you can overtake at Red Star Raceway. Similar maneuver we saw earlier on there coming from Saud Variawa, and he made it stick a bit better. So I think Darby might have been watching that coverage and decided, hey, there's an opportunity. We saw Saud Variawa make it stick, and he's going to do the same thing here to Lonica Martins, and he's done it. Cementing that position and moving himself up into the top 6 by the looks of things. Brilliant stuff as they go down there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th place that is for Darby van der Merwe. So just outside of that top 6, Arnie Neveling just up the road from him, but there's definitely a change up there between Lonica Martins. Martins trying to come back at him. Let's see if Foreign Busher tries to return the favour as well. Trinity Security Services car there of Hammond as he heads up onto the short straight braking marker, locking up ever so slightly into that braking marker, and hanging on there is Nathan Hammond. So it is Tasman Pepper still at the helm of this battle between herself and Arnie Neveling. They've had a bit of an opportunity to race against each other on numerous occasions in karting in the past, but it's been a bit of a rivalry between them, I think, in various categories as well. But I can tell you, the ability of both those drivers on a very even score. Now the lap completed and 4 to go. No changes in the top 3. Top 4, in fact, stay the same with Poseidon Note. And then it's Tasman Pepper and Arnie Neveling making up the top 6 ahead of Darby van der Merwe now. Lonica Martins, Kwanda Mokoena. Jaden Else, as we saw, ahead of JP van der Walt. And in fact, looks like JP van der Walt might have just got ahead of Jaden Else there in the last part of that last lap. Looks like there's a bit of a maneuver on here as well from Natyam Samanga's point of view. He is not going to give this up without a fight. And he's pulled a little bit of a margin now over Yuri Swart. I think Yuri Swart might be realizing that there's no way through. If Yuri could have a little bit of a Facebook coverage inside his cockpit and see some of the maneuvers that are happening behind him, he might try some of those. Might want to go and watch this afterwards to see where the opportunities are and where you can make some moves stick. Lonica trying to return the favour now on Darby van der Merwe. Stradale versus Universal Racing Team Red in the house ahead of the Into Africa mining car of Lonica Martins. Her mom and dad are here and her brother's here as well, and a couple of supporters that she was allowed to bring. No spectators just yet though, unfortunately. Still in motorsport, which is why we bring you all this live stream action from Two Wheels TV and up to 60 seconds. Yuri Swart has had a chance, but he just can't find a way through there on Natyam Samanga. Will Samanga give him some room to play at some point at this race? It doesn't look like it. He's got about 2 car lengths there over Yuri Swart, so it's a phenomenal drive coming out of Natyam Samanga, got to say. 3.5 laps to go for these guys and girls, as Tasman's pulled a bit of a margin now over Arnie Neveling too. Neveling could be falling into the clutches of Darby van der Merwe and Lonica Martins if he's not careful. We certainly hope you're enjoying all the action from all the corners of the globe so far. And catching us here on YouTube as well as on our Facebook feeds. Squadra course in second. Who would have ever thought that? I don't think Natyam Samanga realized he was going to get to the front end of this competitive field of racing so early in his career, but he is reveling in it right now. There are 3 laps to go there for lap 3. Samanga, Yuri Swart, Clinton Poseidon, Tasman Pepper, Arnie Neveling in your top 6. Just watching in the background as well for potential battles that could be raging too. Or some return of the favours, particularly on that man, Darby van der Merwe, possibly from Lonica Martins. Kwanda Mokoena, JP van der Walt and Jaden Else still in a bit of a fight of their own too. So some battles still yet to be sorted out, with the laps ticking off here one by one. Pinota House car of Yuri Swart not able to bridge that gap, and in fact still losing more ground to Natyam Samanga there in second. Celebrating 25 years of action, and some of the best race action we've seen in the 25 years has certainly come out of 2021's season. Clinton Poseidon from Natal down in Port Shepstone on the south coast of South Africa, hanging on for 4th place. He certainly needs to be slightly ahead of Yuri Swart if he wants to remain in championship contention. Could be losing out that opportunity for the season. His teammate Leighton Free, who led out literally from the word go, is slowly but surely putting his hands up and looking to put one hand on the championship trophy, doing a similar job to what his teammate did last year. Dario Busi going from rookie championship in 2019 to champion in 2020. So this is what it looks like from Lonica Martins' point of view. She tries to close it down and get back at Darby Finamava, but it doesn't look like she's got an answer there just yet. Tasman Pepper trying to do the same thing to Besaid Note, just maintaining the gap over Ani Neveling as well. She's in no man's land right now between two rivals. But it's a welcome return, I've got to say, for Tasman Pepper, and certainly great to have her back in this pack of very competitive drivers. Neveling doesn't have an answer to Tasman Pepper. There's 2 to go. 2 laps of race action to come your way. And no changes for the first 6 cars across the line. Besaid Note pulling a little bit of dirt onto the track. You'll have to be very wary on that. They are being very strict in terms of watching for guys cutting corners and pulling some rubble or dirt onto the surface. It compromises drivers behind you. It might be a lot of half a second or a little bit less than that. Certainly plays a role by the time you get to the end of the race. And remember, with these guys, there is also the fastest lap of the race to take into account for additional points. Currently, we are looking at a 2:15.477 from Leighton Free. He's the fastest of the race so far, in terms of what I can see on my timing monitor. And I don't think anybody's gone quicker than him, no. Leighton Free is quickest overall, as well as leading the race from the word go. So with 1.5 laps to go for these guys. Natium Samanga, drive of the day so far from this young man. And definitely a man to watch out for in the future if he can get this kind of pace so early on. He's definitely been helped out by some of the best in the business. Keegan Masters, the next champion in this class, and of course a global touring car champion as well, knows exactly how to get these guys to perform in Squadra course. Baxi Kamani unfortunately hasn't made it back onto track just yet after a big crash down at the East London Grand Prix circuit at the previous round. We wish him all the very best for a speedy recovery, and hopefully he'll be back in action by the time we go to the next round of the championship at SupaCup, and of course finishing this championship off at the Kyalami 9 Hour at the end of the year. See those Dunlops starting to take a bit of strain now in the heat. Getting a little sideways there was Clinton Besaid Note. It's all due to the amount of track temperature that's available. And with 1 to go now, Leighton Free starts his final lap ahead of Natium Samanga, Yuri Swart and his teammate Clinton Besaid Note. Darby Finamava maintains a good little pace there as well, bringing his car up into contention for top 6, just outside the top 6 at this point. But amazing to see that we've got 3 of Team Red Racing's machines up there and 3 of the Stradale Motorsport cars in that little battle too. Yuri Swart and Natium Samanga, the only 2 drivers not involved in those 2 big race teams from the 2 stables. Leighton Free just has done everything to perfection so far. Fastest in qualifying, fastest in Super Pole, drew pole position for race number 2, and looks like it's going to be race 1 victory for him as well. Heading down the short straight now towards the final 6 corners of the circuit. Freeze has got to keep it on the black stuff. He's got a comfortable margin over the rest. He's also set the fastest lap of the race, so it's a bonus point going his way. And that's going to definitely, as I said, start to move those hands towards the championship trophy. And looking to do exactly what his stablemate did last year, or his teammate from Team Red Racing did last year, in Daria Busi, going from Rookie of the Year last year, which is exactly what Leighton Free was, to potentially the champion this year. We've had one champion crowned this weekend at Red Star Raceway in the Investchem Formula 1600s. The Polo Cup is not going to be sorted out just yet. There's still too many rounds available still and too many points up for grabs. But take nothing away from Team Red Racing and Universal Motorsports. Leighton Free, race 1 win in the bag there for Free. Nice to see Chris Short on the sideline, and Masters giving Natium Samanga a big thumbs up for his first step of the podium. It's the number 2 step of the podium, but take nothing away. Natium Samanga is the name of the future, and for the future, that is for sure. Phenomenal effort there from Squadra Course to finish up in 2nd place and ahead of championship rival Yuri Swart in the Alpine Autohaus Polo. A couple of low bumpers on some of those cars after some off-track excursions. Giordano Lupini just beating out Tate Bishop, I think, to the closing stages there. But it's Leighton Free who takes the overall win, and getting confirmation of that one ahead of Natium Samanga. Yuri Swart in 3rd place. A great drive from him. And a phenomenal effort once again from Clinton Besaidner just to beat out Arnie Neveling and Tasman Pepper for the top 6. So just battling with our timing at this point in time. I'm not quite sure why we're not getting it coming through, but needless to say, we'll be working on that. It's, I think, a signal issue here that the timing guys might be having. We're getting great pictures here, courtesy of 2 wheels and up to 60 seconds of Leighton Free taking the first win in the Volkswagen Polo Cup. Up next, you'll hear the
Volkswagen.
So Mobil 1 V8 Supercars making their way out to the circuit right now. It's time for the big bangers. The Rolling Thunder make their way out onto Red Star Raceway here at round 5 of the Extreme Festival. We managed to catch up with a couple of the drivers just before we went into race action at the pre-race press conference, I beg your pardon. And let's see what the drivers had to say about Red Star Raceway before we go racing. Mobil 1 V8 Supercars press conference. Fantastic to have you gentlemen here. Let's kick off in the middle, David. Take us through what a massive turnaround you've had in your season, and things going really well with the car and with your driving skills too.
Yeah, well, I said in my first season that I'm going to give myself 3 years to learn. Pity last year was a short year. But, yeah, it was a baptism of fire, getting to understand what the car does. I couldn't get the car to release, but I get it now, understand it. So, yeah, just hats off to Mackie, Demetrio Racing. Done a lot of effort into the car, and, yeah, it's come together nicely.
Moving on to the rookie on your left-hand side, let's pass it on to Richard Fuller. They've always said that these V8s are a big go-kart with the locker diff at the back. You've come from a karting background. How big a step is it?
Similarities may be there, but my goodness gracious me, it's a difficult car to drive. That locker diff plays such a major role in how that car comes through a corner. You got to play at that accelerator all the time, either to lock it or release it. But it's go-kart-like, possibly. You've got to carry a bit of corner speed. Pity I can't lift the inside wheel. It would make it a lot easier, you know. But yeah, enjoying the car, loving the car.
Moving on to Thomas. Thomas, you've got some work to do now. Championship-wise, it's tight at the top still, and still some work to do heading into the last couple of rounds of this championship, and particularly here at Red Star.
Yeah, Red Star is a bit tight, and it looks like I'll have to move Mackie out of the way, which is not a biggie. I just want to say well done to Richard at the last round at SupaCup. You know, a rookie came in and showed us how to do things. It's not going to happen again, ever. But yeah, no, I look forward to the race. We had a good race here last time, and I hope that we can put Mackie in his place.
Some fighting words there from Thomas Reeb. I like it. He's on the front row, but he's not on pole. A turnaround as well coming from Terry Wolford in the Fuchs Falcon. A brilliant job to find whatever issues were ailing that car after a big incident at the last round. So certainly great to see him back into formation flying at the front end in the Fuchs Ford Falcon. Alliteration aside, alongside him is the Mobil 1 Chevy Lumina. So it's Fords versus Chevys on the front row. Behind them, championship contender is Franco Di Matteo and Warren Lombard in the Pep Boys Automotive Ford Mustang. He'll be pushing hard as well to try and get through there too, and hopefully take on the big gunners ahead of him. Andre De Lange in the Roof Shaw car. Just behind that, he's in the Jaguar, ahead of Mackie Adlam, also in a Jag. Not where Mackie Adlam wants to be to try and make this another championship. 4 in a row he's already got. He's looking for 5 in a row. It'll be the first time that a driver has taken 5 championships in a row for what was the V8 Supercars in the past, and what was originally, of course, the modified saloon car championship that these cars eventually took their birthrights from. Great to see JP Nokia there in the lime green Hulk-coloured N4 Autocraft car. That Corvette is also a very, very quick little machine around here, particularly here at Red Star Raceway too. Will be a man to watch out for if he's able to get some good starts in this race, and of course with the inverted grid and reverse grid for race number 2. Carl Nell just alongside him, and then it'll be Richard Fuller, the man we just spoke to, and David Kutsia, who are the second last row of the grid. Stevie Herbst bringing up the rear there, the chairman of the board in the PPG, and he'll be looking hard to push from the back end in the Prime Instrumentation and PPG Corvette. Chevys versus Fords, that's what we're looking for here in the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars as they get ready to go now for their first heat of action. It is a rolling start, so it'll be Terry Wolford to dictate the pace as they roll round out of turn 13 onto the main straightaway. Big fights in this field in the past, and some expected here today as well. There is Fuller. As he said, the big locker diff on these cars, very difficult to manage, but he's slowly but surely getting to grips with it. He's under the tutorage of a multiple champion in his own right in V8s and big V8 race cars, but never a V8 champion in this category. Came very close on a number of occasions to Rolf Duplessis, But you can't ask for a better man to teach you how to get cars around a track fast. PPG, Prime Instrumentation Corvette there of Stevie Herbst at the back. So try and get as much heat into the rubber as possible. Won't be too difficult for these guys to do that. Not with ambient temperatures sitting currently at 36 degrees Celsius. The real feel of 36 degrees Celsius here, 32 degrees Celsius ambient temperature. And of course, slight breeze coming in there. It's about 9 kilometers an hour. There's absolutely no cloud cover. And the wind gusting up at about 17 k's an hour. That's how things stand heading into this first heat of V8 Supercars. What we found yesterday with these cars, of course, is the back not the backdraft, the backfire of the cars as they gear down. If the cars are any close to the grass side of things on either side of the track, and depending on where your exhaust pipe is, tend to light the fires up as well. And we're about to light the fires up here for race 1. Terry Wolford setting the pace now as our pace car rolls off. Thomas Reeb will come up alongside him. De Matteo and Lombard side by side there for the second row. Third row looking very good in the hands of Franco De Matteo and Lombard. But here we go down towards turn 1. Oh, Terry Wolford has caught them all napping. He drops the hammer down into turn 1 and leads into turn 1. They all slot in line astern through the chicane and into Bridgestone for the very first time. You can see just how tight it is there between the mid-pack cars. N4 Autocraft car being put under pressure already almost instantaneously there by Carl Nell. Somebody put a wheel on the dirt there. I think it might have been De Matteo putting a big tacky onto the dirty stuff. And Warren Lombard trying to make him capitalise for that little mistake as he comes down under braking for turn 3. He runs high and wide in the Pep Boys automotive car, looking for an opportunity to get through on the Deltec Batteries Jaguar of Franco, the Italian stallion De Matteo, and hasn't quite been able to get it right just yet. Now what you're going to find is, how do you get past? That's how you get past. Thanks, Mackie. Right on cue. Adam diving on the inside of Lombard, who opened up the door, and he says, thanks very much, I'll have that all day, every day. And Lombard demoted down to 5th. Adlam promoted up to 4th place, right onto his championship rival's tail. The two cats going at it now. Deltec Batteries Jaguar versus the Mackie Adlam and Adlam Auto Jaguar XJR. We get onto the short straight now. Looks like the third cat coming along for a bit of a bite as well, as the Roofshaw Jaguar dives and looks to get through. Couldn't quite make it stick there on Lombard. Lombard runs wide out of the triple right-hander. Did open up the door there, but no, the Roofshaw car just squeezing out Carl Nell, but not able to get through there on Lombard. Here comes Adlam. Adlam dives on the inside of De Matteo. De Matteo shuts the door. Very close between these two though. No inch given there whatsoever, and Lombard tries to capitalise as well. Comes up right up close and personal to the back end of that second cat on track. So the Falcon leads out with Terry Wolford at the wheel, ahead of the Chevy Lumina of Thomas Reeb. And here we go into turn number 1. Is there a chance here for Adlam? Oh, he has a big look. I think De Matteo realises he's never going to be able to make a move stick into turn 1. Very tricky chicane that brings them onto the back straight for the second time in anger. 10 laps to go, well, 10 laps of action and 9 to go of that 10. They've completed the first lap in anger, and everybody besides Mackie Adlam has pretty much stayed line astern and as per the race start. A couple of changes there, but need to say the biggest one came out of Adlam, finding a way through there on Warren Lombard early on. Now trying to do the same thing to get through on Franco De Matteo. Oh, great bit of driving there from Adlam. Just put the wheel up the inside, coming out of the right-hand sweep and into the dog bone, seals the deal. So Adlam moves up into what is now 3rd place. What a move there from Mackie Adlam, diving through and finding a way, now trying to get up on the inside and ahead of the Chevy Lumina of Thomas Reeb. Roofshaw Jaguar all over the back end of Warren Lombard, looking for a way through. Up close and personal. How much up close and personal or closer do you want to get there, Andre De Lange? De Lange literally fent a trailer on the back end of that Ford of Warren Lombard's. The Mustang just hanging in there. Oh, and locking up. Oh, that's how hard we are seeing these boys trying. De Lange locks up a big tacky going into the right-handers. And he just managed to hang on to it and not be outgunned there by Carl Nell, who's waiting to pounce. Behind Nell, it's Nokia, Fuller, Kutsia and Herbst. But the fight is on here in this mid-pack. Phenomenal start to the day's racing here, that is for sure, for the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. And remember what happens in race number 2. All of these cars will be inverted, which means the possibilities of more overtaking and some aggressive overtaking could happen in race number 2. Running wide, not allowed to go too far wide. You've got to watch out for those cones. They are demarcating the track to play on. Fuller nearly clipping one of the cones as he came out of the final turn. Lombard hangs on for now. Closing in on the back end of the Deltec Batteries Jaguar of Franco Mateo. Remember, that car has basically just been rebuilt within the space of about a week and a half. He had a massive crash at the Samola Hill climb. And what a move there for the lead. Oh, Wolford's got a problem. Wolford's got a problem. I was going to say, that didn't look like it was that easily done. Wolford slows up dramatically, pulls to the right-hand side and allows first place to be overtaken and taken by Thomas Reeb. So Reeb now is the man who's on the move there, and Mackie Adlam realizes it. He's now going to try and find a way through there on the Chevy. That Lumina leads out. Deltec Batteries Cat is in third place ahead of Lombard in the Mustang. Then it's the third Jaguar of the Roofshaw sponsored Andre De Lange. Also looking pretty dangerous is De Lange. Lap times, all personal best from every single driver, right down to 9th place David Kutsia on that last pass. So you can see the tyres have come into their own. They are up to optimum race temperature now, and everybody's going to start putting in the lap times that could count. Short straight. Slipstream possibly. Not a lot to play with out there. Very difficult conditions with the hot temperatures. And once again, De Lange locks up. Runs wide. Is that going to be a chance for Nell to dive through? It is. Nell dives through. Great opportunistic driving there. And oh, De Lange's out of shape. Putting wheels onto the dirt. Here comes Fuller. Fuller dives through the inside as well. Big flame from the backfire there as he came under braking, and now gears down. There's an issue. I wonder if something's broken on that slip and slide there. No, he gets going again. Just maybe in the wrong gear coming out of that corner. But Andre De Lange has made some crucial mistakes there and lost 2 positions in the maneuvers that he tried to pull there. He locked up coming down into turn number 8. And unfortunately got it all wrong. Here comes a maneuver possibly from Mackie Adlam into turn 1. He's close enough on the Lumina. Will it be Slipstream City down the N12 straight away? Mobil 1 Chevy Lumina versus the Adlam Auto Jaguar XJR. Reeb puts the power down. He'll be very wary about where he can overtake and look to try and go defensive. Not allow Adlam any room to pounce. He's in the ultimate car, 2 pounds, of course, the Black Cat, or the Jaguar that he drives. It's not the black one, it's the Adlam Auto one. Fuller's into pit lane. Fuller's got a problem, and you can see there from Rooftop to see saying, cut the engine. Something's gone wrong there on the Mustang. So Fuller pulling into pit lane. Here comes a maneuver from Adlam, applying pressure onto Reeb. Looking for a chance to dive through here. Can he get through into the hairpin? It's very tricky. First gear corner here for these big V8 supercars. Remember, they do 140 k's an hour plus in first gear. So it's first gear, second gear. Bang it to third possibly by the end of the short straight. They definitely get to third gear on the back straight away, but maybe not here on the short one. Here comes the return of the favour possibly here from Warren Lombard, trying to keep out Carl Nell. 2 Fords on the back end of the Jaguar of the Italian Stallion. Oh, look at that change of line there from Mackie Adlam, just getting Reeb to look in the mirrors. Trying to catch Thomas Reeb off guard. We heard how fired up Reeb was in his interview. He said no one was going to get through. He'd make it pretty easy to get ahead of Mackie Adlam. He's done that so far. But now can he keep Adlam out? That's the question. There is Terry Wolford into pit lane as well. 2 retirements, Wolford and Fuller. And Adlam now trying to get to the front end as quickly as he can. Still a long way to go. 6 laps of race action to come. And Adlam applying the pressure onto Reeb. Lombard applying the pressure onto Di Matteo, and the similar kind of pressure being applied onto Lombard by Carl Nell. One of the best drives we've seen out of Carl Nell, that is for sure. Wheels off the dirt there. I think that was Mackie Adlam putting some wheels on the dirt. Compromised his drive down the big straight. Let's see whether or not he's able to do anything about it here. Lombard having a look. Not quite close enough there. The Pep Boys Automotive and High Tech Racing. Gavin Wilkins prepping that car. And it seems to be going exceptionally well here today. He now goes on the hunt for that Black Cat ahead of him. Carl now looking to pounce as well, just behind him. See just how these guys are having to double up their opportunities and look for chinks in the armour. It's the only way you can find a way past, is to get some kind of mistake out of the driver in front of you, and the pressure's got to be applied to get that mistake made. That's what Adlam's trying to do. Sparko and Adlam Auto Jaguar fighting there with the Mobil 1 Chevy Lumina. Here he comes. He has a look on the inside, but no, has the door firmly shut. Reeb shuts the door. Change up coming out of the hairpin. Looks like the Mateo has lost out some ground. He has indeed. The two Fords diving through and getting ahead of the Black Cat. The Deltec battery check. Oh, Adlam over the dirt. Adlam with a big maneuver trying to get through there and just cuts the car right across the dirty stuff. That's going to give some breathing room. The Chevy Lumina didn't make a mistake there. Thomas Reeb just held his line, but Adlam was trying something desperate there. Couldn't make it stick and went over the dirty stuff. Has that done some damage to the undercarriage of the car? We'll have to wait and see. These are quite robust cars, these, I've got to tell you, but Adlam making that kind of maneuver with the dry conditions here at Red Star Raceway. We haven't had any spring rains here just yet. We're not expecting anything today. That could have possibly done a little bit of damage to the bottom part of that car. Lombard up to third, looking for a podium again. Carl Nell looking for his first podium. And you can see just how hungry Nell is. They've left the Mateo in their wake as they come into the Bridgestone chicane. Certainly not what we were expecting here. Adam not making uncharacteristic mistakes like that too often. And you can see just the frustration. The frustration side of things is starting to be felt there by Mackie Adlam. There's no doubt about it. And you can see he comes right back underneath the back end of that Chevy Lumina. Thomas Reeb's day is not done yet. Adlam is still on fire and looking for a chance now with the halfway stage reached here for Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Coming down towards the hairpin. Watch for the drive now from the Adlam Auto Jaguar. Trying to get up ahead of that Chevy Lumina of Thomas Reeb. Chevy versus Ford Power now. Here they come up the short straight. Background it's still Lombard and Nell. To Mateo, still hanging on to fifth place. He's got enough of a margin there to try and keep out David Kutsia and Andre De Lange in the background. Adlam now, will he try the similar kind of maneuver? This is where he got it all wrong last time. Dives across, no, not close enough. Reeb is just positioning that car to perfection to not allow any opportunities for an overtaking maneuver. And Adlam is trying everything he knows in terms of his abilities behind a race car's wheel to find a way through there. Lombard from Nell. Nell following through and trying to just get through for that third place. It would be Nell's first podium if he gets there. But Warren Lombard certainly wants a podium. He's been off the podium for a long time. He has been on the podium, but it's been a long time since he's been back on it. So he'll certainly not give this one up without a fight. 4 laps to go. And there's 2 fights to watch out for. First and second place. Those two heading onto the N12 straight away down towards turn 3. Reeb and Adlam. Fastest laps coming out of both Lombard and Nell on that previous pass. Not quite as quick as the guys out in front of them, but certainly personal best coming out of both Lombard and Nell for the fight for third and fourth place. And see just how hot that is getting as well. Lombard has pulled a little bit of a margin over Carl Nell. So he's going to try and control things there from that point of view in the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars with 3.5 laps to go from where they are there in the dog bone. Reeb is under huge pressure. This is probably one of the best ices we've seen out of these two in a long, long time, where it's been this close and no one's made a move just yet. Number 1 car, of course, has had that number 1 plate for the last 4 seasons in a row. Thomas Reeb would like to take that away from him, and so would Franco De Matteo. De Matteo's chances falling by the wayside there, but I did mention the fact, as we see the Jaguar locking up into the right-handers, that Franco De Matteo's car had some big damage from a hill climb crash at the Samola hill climb 2 weeks ago. So he certainly has done a valiant job to get the car all patched up. They actually got it fixed overnight for him to still participate in the King of the Hill competition on the Sunday at Samola, but it was literally strapped together with duct tape and zip ties. They've had a chance to do some carbon fiber repairs to it, but maybe not as fired up as what he wanted it here at Red Star Raceway, with maybe a little bit of battle scars underneath that he hasn't picked up on just yet, which is why he's dropped down into 5th place. Warren Lombard, Pep Boys Automotive Mustang coming across the line there for 3rd. We're watching Reeb and Adlam still go at it here for 1st and 2nd. Adlam this time hangs on, doesn't put a wheel on the dirt. He's put a wheel on the dirt almost every single time he's come out of turn 2. This time out though, much better drive from the Adlam Auto. Looks like he's going to try and find some special line to get through on Reeb. Reeb is going to be very wary. He's going to be watching his mirrors all the time, placing the car as much of the center of the circuit as possible to not open up any doors and give Adlam a sniff of 1st place. Reeb, Adlam, Lombard, Nell and Demateo, your top 5, but behind that of course is still DeLange, Kutsia, Stevie Herbst, JP Nokia. I'm not sure if Richard Fuller's been able to get back on track. I didn't see him roll out of pit lane, so he might be still stuck in pit lane along with Terry Wolford. I love it in the background. You might hear some kids screaming from the gallery there. That's, of course, Mackie Adlam's kids shouting for their dad. Here comes Nell. Oh, there's a big move here from Carl Nell. Can he quite possibly squeeze out Warren Lombard? No, not quite close enough just yet, but Lombard just placing that Mustang. He runs a bit wide. Lombard might be battling with tyres there a little bit. Traction is definitely becoming a big problem. Oh, and as I say that, lighting up the back end is Carl Nell as well. So it looks like the two Mustangs might be fighting for traction ability and how much they've got left in these tyres heading into the closing stages. They've got 3 laps still to go. Still some work to be done. 2 laps as they cross the pass now. And Reeb still hangs on. Reeb and Adlam into turn 1, Bridgestone chicane. Thomas Reeb has soaked up the pressure admirably from Mackie Adlam. You heard it in his interview, he was not going to give Adlam any room. He still wants to take the fight to Mackie Adlam. Peel that number 9 off and chuck a number 1 on it by the end of the season and make the Mobil 1 Chevy Lumina the number 1 car in Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Demateo still fighting hard here. You can see the 2 cats going at it. It's Andre DeLange on his tail, the white cat from Roofshore, taking on the Deltec Batteries Jaguar of the Italian stallion Franco Demateo. David Kutsia still circulating in 7th place. Steve Herbst just behind him. 2 cats fighting into the dog bone. It's pretty interesting to see that. Here's our 2 Jaguars head towards the dog bone section. There is Stevie Herbst, and I think we may even see the leaders closing in. Yes, indeed. Thomas Reeb and Adlam are about to catch Steve Herbst, and a back marker could come into play here. Is Adlam going to be able to use it to his advantage, or will Reeb try and do the same thing? Thomas Reeb and Adlam coming up on the back marker. There they come. Oh, but great driving from the chairman of the board there. But it's opened up a door. Oh, I thought it might do. Reeb had to go a little bit defensive coming out of the double right-handers, or triple right-hander I should say, into the left. And he went defensive to keep out Adlam, trying to find a way through there on the Pri Instrumentation and PPG Corvette. And now you can see massive pressure being applied there by Adlam. The frustration level must be pretty high. There's not a lot of room to play here, and there's not a lot of room to overtake. The track is very wide, but it's to find the opportunity to overtake. That's what you've got to take into account. Reeb about to cross the line one more time. As he comes across the line, they got 1 to go. Is Adlam going to find that opportunity now? In the background, Carl Nell has moved ahead of Lombard. So we've got to change up for 3rd place. Nell ahead of Lombard. 1st and 2nd still up for grabs here. It's not done yet. Oh, this time the Cafe Automotive and Mobil 1 Chevy Lumina puts a wheel on the dirt. That's the first off-track excursion we've seen there from Thomas Reeb. You can see just how hard he's having to fight to keep off the big intentions being shown here by Mackie Adlam to take the win. Adlam is just going left, right, centre, everywhere he can go to try and open up the door and squeeze through. He goes on the inside into the dog bone. He's not close enough. Thomas Reeb shuts the door. He runs into the apex there, coming out of the first part of the dog bone. Now heading up the hill. It's a right-hander into a left-hand flick. Then into a 90-degree left-hander. Comes right back on you. A little flick to the left and then to the right. Into a hairpin. First gear. Thomas Reeb from Mackie Adlam. What a battle here between these two. Brilliant action all race long. And big slip and slide onto the dirty stuff there. Has that compromised his drive. Here comes Adlam. Is he going to have a go here at the end of the short straight? No, he's not close enough. Reeb is good on the brakes. Has he been able to make the turn though? Yes, he does. He just hangs on to that inside line. Defending for his life here. Defending for the win in Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Adlam has another look. A big dive on the inside to try and get Mackie Adlam's Adlam Auto Jaguar on the inside of Thomas Reeb. He's not there yet. 2 more corners, 2 more opportunities to have a go. This one he won't be able to make it stick, but possibly going into the last corner. It's going to be a drag race to the line, but I think we're going to see Thomas Reeb hang on. Yes, indeed. So Mobil 1 and Cafe Automotive Chevy Lumina of Reeb is going to hang on for race 1 win. These two, of course, are going to be demoted to the back of the field for race number 2. So can you imagine the action that's going to come from that? Oh, Adlam runs wide out at the final corner. Pushing that hard to try and take the win, but Reeb hangs on. Adlam in second place. What a dice between those two. Carl Nell is going to come through for his first podium ever. Or is he? As Warren Lombard tries to come back at him. It is Nell on the podium. That's the first time we see Carl Nell on the podium of V8 Supercars. That is for sure. Lombard in 4th place. He'll be kicking himself for making a mistake somewhere on track. The Italian Stallion hangs on for the 5th place in the Deltic Batteries Jaguar. Ahead of Andre de Lange in the Roofshore Jaguar. So 2 cats coming across the line, the black one versus the white one. And the one out there by the Italian Stallion over De Lange. David Kutsia still circulating and going to come through for 7th place ahead of Steve Herbst, who was lapped. JP Nokia would have pulled into pit lane by the looks of things. Yeah, he only completed 5 laps. So he unfortunately was out a little bit earlier on in the race. We didn't see him going to pit lane, but Fuller definitely was in pit lane, and so was Terry Wolford. So last car to come to the line will be David Kutsia. And that will wrap up our first bit of coverage from the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars here at round 5 of the Extreme Festival at Red Star Raceway. Kutsia seems to be just battling a little bit there. Seems to be a little bit of a misfire on that car as well as he comes on. He's still got thumbs out and shaking his fist saying, yes, I got across the line. The Mobil 1 grid car comes through to finish up the race down in 7th place. And that wraps up the first part of the day's proceedings here at Red Star Raceway. Remember, we have got a small lunch break that'll be probably coming up in the very near future. And we'll be back in a few minutes' time with action coming out of the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup for their second race of the day. So I hope you've enjoyed all this action so far here from round 5 of Extreme Festival, and looking forward to more action in a few minutes' time. Big welcome back to action from Red Star Raceway, and don't forget to check out the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Facebook page for your chance to win 2 nights at a Sun International Hotel and a R1,000 betting voucher, all courtesy of Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup. And they're back out on track here at Red Star Raceway for their second heat of the day. Graham Van Breda taking the first win of the day and looking forward to another one and possibly securing that number 1 plate even closer with the demise of his closest rival. 30 points in it coming into race number 1. Michael Smith did not make it onto the grid. He crashed in the warm-up with some cold tyres, and those Bridgestones unfortunately weren't up to proper temperature just yet, which made a little mistake come from Michael Smith. I did see some guys trying to frantically work on his motorcycle to get it back up and riding. I don't think I see it on the grid though, which is a big pity, which means that Van Breda is literally going to be walking away here with a couple of points in the bag, and that much closer to securing that number 1 plate again for the second time in a row. It's Gareth Besaidenout though who will be leading things out. He of course is on pole position ahead of Graham Van Breda. Enticott, Brook and Ganapathy are the second row of the grid, and we saw just how good Dave Enticott was off the grid in race number 1. They've still got a warm-up lap to go of course, so we've still got a bit of time to talk about how these guys are going to filter through and possibly change things up here. Remember, you also got some action coming from Travis Nordier, Stuart Christie and Johan Leroux. Fight for Class C honours there between Stuart Christie, Johan Leroux and Teddy Brook. There is the Dog Doctor on 65. Making their way down into turn 1. So I'm going to try and pick up on, there was a rider who went out only a couple of minutes ago. We didn't get him on camera. But a rider that had to go and do some changes to his motorcycle, and hopefully those changes have worked out. On the white bike, so I'm assuming it possibly be either Henk Scaling or Teddy Brook. They had some issues to sort out, and if they've got them sorted out, they'll be looking forward to the second heat of Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup powered by Red Square. Jack Besaidenout will definitely be looking for a victory here today at his favourite track. Always goes well here. We've seen him in the past with some big battles with multiple champions in this category. Johan Leroux looking for another Class C win. Going to definitely be in the fight there with the Panaganapathy and Travis Nordier again. I've just been onto the track to do a link for Polo Cup, and I can tell you the track temperatures are huge. Very, very high. And they're possibly going to be a big factor in this one. So I'll go to our current temperatures here at Red Star Raceway. We have 33 degrees Celsius temperature, but the real feel here at Red Star is 37 degrees Celsius, which means track temperature is going to be close to sort of the 45 to 50 degrees Celsius mark, and Bridgestones will come into their own very quickly. No need for tyre warmers today, that's for sure. They'll get warm within about half a lap of this 4K circuit. Originally a purpose-built motorcycle circuit, but of course, as you can see from today's action, we've now gone to 4 wheels and 2 wheels here at the Red Star Raceway. The Buco Kawasaki there of Travis Nordier, double race winner from East London. And he'll be looking to maybe change his luck up a little bit here today. Didn't quite finish up on the podium in race number 1, but if he gets a good start, we all know how difficult it is to pass here at Red Star Raceway. So Besaidenout and Van Breda, GVBD and GB on the front row. Michael Smith is not in the middle of them, and he won't be back in action until the next round at SupaCup, the final round of the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup. Will Enticott try and squeeze through between the two riders on the front row like he did in the first one and get the whole shot? He certainly looks like he's up for that challenge. Final whistle and under starter's orders. Lights are about to go on and off. Van Breda had a terrible start. Will he get a better one this time out? They held him for a long time. Van Breda does not get off the line, and he eventually gets the gear down and into turn 1. Gareth Besaidenout got a good start initially, but then just got bogged down slightly. As always, the Silver Surfer right up there off the start. Teddy Brook is unbelievable from a dead start and up in his second place, but I think he'd probably be closed down by Besaidenout along the back straight for the first time. Coming up into the breaking point at the bottom end. It's close to 270 k's an hour on a flying lap. It's about 250 now on a start lap. And already Travis Naudé diving on the inside of his Cape Town rival, Dave Endicott. Endicott down one position, and Buko Kawasaki up into what is now 4th place on track. Much better start this time from Travis Naudé. Maybe he's changed a couple of things up there on that Buko Kawasaki to give himself maybe a little bit more of a chance here in the second heat. Endicott from Apana Ganapathy there in the 5th and 6th place battle. So as they come through the dog bone up the hill slightly, it doesn't really look like they're going uphill, but I can tell you they do definitely go uphill at that point. And into the very sharp hairpin. It takes them onto the short straightaway. Endicott closes down under braking. Behind him Ganapathy. Then it's Stuart Christie and Johan Leroux. Into the short straight. Teddy Brook still hanging on for second. What a start there from Brook. Endicott has a look on the inside, but can't quite make it stick there to get through on Travis Naudé. So you've got Stefanuti Stocks Kawasaki out front. Also Motul sponsored bike there of Graham Van Breda. Leading things out over the Brook Refrigeration Kawasaki of Teddy Brook. Self-sponsored Gareth Besaidnote in 3rd. He's got the Buko Kawasaki behind him. And then Sorum Engineering and Motorwise Kawasaki of Dave Endicott there in 5th place. They're about to complete the first lap in anger. And there'll be 7 more to go. Watch out for Besaidnote into the Bridgestone chicane, looking for a chance to get through. Possibly the same thing coming from Endicott on Naudé. Can't quite get there just yet, but he has a look. And has the door firmly shut by that Buko Kawasaki of Naudé. Stewie Christie just behind that, fighting hard with Leroux and Ian Harwood. Harwood up to 9th place right from the word go. Much better start there from him. Scaling down to 10th ahead of Lafros Fritz. Big move there. Almost on the inside from Gareth Besaidnote. Trying to find a way on the inside of Teddy Brook into turn 3. Off camber, left-hander, downhill as well. So it makes it very difficult to get the bike set up to do. But if you get it right through here, you can dive on the inside, which I think is what Gareth wanted to do. He just wasn't close enough to try it on this occasion. Into the first part of the dog bone. Up the hill, as I said. And as they come into the dog bone section, you can see just how hard riding has to be done here to make a maneuver stick. Not easy. You've got to have your wits about you, and certainly have to try something special or unique that someone else hasn't tried just yet to make a overtaking maneuver stick here. In the background, Endicott going to try something there on the Buko Kawasaki by the looks of things. Yeah, here comes Dave Endicott. He's got the drive, he's got the slipstream, but he hasn't got what it takes on the brakes to get through there on Travis Naudé. Naudé is very good on the brakes. We saw that in East London at both Beacon and Cochabana. He is unmatched and unmarked by anybody, including Graham Van Breda, your race leader. But Endicott is quick as well, and he's also very good on the brakes when it comes to the Cape Town circuit of Killarney International Raceway. So he's going to try and use his outbraking maneuvers and abilities to find a way through there on Travis Naudé. Besaidnote still hasn't found a way through on Brook. What a ride here from Teddy Brook. Second place still and 2 laps down. Endicott getting good drive there on the Sorum Engineering Kawasaki, trying to close things down there on that Buko ZX10. Graham Van Breda disappearing at the front end. 3.5 second lead after 2 laps. Endicott into turn 1. Is he good enough? Oh, he has a big look into Bridgestone chicane. And you can see it's not going to be easy. Right behind that, it's battle of the double figures. 77 versus 44. Besaidnote's through. Teddy Brook just getting outgunned into turn 3, and now Besaidnote cements that second place, trying to go and hunt down Graham Van Breda at the front end. If Gareth Besaidnote can get down into the 157s he was doing yesterday, as opposed to the 201s he's doing now, and that was because he was behind, of course, Teddy Brook, maybe being slowed up there by the Silver Surfer. Say he's called the Silver Surfer. If you've ever heard me mention that name with Teddy Brook, it's due to the fact that if it does rain, Teddy Brook has got the most retro rain suit in the world. It's an all silver, almost chrome rain suit that he puts on and turns himself into what would be Marvel's version of the Silver Surfer. It's the ZX10's version anyway. On to the short straight. Top 3 getting away now from 4th place. 4th place, is it Endicott who's moved up? Yes, it is. Endicott is through. Enticott has got through on Travis Nordia, and Nordia down to 5. So the Sarum Engineering and Motorwise Kawasaki ZX10 ahead now of that Buco Kawasaki. Panaganapathy trying to close down on Nordia. Wants to put his bike into numerical order. 77 comes before 78. That's what he's going to say. But he's got to get through there on the 84 bike, first of all, of Travis Nordia. Good ride there from Dave Enticott once again, looking for a chance to be back onto the podium. He's still got to catch and pass Teddy Brook up the road from him. You can hear the wail of those ZX10s as they come past our commentary position. And it's Van Bredar still controlling things with 5 to go. Brook, Enticott, and Nordia. Panaganapathy just outside the top 5. Johan Leroux still in 6th place and 2nd place in Class C at the moment. Teddy Brook is leading the Class Cs there in 3rd place overall. So if we look at the way things stand in terms of the classes, Besaidnout in 2nd place leads out Class A over Enticott and Nordia. And Class B is Graham Van Bredar and overall ahead of Harwood. And further down from that should be probably Henk Scaling. And then, of course, take into account that we've got Class C being led up by Teddy Brook, ahead of Johan Leroux and Stuart Christie, the dog doctor. There he is. Stuart Christie from the Eastern Veterinary Clinic. You actually go past his clinic on the way home if you're going back into Johannesburg side of things. Past the Kempton Park-based veterinary clinic there of Dr. Stuart Christie. We've got the doctor in, of course, MotoGP, but we've got the dog doctor in ZX10s. Nice run here from these guys, and spread out a little bit. But there's still some battles to be sorted out here, and I think Panaganapathy's got some serious intent being shown here onto Travis Nordia. As we heard, Nordia on slightly older machinery, as I said, but he has got a brand new 2020 ZX10 with about 1,000 Ks on the clock that he is going to be prepping for 2022's ZX10 Masters Cup season. Save note in 2nd place, fastest lap so far for him, 59.329. It's about half a second quicker than Van Bredar, and Van Bredar is only 2.9 seconds up the road. So as he crosses the line again, let's see if the gap comes down slightly there. 2.9 stays the same. So no changes in terms of the gap there between those riders. Teddy Brook still in 3rd place, and it's looking good. Smooth rider is the Silver Surfer. Doesn't usually put a big amount of knee out or knee down at any point. He just keeps it very smooth and steady. You could call him Steady Teddy, actually. That's how smooth he is. Ahead of Enticott, and Enticott trying to close him down. Look at the gap there between them. It's about 4 seconds to make up there. But Enticott in the 2-minute flats now as opposed to the 2:01s from Teddy Brook. So there's enough time there still available for Dave Enticott to maybe close things down here on Teddy Brook, on that Brook Refrigeration ZX10. Johan Leroux and Panaganapathy getting up close and personal too, just behind that. This is Besaidnout in 2nd. As I said, self-sponsored for that young man. And incredibly, to get it onto pole position for both races yesterday, he only needed 1 session in the morning to set the 1 minute 57.9 that he did for qualifying. And then went off to go and see his beautiful sister Samantha get married and spend time with the family. Coming back today to do some battles, and yeah, the battles continue. Here we go, JLR and Travis side by side, and Leroux is through. And he closes on Panaganapathy as well as they headed up into the double right-handers. Brilliant stuff there from Jan Leroux. Getting through there on Travis Nordia. Nordia maybe taking a bit of strain here in the heat. I know a lot of the guys from the coast are not used to this dry and sort of in-your-face heat that Red Star provides at this time of the year. Usually we would be into looking for clouds at this point in time, but the cloud cover has come in, but it's not beckoning for rain, so that's one cool thing we don't have to worry about. Possibilities of getting wet here today are highly unlikely. Besaidnout once again, quickest on that one by almost 2 seconds faster. He's brought the gap down to 1.7 seconds now. So he's definitely on a flyer here to try and catch Graham Van Breda. 1:59.1 as opposed to a 2-minute flat coming from Van Breda. And the gap is now down to 1.776 seconds. So 1/10 every now and again. Is there enough laps? 2.5 to go. Maybe not enough laps for him to do anything about Van Breda unless Van Breda rolls off ever so slightly. Which could possibly be the scenario right now, because Van Breda is just taking it a lot easier. TRP Distributors and Bridgestone Kawasaki ZX10 of Ian Harwood. Harwood is up into what is 8th place overall. And that would be second in Class B. It'll probably give him second overall in Class B for the day as well. Good ride there from Ian Harwood. And lap times from Harwood also coming into the 7s. He's been quicker here. His best lap time in the second heat's been 2:06, but I think he did 2:04s in qualifying, and I think he's actually gone down into the 2:01s at one point in his career as well, if I'm not mistaken. The Sade note is definitely closing on Van Breda. I don't know if Graham Van Breda realizes how quickly Gareth Posade note is closing. You'll probably get to hear that exhaust pipe in a couple of seconds' time if there's a little bit more of a gap opened up here between them. And that gap definitely coming down, as I said, as opposed to opening up. And it's because Gareth Posade note is pushing so hard. Once again, it was a 59.1 on the last pass. Looks like he might be even quicker on this one. And that 1.7 second lead is definitely coming down. Here's Henk Scaling side by side with Lafras Fritz. Great little battle here between the 28 and 69 man. Rutpin Racing taking on Henk Scaling, one of the busiest motorcycle riders in the country. If there's classes to race on the day, Henk Scaling usually participates in every single one of them on his ZX10. I'm looking for a chance to maybe make it up into the top 10 ahead of Lafras. He's just done that. Right, so it's down to 1.1 second now with 2 laps to go. The Sade Note has done a 58.7. So his qualifying lap time is about a second off from what he qualified on a 1:57.9. He's now 1:58.7 and definitely closing that gap down to Van Breda out front. 1.1 second at Red Star Raceway. You can make that ground up relatively quickly, but it's to find a way past. That's what Posade Note's going to be thinking about before he gets to Van Breda. Where can I have a go? Where can I open up the door, possibly spoil the day there for a double win for the man who would be king again? Brooke has been caught as well. Teddy is under threat there from Dave Enticott. Enticott is closed down on the Silver Surfer. And that Brooke Refrigeration Kawasaki ZX10 is under big threat here from the Sarum Engineering and Motorwire ZX10 of Dave Enticott. Enticott gets onto the throttle, trying to get everything he can, wringing the neck out of that ZX10 as he heads up this long straight. It's a slightly shorter one of the two, though, as I mentioned, that long straight. But of course, it is still a relatively long straight into a triple right-hander. And flick it over onto the left-hand side. See the different riding styles. There's Teddy Brooke keeping the knee in almost all the time. Knee out, knee down from Dave Enticott. Another lap to be completed here, and there'll be 1 to go on this next pass for the leaders. Here they come to the line. 1 lap to go there for Graham Van Breda. And it's down to 1.5, so he's opened up a little margin. I don't think Posade Note's going to have an answer now with 1.5 seconds with the lap. He won't make up that 1.5 seconds in this lap. He tried for the last 3 to make up 1.7 seconds. So Gareth might have to just settle for second place, but he'll take the win in Class A. Class B is Van Breda, and overall right now for Stefanuti Stocks and Motul Kawasaki. Teddy Brooks still hanging on for the lead of Class C and 3rd overall on track, ahead of Enticott, who's 2nd in Class A and 4th on the road. This absolutely amazing stuff here from these guys, and it's been good days racing for all of our two-wheel riders, other than Mr. Michael Smith. He'll certainly be kicking himself for a small error he made in the warm-up lap of race number 1, which put him out for the day. You heard the disappointment from him. 65, that's the dog doctor, slowing up dramatically, so something's gone wrong there for Stuart Christie. Puts his hand out just to warn the other riders that he's there, but they would have seen him and wouldn't be too much of an issue with him that far out of harm's way. He's He's nowhere near the race line, and that's good riding there from the dog doctor, staying out of any possible trouble between these two. I don't think there's going to be any, though, as Van Breda's just controlled things with the last lap. He put in a little bit more of an effort on that last pass, getting down to a 58.9 to keep out the intentions there from Gareth Besaidnote. And a similar thing happening here with Teddy Brook. Brook looking for an overall podium. Enticott wants it as well. They come through the last 3 corners. Van Breda heads up to the final turn. Van Breda coming to the line. Checkered flag is out, and it's going to be Graham Van Breda for the second win here today. 2 out of 2 for Graham Van Breda. TVBD on the Stefanuti stocks. And Motul Kawasaki taking the win ahead of Gareth Besaidnote. Who's going to have third place? Is it going to be Enticott or Brook? Waiting for them to come across into our sights for the final time. Teddy Brook is going to hang on. He is. Brook and Enticott to the line. It's going to be side by side, and he just gets ahead. Teddy Brook, third place overall. What a run there from him. Third place and the win in Class C going to Teddy Brook on the Brook Refrigeration Kawasaki ZX-10R. Dave Enticott finishes up in fourth place for Sarum Engineering and Motorwise. Apana Ganapathy there for ART Racing comes through for fifth place, beating Travis Nordia on the Bucco and Ganubi Glass Kawasaki ZX-10. Johan LaRue for Avidan there in seventh place ahead of Harwood on the TRP Bridgestone bike. And then it's Henk Scaling beating out Lafris Fritz. Shuey Christie with some issues there right in the closing stages. Not quite sure what went wrong there with the Eastern Veterinary Clinic and the dog doctor, but he's definitely going to be unhappy about that. There is confirmation unofficially of your results. Van Breda from Besaidnote and Brook, Enticott from Ganapathy. And of course, in terms of the classes, it's Graham Van Breda beating out Apana Ganapathy for Class B. Class A goes to Gareth Besaidnote ahead of Dave Enticott and Travis Nordia. And Class C, it's Teddy Brook from Johan LaRue and Lafris Fritz I beg your pardon, Henk Scaling in third place ahead of Lafris Fritz. We'll be back shortly with more action from Global Touring Cars. So next up, we're going to be heading into action from the Global Touring Cars and Global Touring Cars SupaCup. And we caught up with some of the SuperCup competitors and the Masters competitors yesterday at the pre-race press conference. Global Touring Cars SuperCup competitors, Brad Lindbergh leading this championship. It's on. There's 2 more rounds to go. What's the plans for Red Star?
Yeah, it's going to be a good round, hopefully. Hopefully we can carry on the momentum that we've had and we've been building throughout the year, and look forward to it. I think it's going to be a tough one. The heat's going to play a big part. But yeah, really looking forward to it, and hopefully we can come out with some good points.
Championship's not done just yet. You've got a couple of rookies either side of you, starting with Saul first. Man, what a turnaround in your season, young man. An absolutely amazing effort that you put in. And right up there with the usual contenders.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it was a big jump from karting into the touring cars, and first race was decent, but just trying to stay there with the big guys, and we're struggling a bit, but we'll find our feet and carry on from there. Yeah.
Handing over to the rookie, I've got to say, whatever Roy Campos has been feeding himself seems to be working in terms of his COVID plan, but he's aged dramatically well. Keeks, a big welcome to you for Global Touring Cars SuperCup.
Thank you very much, Greg. It's great to be a part of it. But reluctant to leave Volkswagen Polo Cup, being bonded to that car for 4 years. But the change of car is immense. The car is superb. Great job to Volkswagen on it. And yeah, it looks like it's off to a good start. Let's keep the momentum going.
Global Touring Cars SuperCup Masters category here with us now, and starting with Johan de Bruin in the middle. Johan, you've had a massive turnaround in your season. Joined us as a rookie at the beginning of the year, and things have really gone according to plan, and big changes from your side to get to the front of this battle.
Yeah, we're trying our best. I think we've had a lot of bad luck, but if it wasn't for bad luck, we'd have none at all. But so we're trying our best out there.
And from your side, moving on to Andre Rousseau. Andre is still leading the championship at this stage, but things seem to have got a little bit more hectic. If you look just to your left-hand side, there's a new man joining the series, and there's a couple of new guys that are certainly coming along for the ride.
Well, you see, now we've got world champions in karting competing with us, which is fantastic. It's great to have a guy like this. You can see he immediately pulled some time, and we all have to chase. My friend Johan de Bruin, as he said, had a tough time, but now he's leading this pack, so it's going to be one hell of an afternoon. It's my first time at this track, going in the opposite direction, and I must tell you, I've got vertigo. I just don't know which direction to go, but we'll give it horns.
Cristiano, a big welcome to you from Global Touring Cars SuperCup point of view.
Thank you.
It's a complete different scenario to what you've ever done. You've had most of your career in single seaters. Take us through what the SuperCup car is all about.
Yeah, it's all new to me, but the car is awesome, and it's been a good experience so far. I've done a little bit of practice. I did a race in Mozambique just with my dad in a 1 hour enduro, and it's great to be here. I'm just stoked.
Well, we look forward to the championship, guys, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Well, they roll out onto Red Star Raceway for the second time today. Global Touring Cars SuperCup and Global Touring Cars. The GDC is, of course, going to be inverted for the top 6 and top 7 in the SuperCup category. Also inverted for the second race of the day. So, wow. Expect to see a little bit more wing mirror banging and bashing there between these drivers as they start to get into the grips of things. I can tell you it's going to be some interesting little maneuvers that are going to be pulled, I think, further back in SuperCup. But if Michael van Rooyen wants a double win on the day, he has to come from 6th place on the grid and beat out Robert Volk, Julian van der Walt, Scott Temple, Mandan Dekani, and your pole man for Team Red Racing Universal Motorsports BMW, Lee Thompson. Now, Lee Thompson, chatted to him just after race number 1, told me that unfortunately some power steering issues happened on the BMW, and that meant that he had to drive the second half of the race with no power steering, and yet was still able to put in an incredible 1 minute 57 lap in that Global Touring car of his. So with Lee Thompson on the front row, and if everything goes according to plan, is going to be a tough man to beat and try and find a way past. As I said, Michael van Rooyen, Robert Volk, Julian van der Walt, that was 1st, 2nd and 3rd in race 1. They've got to try and get through another 3 cars to get back to 1st, 2nd and 3rd if they want to, with the inverted grid. And that's how they do things here in Global Touring Cars. Scott Temple certainly must have a chance of getting to the front as well, ahead of Lee Thompson and Mandla Mdakani. He'll be looking for a win, that is for sure, in that Chemical Logistics Toyota Corolla of his. Investchem team, of course, prepped by WCT Stuart and his team. Always do such a great job of preparation on the cars. They not only look after the global touring cars, but they also look after all the single-seaters that Ian Schofield owns. And they also help out, of course, with the preparation of that Ford Focus as well. So it's basically a lockout there, other than Nanda Ndakani, for the first 2 rows there for that team. Lee Thompson will come through to take up his pole position. And then we'll look to try and dominate things here in the Global Touring Car Super Cup class. Super Cup, change up for the way things line up for Super Cup. It's interesting to see how they've shuffled the grid there. I saw earlier on, this is a revised version, I think, of this Super Cup grid. I just want to double check that we've got the right grid here as I go to my phone for confirmation on that. It looks like there has been a revision. Yes, there was a revision. It's Johan de Bruin who's going to be on pole position for the second race, ahead of Jason Campos, Cristiano Magara and Keegan Campos, Jonathan Machotzi, Brad Liebenberg, Jeff Kruger, Sam Hammond and Nicky Dix. And looks like Stefan Schneiders and Saud Variawa will be starting from the back of the grid. The initial grid I saw was Saud Variawa was actually going to be on pole, but looks like there might have been an incident that had to be sorted out in the COC's office, and maybe Variawa's maneuver was deemed to be unfair, and that's why he's been dropped to the back of the pack. Johan de Bruin, we've just spoken to him in the press conference. He is your pole man, alongside Jason Campos. Now, de Bruin has been on pole position in his race career before, not necessarily, though, in Global Touring Car Super Cup. And that's the reason why he's not seen where he has to take up his position. I don't think he saw the revised grid positions either, because he was supposed to start further back. But, of course, with the revision there, he now moves up onto pole position and will resume the pole position role of a driver who leads this pack of 12 cars behind the 6 GDCs. So it's de Bruin from Campos, Cristiano Morgado, already into a race win for his Masters side of things, but he'd love to have a race win overall in Super Cup on debut. That would be a turnaround for sure. Keegan Campos is alongside him. He'll certainly be looking for a rookie debut as well to take a victory ahead of his brother and Johan de Bruin. Jonathan Machotzi and Brad Liebenberg side by side, stable mates. It's the Volkswagen Motorsport Super Cup car against Sparco's Super Cup category contender and championship leader, Brad Liebenberg. Race 1 winner, Jeff Kruger, is down in 7th, alongside Sam Hammond for the Trinity Security Services entry. And then it's Andre Besaidenote for Team Perfect Circle, and Nicky Dix in the Curvent Air Conditioners Polo Super Cup GTI. Stefan Schneiders and Saud Variawa, as I said, right at the back of this pack as the horn blows, and our Polo GTI pace car makes its way down towards turn 1. It will lead the pack around until we've got them all ready to go. And remember, there's a slight gap in the proceedings here. GDC start, and about 15 to 20 seconds later, the Super Cup cars have their own separate start. Green flag at the back. Cars about to start rolling for their warm-up. And, of course, the rolling start lap now. Once again, if you've joined us from all around the world, a big welcome to Red Star Raceway in Mpumalanga. It is superb to see track temperatures and ambient temperatures coming down ever so slightly. We got up to the heat of the day at about 37 degrees Celsius. It's dropped down to about 31 degrees Celsius here. A small breeze coming in from the northwest, and that's not really going to affect anything other than possibly just cooling the track down ever so slightly. But track temperatures were up to about 49 degrees Celsius, so these Dunlop tyres are going to be up to optimum race temperature well within the first lap or so. And that's exactly what these guys are looking to get them to, so that they can take advantage of the traction available from the Dunlop tyres underneath them. Ndakani, he'll be looking for a chance to maybe spoil the day here for everybody and steal the win for Team Gazoo Toyota Racing. And that second car out of the stable It'd be great to have a victory out of each of the drivers from that Kazoo Racing stable. Here he is on the side note for Team Perfect Circle. Nicky Dix, new man to the series, only his second time out in that car for the Curvent Air Conditioners team. So there is definitely an outside chance for Scott Temple. But Lee Thompson in East London was on pole position in race 2 and went on to win race 2. So will there be more of the same there for Team Red Racing and Universal Motorsport? Weaving from side to side to try and get as much heat into that rubber as possible. Behind the Brain and Campos, the front row of GDC SuperCup. Magara and Campos, the second row. Machotzi and Liebenberg, the third row. That is your championship leader in shot right now in the Sparko car, Brad Liebenberg. Will he be able to get to the front end of the GDC SuperCup battle and try and steal some more valuable points away from the guys who are just behind him in this championship? Still very much up for grabs there between Jeff Kruger, Liebenberg and Machotzi. But it's now up to Lee Thompson. He will assume the position at the front end of this field in pole and also dictate the pace as to how this race starts. Ducani moves up alongside him. Temple moves up behind him. Alongside Temple, you've got Julian van der Watt. A little bit late charge there from Michael van Rooyen. He's going to maybe have a run at turn number 1. As the lights go out, we go down towards turn 1. Lee Thompson's on the inside line, so he should be able to hang on to the lead. And followed by Ndakani as they go into the chicane for the first time. Temple followed for van der Watt, and then it's Robert Volk and Michael van Rooyen, the Rustenburg Rocket, at the back of the field. Odecure car of Johan de Bruin hanging on to the inside line. Campos around the outside as they go into the chicane. Lee Thompson leads out. No changes between the first 6 as they head down towards turn 3, but as they go into turn 3, you've got a massive pack of Super Cup cars going into turn 2. And as they come out there, Jeff Kruger already trying to make up some ground there on Liebenberg and on Machotzi. It is Campos who leads things out ahead of Campos. Campos 1 and 2 possibly as they go to turn 3. Will Underbrain be able to outbreak them? No, he won't. Keegan Campos slots in behind his brother Jason. And here comes Magaro. Magaro diving up the inside, taking the lead of the Masters. Machotzi tucks in behind Johan de Bruin. Oh, they're in the thick of it now. The Odecure car of Johan de Bruin with Machotzi on his tail and Liebenberg right there with Jeff Kruger pushing hard too. Machotzi opens up the door. De Bruin runs wide, but he will keep out Liebenberg. Yes, he does. Only allows Machotzi through there. So Johan de Bruin has gone from 1st to 4th in the space of 5 corners. But it's in amongst some of SA's finest drivers and finest racing talents. Take nothing away from what Johan de Bruin can do in a race car. But when you've been involved in Polo Cup and Super Cup for such a long time, these youngsters know exactly what to do to take on the slightly elderly statesman. And that's why Variawa is all over the back end now of Andre Besaidnout for Team Perfect Circle. They come up the short straight. Defensive driving coming out of De Bruin, coming out of Variawa and coming out of Liebenberg. Liebenberg's dropped back slightly there. Looks like Brad Liebenberg might have a bit of a problem. There's a move from Jeff Kruger on De Bruin. He gets through. And he slots himself up just ahead of Johan de Bruin now, who pulls a little bit of dirt onto the track as he puts a wheel on the dirty stuff coming out of the triple right-hander. So Campos 1 and 2 as they come down towards completing the first lap of 10. Thompson leads out and controls things from the front at this point in time for what is happening out on track for the GDC side of things. Lee Thompson from Ndakani, Temple in 3rd, but this is the fight now from Campos' point of view. Campos trying to stay ahead of the hard charge from Cristiano Magado. Magado certainly knows what to do when he gets to the front end of a race. Machotzi and Liebenberg ahead of Kruger. Race 1 winner Jeff Kruger closing down on Brad Liebenberg, I beg your pardon, as they go into that chicane. Here we go, Campos, Jason, Campos, Keegan. Oh, what a move! Diving up the inside from Robert Volk, and he's trying to get through there on Ndakani, and Ndakani keeps him honest as they come into the dog boat. Oh, a little tap there, little touch between the two Toyotas. Volk getting frustrated because you can see Thompson getting away, and Ndakani's holding the rest of this pack up, doing Lee Thompson a massive amount of favours here. He's kind of playing a tail gunner role there for the BMW and leading the pack of Toyotas, hunting him down. Volk has got through on his teammate Temple. He's also got through, of course, on the Ford Focus of Julian van der Vat. And van der Vat now trying to fend off Michael van Rooyen's intentions. Ndakani hangs on still, keeps out Volk. Volk trying to find a way past, can't find it just yet. So it's 21, 41 and 31. Battle of the ones there. But out front it is Lee Thompson disappearing in the BMW. He'll be looking for a chance to run and hide while these Toyotas fight it out amongst themselves. Let's see just how difficult it's going to be to get through on Ndakani. Further back or down the field we go into GDC Super Cup as Machotsi closes in on the Campos boys. Oh, and a change up for the Campos boys. Keegan's hit the front. Keegan's ahead of Jason. So Keegan ahead of Jason Campos. They're the two Campos boys, 1 and 2 ahead of Machotsi. It's Liebenberg running wide onto the dirty stuff, pulling a little bit of rubble onto the circuit there, right into the face of Jeff Kruger. Kruger into 5, looking for a way through there on the Sparko car, Brad Liebenberg. Great fight here for Global Touring Car Super Cup class. And an equally good battle. Oh, a little wide there from Keegan. Jason nearly makes him pay. Keegan runs onto the dirty stuff and runs wide, and Jason Campos tries to dive on the inside, but Keegan kept it buried. Didn't give up the opportunity there and didn't give up the position either. What a great run to the line here, and 8 to go. There's 8 more laps of this kind of action. I'm looking forward to it, I can tell you that much. Super Cup are putting on a show here of note. Machotsi looking for a way pass now. Campos hits the push to pass. Oh. And you can see just how he's having to work it to get away from Machotsi. He needed that extra bit of power to keep the gap between himself and Machotsi. Here comes Liebenberg around the outside of Jonathan Machotsi, down into turn 3, off camber, downhill. And on the outside of that off camber downhill is Brad Liebenberg. Can he hang on? He'll be on the inside for the right-hand flick coming up, but Machotsi forces him a little bit wide. There's not a lot of room there, and they are side by side still. Machotsi on the inside, Liebenberg on the outside, into the first part of the dog bone. Brilliant stuff, and Kruger's looking to capitalize. Kruger trying to get through here on the Sparko car as he can... Oh, he has a look, but he couldn't quite get there. Brilliant stuff here from Kruger and Machotsi. Machotsi now on the inside of Campos. Campos runs wide under pressure. And I think looks like Machotsi might be able to get through. No, Campos keeps him honest, forces him wide into the hairpin. Here comes Brad Liebenberg along for the ride as well. Liebenberg opens up the door. He sees the door firmly opened up there by Machotsi, who's going on the attack on Campos, but forces a mistake from himself to miss out on the defensive. He goes inside now of Campos into the triple right-hander. This time he makes it stick. Slides into that triple right-hander. Campos comes back at him. Oh, brilliant stuff. This is what it's all about. Oh, there's a big touch. Had to happen. Campos got out of shape. So did Machotsi, and the two of them tagged. Campos on the sideline, and Machotsi gets through. Forceful driving coming out of Jonathan Machotsi. Equally forceful coming out of Campos. There was no room given by any of those two drivers, and can't say anybody was at fault there. They were both giving it as hard as they got. There you can see the first maneuver coming through there from Machotsi's point of view. He runs in very hot. He runs wide. Campos cuts back at him. Comes through on that inside line. Tries to return the favor. There's a tag there between the two of them, and as he gets tagged on the left there, you see Machotsi's out of shape. He can't catch it, and he just slams into the side of Campos. Campos on the dirt at the back of the field now. That is definitely not where Jason Campos wanted to end up. While that was all happening, we got a change up here between Ndakani, and looks like Robert Volk's got through on him. Volk is through, but Lee Thompson is a long way up the road, and there's still lots of race action to come your way here in the second heat of Global Touring Cars. Brilliant race action as always, and it's exactly what we expected to see with the inverted grid. It's definitely working out well here for some superb race action. So this is how it's going to be as they come to complete this lap. It is Lee Thompson leading things out. He is ahead of Robert Volk. Volk ahead of Ndakani. Then it's Temple. Then it's Van der Vat. And Van der Vat is doing such a magic job to stay ahead of the Rustenburg Rocket. Race 1 winner Michael van Rooyen down in 6th place still. That's definitely not where he wants to be. Ndakani, his teammate, there in 3rd. Ahead of Temple. Splitting the two Investchem Chemical Logistics Toyota Corollas. The WTC team doing such a great job on those cars. But Team Gazoo Racing equally good. can see just how Ndakani is trying to fend off the intentions of Scott Temple. That's the gap between first and second with 6 to go. 6 laps of race action coming your way. And there's still some work to be done now for the Toyotas in second, third and fourth place. Try and close the gap down there on Lee Thompson. He had power steering issues in race number 1. It's the reason he lost the battle to Manda Ndakani. Had to settle for a 6th position. Didn't really want to speak to anybody after the race because he had some work to do on the car, and looks like whatever he's done is working well now. Can it work right to the end of the race? We'll wait and see. Look at how Van Rooyen is putting the pressure onto the back end of Van der Walt. Van der Walt soaking that pressure up. Hanging tight to keep out the hard charge coming from the Rustenburg Rocket. Michael Van Rooyen. Big welcome to Louis Scholz, who's just joined us there from Car Care Clinic. He's just jumped up onto our screen. And looks like he's joined Jerry Kutzer and Paulo da Cunha, who are loving the life and watching all the action here from Red Star Raceway. Big welcome to all our guys all around the world watching on YouTube and Facebook on our feeds going out on the various channels. It's great to have you guys here, and this is the kind of race action we expected with the inverted grid for global touring cars. Possibilities here of pass from Van Rooyen coming. Van Rooyen looking very dangerous. Oh, and he's giving a little bit of rubbing his racing, tagging the back of the Ford. The frustration is starting to be felt there from Michael Van Rooyen. He's been stuck behind Van der Walt for a long time, and he's now looking for a chance to force his way through. It had to come. We saw it with Jason Campos and Machotsi, how the frustration levels eventually got to them. And we're going to be seeing more of the same now as they get into the second half of this race. Global Touring Cars has been superb here this weekend. We've got Polo Cup straight after this, and then it's second heat of the single-seaters, Investchem Formula Fords or Formula 1600s. Still to do some battle there, and of course the championship we thought was wrapped up, but actually still a little bit of work to do there for Andrew Rackstraw. 7th or better for him to wrap up the SA title in the next heat. Right now, Ndakani runs a little bit wide out of the chicane. See how hard Michael Van Rooyen is pushing to try and get past that Ford Focus. Temple looks on the inside. 21 and 31 down towards turn 3. 21 hangs on. He's not going to probably make the same mistake and allow Temple through. And Robert Volk must have been exceptionally good to try and find a way past him. There you see Keegan Campos looking for a debut win in his first time out in the Super Cup class, ahead of Machotsi and Liebenberg. Liebenberg ahead of Kruger. Kruger's being closed down slightly by the looks of things by Cristiano Magado. Jeff Kruger will be looking for a good finish to the day's racing. The red stripe and 53 on the bonnet of Magado in 5th place. Is this a chance here for Brad Liebenberg to dive on the inside of Machotsi? He will be well aware of where he should be finishing if things don't go according to plan with this inverted grid. So as high up as possible is probably what his team has told him. He would certainly like to beat his stablemate, Jonathan Machotsi, ahead of him. But I don't think either of them have got the pace to catch Keegan Campos out front. So the fight here is for second between these 3 cars, possibly 4 if Magado can get there. Magado is looking for a double win on debut in the Masters class. It's a great start to his race career in Global Touring Cars GDC Super Cup. Jeff Kruger is not done yet. If he sees a little chink in the armor there from Brad Liebenberg or from Machotsi's point of view, he's going to make them pay. He's already taken a race victory here today, so 4th place would not be satisfactory for him. I know Jeff Kruger, but like I think I do, he's still got a bit of a fight left in him here in the closing stages of this second heat of GDC Super Cup. Lifting wheels through these turns. Here we go, down towards turn 3 for Ndakani. He's pulled a bit of a margin now over Temple. There's no answer there from Scotty Temple. Remember, Scott Temple has come from multiple single-seater championships in his race career. Now looking forward to continuing his career in saloons and tin tops. And has stepped into the Investchem Chemical Logistics team alongside Robert Volk, has had some great outings. Volk still in second place. And you can see the first of the Chemical Logistics team's cars. And looking for a chance now to maybe close things down there on Lee Thompson. Thompson at this point has not been better or bettered at all since the start, and it's kind of what we expected. He saw the same thing happen in East London when Lee Thompson was gifted the pole position from the inverted grid. And he tends to win from that position every single time. A bit of dirt being pulled onto the circuit there. Guys are going to have to be very wary of that. The COCs have warned the drivers that too many of those may have to be penalised with a 15-second disadvantage, but I'll be very wary of that, as the marshals will be telling all our race control as to what's happening out on track and whether it's deliberate or not. Thompson slowing. Thompson's got a problem. Lee Thompson has got a massive problem on the Team Red Racing BMW. Pulls to the side of the track and off the track. Robert Volk gifted the race win here, possibly. Oh no, can you believe this? This is certainly not what Team Red wanted. And Lee Thompson has to pull that car to the sideline. Some kind of issue. And there's a fire under the bonnet. Fire under the bonnet there for Lee Thompson. Fire marshals coming straight to the assistance there of Lee Thompson as he tries to get that bonnet open and get the fire extinguisher working at the same time. Great job there from Lee Thompson. He gets the fire out very quickly. The car is sorted on the sideline, but Lee Thompson now out of this one with some serious damage to that car. Campos heads down towards the smoky area of turn 1, where all the CO2, of course, from the fire extinguisher would have been in his way as he headed into that first turn. Didn't affect him though at all. He still maintains his lead out front ahead of the GDC Supercup class. Ndakani now up into third place. Make that second, actually. Michael van Rooyen, has he got through on Van der Walt? I think he may have. He has got through on Van der Walt. So there's a bit of a change up there as well. He's got to try and hunt down Scott Temple, who's just ahead of him. There he is. So Van der Walt must have had an issue in the Ford. So it's Temple. And he's just tucked in behind Mandla Ndakani. So only one more position to make up there for Michael van Rooyen if he has to. Van Rooyen still with some work to do to get through on Scott Temple. Temple's going to have to now play the tail gunner role and try and keep out the attack coming from the Rustenburg Rocket. I wonder if that's the case. I'm just trying to pick up exactly what has happened there. My timing monitor's gone down here, but I can tell you that things are heating up in terms of the action on track for GDCs and for the Super Cup class. Mahotsi under big pressure now from Brad Liebenberg, and Jeff Kruger still in there as well. It's the lead and 5th place overall on track there for Cristiano Magada. The lead in terms of the Masters class for Magada, but 5th overall on track again for him. Mahotsi still fighting and fending off the attack coming from Liebenberg and Kruger. Lee Thompson having to pull to the side of the circuit. I think we've had an issue as well for the Ford Focus of Julian van der Walt. He's gone missing somewhere on track too. Try and get confirmation once we can see it on track as well of the top 3 in global touring cars in a few minutes time, but we're watching as Mandla Ndakani continues to circulate. Ndakani is still circulating. He's just ahead of the lead GTC Super Cup car of Keegan Campos. Liebenberg still not out of it just yet. Jeff Kruger using a push to pass, getting a little bit extra power down that straightaway. He's got a couple left to play with. Trying to close the gap down on Liebenberg and get onto the podium again. Has he got enough though? Is there still some time to get through there on the Sparker car? He's closed up rapidly there with that additional bit of power as they come flying past the slowing Mandla Ndakani. Kruger now on the last ditch effort to try and get through. Can he hang on and possibly spoil the day here for Brad Liebenberg? Oh, here comes Van der Walt back at Michael van Rooyen. That battle's not over just yet. You can see some battle scars there on Van der Walt's car. wonder if there's going to be a bit of retribution here from Julian van der Walt. He's lost out position there to Michael van Rooyen. Machotsi goes onto the defensive. Another lap down with 1 to go. And it's formation flying there for 41 and 31. WTC, Investchem, Chemical Logistics, Toyota Corollas, 1 and 2. Michael van Rooyen is there in 3rd place. He's going to get onto the podium. He's going to lead out the championship heading into the last couple of rounds. And Global Touring Cars is not done just yet. Robert Volk has opened up the championship yet again. And Michael van Rooyen and him are going to fight it right down to the wire. Brilliant bit of driving there from Robert Volk, getting through the field cleanly. And there were a few occasions where he had to force his way through, but it was all clean from Volk. Temple has played the tail gunner role to perfection to finish in 2nd place and fend off anybody else coming through on his teammate and spoiling the day there for Robert Volk. And Volk's got only half a lap to go now as they come down into a very tight right-hander that takes them onto the short straight. Superb race action from these guys. Absolutely loving life out there. And trying to just make it a formation flying finish here for the Investchem Chemical Logistics Toyota Corolla team. The WCT team have done such a great job on those cars. I've got to take my hat off to Stewie Thompson and his team for the preparation on both Volk and Temple's cars. As I said, formation flying. And if anybody's got a camera, they need to be standing by for the checkered flag, because it'd be great to see Robert Volk just roll off ever so slightly and get a formation flying finish here. I think that's exactly what he's doing. Wants to get his teammate as close to him as possible. He knows that Scotty's not going to overtake him to the line. But it would be a great photo opportunity for these two cars to come across the line almost side by side. Well, they're not too far away. Volk takes the 2nd win. Good job there from him. Ahead of Scotty Temple for 2nd. There was a cameraman there, and of course there's a couple of cameramen out on track as well doing some superb job for the still photography, and some superb cameramen giving us this kind of action to the line as well. Van Rooyen's on the podium, and he wins out ahead of Julian van der Walt. I think there might have been a couple of touches though to get him through though, so we'll won't get confirmation of those results just yet, but we still got GDC SuperCup to sort out. This is going to be a debut win, and just showing that the step up from Polo Cup to GDC SuperCup was definitely the way to go for Keegan Campos. Campos going to be taking his first victory on debut in the Global Touring Car SuperCup class for Campos Racing and for Turn 1 and Carrera Auto. Here he comes. Certainly well deserved, and he's definitely going to be pumped about that. Nochotzi's going to get 2nd. Liebenberg will get 3rd. And 4th place will go to Jeff Kruger, race 1 winner, keeping the championship very much wide open. Magado comes through for 5th place, and he'll take the win in the Masters class ahead of Saud Variawa, who came through nicely there for a 5th place overall in GDC SuperCup. Waiting for the rest of the Masters to come through there as well. I think it's probably going to be Johan de Bruin and possibly Andre Versailles will be finishing up. It is de Bruin just going through our commentary position there as we're watching Volk circulate. De Bruin comes through for 2nd place in the Masters class. And it's Sam Hammond who beats Andre Versailles and Stefan Schneiders to the line. So some great action there between our Masters category as well. In fact, Versailles behind Nicky Dix even. So Andre might have just had a little bit of issues there in the closing stages for Team Perfect Circle. But needless to say, some great action from Global Touring Cars and from the GDC SuperCup here at Red Star Raceway. We thought there would be no overtaking opportunities, but surely, and we were definitely proven wrong. The win and debut win there for Keegan Campos. There's going to be a happy man, there's no doubt, as he comes through and just shows that the step up from Polo Cup to Super Cup is definitely where he needed to be. And you can see just how stoked he is inside that cockpit. I'm sure that we'll try and get some interviews with those drivers if we can, but otherwise you can catch it on the television production that'll be going out in a couple of weeks' time on Ignition, Channel 189, DSTV, courtesy of Two Wheels TV and the production put together there. Machotsi, the first man to congratulate the new winner in Global Touring Car Super Cup, and looking forward to Polo Cup, the category that man stepped up from, coming up in a few minutes' time. Second heat of their race will be out on track shortly.
Volkswagen.
Welcome back to action from Red Star Raceway, and it's round 5 of the Extreme Festival, and it's another round of Polo Cup about to go to battle again. Leighton Fourie and Natia Msimanga will be the front row again, and that's due to the fact that it's been an almost perfect weekend for Leighton Fourie. Mentioned that he got fastest in qualifying, fastest in Super Pole. He then drew pole position for race number 2 with the lucky draw that they use for, of course, race 2 options in race formats like this weekend. And Natia Msimanga also drew himself second place to lock out that front row. He's taken the first victory, and second place went to Nati. It's Besaidnote and Lonica Martins who are behind the two of them now. So Clinton Besaidnote right behind his teammate, and possibly looking to maybe squeeze Natia Msimanga out into turn 1. There it is, double yellows into turn 1 for these guys and girls. So they'll have to be wary on how they go into turn 1 to not make mistakes and cause themselves to lose positions for being penalised for passing under double yellow. We are almost underway here for the second heat of Volkswagen Polo Cup. Remember, these guys and girls are part of the celebratory season of 25 years of race action from the Volkswagen brand and the Polo brand. 25-year anniversary of Polo in South Africa and Polo Cup at the same time. And warm-up lap now about to kick off. So we'll run through the grid as they get going. Leighton Fourie, as I said, for Team Red Racing and Universal Motorsport, looking for the perfect weekend. And all he has to do is get the second race to get that perfect weekend in the bag. Natia Msimanga will look to spoil his day, I'm sure, and so will his teammate Clinton Besaidnote, who starts in third place for Team Red and Universal Motorsport. Charles Visser was looking for a bit of a change up in luck. You can see some battle scars on the side of his car after some argy-bargies between himself and a couple of drivers in race number 1. He'll certainly be looking to get higher up than what he finished up down in 12th place in race 1. Lonica Martins ahead of Yuri Swart and Tasman Pepper. And Pepper also looking to turn her luck around now that she's just seen her boyfriend, Keegan Campos, step up and take his first rookie win in the SupaCup class. Kwanda Mokoena ahead of Charles Visser there for row number 4, ahead of Arnie Neveling, who starts way down in 9th. Lots of work to do for him. And Davy Vanamava in 10th. Vanamava and Neveling will have to do huge amounts of effort to get through a very, very hot pack of drivers ahead of them. Then it's Jaden Nelson, JP van der Walt, Farhan Basha just behind Tate Bishop and Nathan Hammond, and of course it's Basha alongside Giordano Lupini, and then Dean Fenter and Damien Hammond making up the back end of the field in the second of the Trinity Security Services cars. you've just joined us for the first time on Facebook or on YouTube, a big welcome to everybody. Hope you guys have enjoyed all the action so far if you stuck around for the whole time. But we've had some phenomenal race action here, there's no doubt about it, in all of the categories that have gone to battle here at Red Star Raceway for round 5 of the Extreme Festival. As I said, Charles Visser definitely looking to turn his luck around here for the second heat of Volkswagen Polo Cup. Leighton and Natim Samanga are definitely looking for some kind of opportunity to make it a 1-2 again for themselves. And I'm sure that Nati would love to turn that around to advantage Squadra course. This is how it's going to be heading into the last couple of corners and getting into formation. A lot of these guys and girls have come from karting, so they know how to get into the formation side of things. As they now line things up and get ready to go again. Darby van der Merwe and Arnie Nevlin coming from the 5th row of the grid. Bit of work to do for those two. Watch out for Besaidenote. I think he's possibly going to try and squeeze Nati out before they get to the yellow flags and force Nati to slot in behind him. Make it Team Red Racing 1 and 2 onto the back straight for the first time. Here they come. Remember, there's a standing start. That's why we've got a man with a flag waiting to bring them to the line. Last bit of heat into the rubber. Last bit of heat into the brakes, and then set it up slightly to the right hand side as he did in the first heat, and the attack mode is already on there from Leighton Free to outgun the rest of this pack into turn 1. Can he do it all again? Yuri Swart's got to try and get up there as high up as possible. Got Veronica Martins just ahead there of Yuri Swart. And watch out for Tasman Pepper in the Campos Racing and turn 1 car. Try and get up and make a welcome return, possibly onto the podium on her return to Polo Cup racing after a couple of seasons in Formula W. We're under starters' orders. Lights are about to go on. We're about to go racing for the second time today for Volkswagen Polo Cup. Hold on to anything you've got. Here we go, down towards turn 1. It's a great start from Leighton Free. Once again, outgunning Natim Samanga. And looks like Yuri Swart's going to try and get through there on Clinton Besaidenote before they get into turn 1. Besaidenote gets through. Round the outside comes Lonica Martins. So they stay exactly the way they started into turn 1 and 2. Charles Visser around the outside and looking for a way to possibly squeeze out Kwanda Mokwena and Foreign Basha. The two Stradale Motorsport cars, they're going side by side, as I said, with Charles Visser as they came out of turn 1 and 2. Now it's every man and lady for themselves. Kwanda's on the inside. Coming through there in the background is Foreign Basha. And looks like coming through as well is Arnie Nevling. Nevling starting to threaten onto the back end there as well after a good start. He's ahead of Jaden Else, who slotted through ahead of Darby van der Merwe. Charles Visser just keeping the rest of them at bay at this point in time. This is Lonica Martins fending off Yuri Swart into the dog bone. Yuri Swart opens up the door though and squeezes a young lady through, getting past and makes this move stick. Alpine Autohaus car, the Alpine Autohaus car, just getting ahead there of Lonica Martins as they went into the second part of the dog bone. He's up to 4th place and right behind Clinton Besaidenote. Martins runs wide and the Campos car of Tasman Pepper dives through. Tasman Pepper now moving up ahead of the lady she's been fighting with all weekend for the honours in terms of the best lady on the track. But both those lady drivers will tell you that they don't care if it's a girl or a boy they're racing against. It's just a racer to them. And they're now fighting hard for 5th place on track. Campos ahead of Lonica Martins, ahead of Charles Visser. And you've got Kwanda and Foreign and Arnie Nevling in there too. Nevling has gone through ahead of Kwanda Mokwena. Mokwena fends off Jaden Else. Jaden Else has got Darby van der Merwe on his tail. As they come through and into the big left-hand flick. It's a double right-hander coming up after this one. Hard on the brakes. And once again, it's Natim Samanga trying to control things from 2nd place. This time, though, he hasn't got Yuri Swart on his tail. He's got Clinton Besaidenote. Besaidenote might not be as forgiving and will certainly be a little bit more fired up to try and get ahead of Natim Samanga and make it a Team Red 1-2 for the second race. We'll dive on the inside there and a change up. As Al squeezes out and gets ahead of Kwanda Mokoena. Mokoena drops down one position. Mokoena now into the clutches of Davy van der Merwe, who's got Tate Bishop right on his tail in the angry Jeep Polo as they come across and complete the first lap in anger. Nice manoeuvring here from Kwanda Mokoena just to settle himself in and look forward to now a fight with Van der Merwe. Van der Merwe's on his tail, Tate Bishop. Then behind that you can see them starting to line up thick and fast. They're all looking to try and push through as much as possible. Remember, this field was only split by 1.7 seconds at the start of this race in their qualifying, so there's hardly anything in it, and anybody out there can take a race victory. Even if you start so way back as sort of 8th and 9th place, we've seen victories come from so far back. Big pressure on Besaidenout now from Yuri Swart. Umpi is looking for a way past, hasn't found it just yet. Besaidenout will be well aware of the maneuver he pulled and will not open up the door there for Yuri Swart, but he will try and force the door open there on the Squadra course car of Natyam Samanga. Naty's had a great day so far, but his defensive driving allows Leighton Fourie to get away, so Leighton Fourie is just loving the fact that he's got Samanga going defensive for him and slowing the rest of this pack up. Davy van der Merwe trying to find a way now on Kwanda Mokoena. Mokoena shuts the door. Dive on the inside from Hammond. Hammond gets through on JP van der Walt. Nathan Hammond trying to do the same thing now on Tate Bishop. First time up to Red Star Raceway for Bishop from Cape Town. He's also sort of said how difficult it is to learn the circuit, particularly this way around. JP hangs on and keeps Nathan out. Nathan tries to come back at him. Almost a little touch between the two of them. Trinity Protection Services car versus that awesome machine of JP van der Walt. And you can see just how hard he's having to push there in the prepped car from Universal Motorsport. He's got his own sponsors on the side of that car, remember, that have been around with him for a long, long time. So it's super to see that the lone master out there, in fact there's two masters out there. Dean Fenter at the back is also part of the masters class, and now with the return of Tasman Pepper, there'll be three of them, and Pepper at this stage still hanging on for a 5th place on track. Another lap down. Line astern for most of these cars. No one showing their cards just yet. No one going to make any decisive movers too soon. Need to have some ability to fend off anybody who makes an early move. Usually what happens with an early move is they can come back at you, and sometimes it can bite you as well. Here's an opportunity for Besaidenout to have a look. Does he go? No, he doesn't. Comes back in, tucks in behind, and fends off the attack coming from Yuri Swart. So we've got Gauteng and Gauteng versus Natal and Cape Town. First 4 drivers on track. Besaidenout just putting that Team Red Racing Universal Motorsport Polo in the perfect position. Not allowing any doors to be opened up there so Yuri can pounce. But in doing so, he's doing the same thing to try and put the pressure onto Natyam Samanga, who sits in 2nd place. And Leighton Fourie is just making hay while the sun shines. With Natyam Samanga defending the drivers behind him and slowing them up ever so slightly, it's allowing Leighton Fourie to once again open up a commanding lead, and one that he can control from 1st place. Coming up the back straight, or the short straight right now. There's a defensive driving, as I said, from Clinton Besaidenout to keep out Yuri Swart. And no one else having a go here. He's late on the brakes as Besaidenout. He had to be, because Swart was applying a bit of pressure, a little bit of lock up from both of them. Swart now trying to dive on the inside, switches it up ever so slightly, comes around, takes a higher line, trying to get the cut back, heading towards the next turn. Just not close enough though. Besaidenout is good on the brakes, so is Yuri Swart. He closes again, lock up from Besaidenout again. A bit of tyre smoke coming off the back end. Those Dunlops won't be loving life if you keep locking them up there, Clinton Besaidenout, but that's what he has to do to fend off the attack now from Yuri Swart. He's having a go, but he's not close enough. About a car distance apart from 2nd to 3rd, 3rd to 4th. About 3 cars down to Tasman. Lonica still ahead of Charles Visser, and then it's Ari Neveling, Kwanda Mokoena, Jaden Els, Davy van der Merwe, Tate Bishop, JP van der Walt, and Dean Fenter just ahead of the 2 Hammond boys now. So Fenter hangs on between the 2 Hammond boys for Trinity Protection Services And they're just ahead of the final car on track, Giordano Lupini from Cape Town, making his debut in Polo Cup this weekend. Late braking there from Yuri, but not late enough to get through on Clinton Besaidnout. Besaidnout hangs on for now. See the gaps opened up ever so slightly with Nati Msimanga pulling away from these two now. Oh no, Msimanga's dropped back. Msimanga's dropped back. Oh, just picking up on that now. Msimanga's actually dropped back. Sorry about that. I don't have a timing monitor here, so I didn't see where that maneuver happened. And of course, we didn't pick up exactly where it happened. But Msimanga dropping back there ever so slightly. And he's dropped back to about 5th or 6th place by the looks of things. So Nati's made a mistake. And that's allowed Clinton Besaidnout up into 2nd place. And Yuri up into 3rd. So some changes there in the mid-pack. So the pressure's got to the youngster. He's dropped back down to 5th place. He's ahead of Lonica Martins. Arnie Neveling's on his tail, and he's bringing Charles Visser along for the ride. So 2nd place is now up for grabs, and that's what Yuri Swart needs. If he wants to stay in the hunt for this championship, he's got to finish up 2nd or better. Particularly if Leighton Free is going to walk away with all the championship points up for grabs here this weekend. Fastest lap in race number 1. Pole position. Super pole. Race 1 win. All the points that count for that have gone to Leighton Free. And it looks like it's going to be more of the same here for race 2 as well. Nati now on the back end of Tasman Pepper. That's going to be a difficult car to pass. Tasman's not going to give up that without a fight, I can tell you that much. And Lonica Martins wants to try and go with Nati to get through on her fellow lady competitor in this category. Very, very seasoned campaigners in this class. Lots of them. Lots of time in the saddle, both in karting and saloon car racing for most of these competitors. Some of them stepping up from regional championships into national championships. All of them doing a superb job in arguably one of the most highly competitive classes in the country, celebrating 25 years of race action here in South Africa. And Besaidnout is in control of 2nd place, pulling a small margin now over Yuri. Yuri being closed down by Tasman. Tasman wants a podium. Can you imagine if Tasman Pepper gets a podium on her return to Polo Cup? It'll be like she never left. Let's see whether or not she's able to do that though. She's got to find a way through on one of the latest breakers in the business, Yuri Swart. And he's not going to make it easy for her if she is able to get up close and personal with him. Nati trying to make up the ground now. Try and get back into the hunt there for the podium if he can. A mistake there from Nati Msimanga's been costly. Down to 5th ahead of Lonica Martins and Arnie Neveling, her teammate. And it's Charles Visser, Jaden Els and Davy van der Merwe. Jaden the meat in the sandwich between the 3rd and 4th Team Red racing cars. And to the short straight now. That's how tight things are. First 3 getting away. 4th place starting to close in on them. Nati's pulled away ever so slightly there from Lonica and Arnie. And then it's a bit close here between Tate Bishop and, of course, right behind him. Trying to close that gap down, of course, of the 2 Hammond boys. Davy van der Merwe hasn't found a way back yet on Jaden Els. King Price Extreme Polo. And just behind Arnie Neveling and Lonica Martins. Lonica Martins under pressure now from Ari. Ari wants through. There's no team orders there at Sudale, that's for sure. So it's every man and woman for himself out there, or herself. And Arnie will have to find a way through on Lonica. She's not going to give it up. Leighton completes another lap. And certainly looks like he could be the man to have the perfect weekend here on his birthday week as well. Look him flying through here, great to see. Els has pulled slightly away now. Jaden Els, of course, also a multiple karting champion in his own right, and has spent a little bit of time on the off-road side of things, as has Arnie Neveling, Northern Region's rally champion in 2016. Tasman Pepper under a bit of pressure. Yeah, this is going to be good. Msimanga around the outside of Tasman Pepper. Do you think Pepper's going to give that up without a fight? Highly unlikely. A little bit of touch between the two of them as they came out of turn 3 and now heading towards 4 and 5. Brilliant stuff here between Tasman Pepper and Natia Msimanga, but Pepper will be very well aware of the ability of the young man behind her, and also in her own ability to fend off his attacks on various corners around this circuit. Msimanga, though, is putting her under a bit of pressure. The reason being is he's got Arnie Neveling right on his tail now, looking for a way through as well. So he's going to have to find a way through here if he can. And maybe get to Arnie Neveling to apply the pressure onto Tasman as opposed to onto his back bumper. Short straight. Pushed the pass possibly there from Arnie Neveling. No, didn't quite get up the inside and get through on the Squadra course car of Msimanga. He's late on the brakes. Nearly runs up the back end. Very lucky to avoid contact there between himself and Natia Msimanga, but he was very late on the brakes, was Arnie Neveling, looking for a way back and past the young man. Here we go. Tasman once again under pressure from Nati. Nati's got his own pressure coming from Neveling, and Neveling, well, he hasn't quite dropped Lonica Martins just yet. She's there too, looking to pick up any pieces that might be thrown by the wayside here. Another lap and another lap closer to the end of a perfect weekend there for Leighton Free. Second place, his teammate Clinda Besaidnout, driving with a broken finger, and certainly putting a valiant effort in to be in second place ahead of Yuri Swart. And it is Pepper from Msimanga. A bit of a lock up there from Msimanga to keep off Ari Neveling and Lonica Martins. Martins is followed there by Charles Visser. Much better outing there for Charles Visser, that's for sure. Now maintaining a good gap over Jaden Else behind him and his teammate Davi Funamava, but further back from that. Back down towards turn 3 again. It's off camber, downhill corner. A little bit of cloud cover there at the bottom end of the circuit, just cooling the track ever so slightly. Won't affect these cars whatsoever. Might give them maybe a little bit of extra power with the slightly cooler air. But that cloud cover now coming over the top and just putting a bit of shade over the circuit at the bottom end. And Msimanga, though, continues to fight hard for potentially another podium position if he can. But I think he's too far off the podium right now to close in on Besaidnout and Yuri Swart. He has to first find a way back ahead of Tasman Pepper. Here they are, coming onto the back straight now. This little short straightaway that runs parallel with the long straight, which also runs parallel to the N12 highway here in Mpumalanga. As they're coming through, you can see just how difficult it's going to be here for these guys to finish things up here in the closing stages. But it is a big push now from Jaden Else to get onto the back end of Charles Visser. Visser's got some work to do now if he wants through on the two Stradale cars. Lonica Martins has once again closed the gap on her teammate Arnie Neveling. And Neveling and Lonica Martins are not done yet. And if they start to fight, Jaden Else will certainly look to make them pay. Running wide there from Lonica. That might be an opportunity to see some changes. Let's see whether or not we're going to see any changes here. We're into the latter part of this one, and I can tell you there's not much in it in terms of that battle between the Stradale cars. The rest of the pack have spread out relatively wide, but Martins, Neveling and Else still in with a bit of a fight there, and all fighting for honours, of course, for just inside the top 10. Everybody else evenly matched and evenly spread as well through this pack of 18 cars. Tasman Pepper. Not Tim Msimanga. Unfortunately, Msimanga making that small error. Here comes a move from Charles Visser. Can he get through on Lonica Martins? Goes on the inside, decides to change his mind and goes around the high line. Lonica sees him coming, moves across, shuts the door. But now it's given an opportunity to Charles Visser to be on the inside line. He should have stuck on the inside line there. He tucked in behind her. Line astern, heading towards the dog bone. He'd been on the inside here. Could possibly have done exactly what he's done. Well, I'll take my hat off there. Here he is. He's made it stick. Slightly different maneuver to what everybody else has pulled through that corner. It's one of the only overtaking maneuvers we've seen down in the Red Star Raceway today. And Visser makes it stick to perfection, getting through on Lonica Martins. Moves himself up into the top 6. Much better drive coming from Charles Visser. Certainly a lot more comfortable behind the wheel of that car. 1 and 2 is Team Red Racing's Leighton Free and Clinton Mercedes. It's Yuri Swart in 3rd. Tasman Pepper is 4. 5 is Natyam Samanga. Oni Neveling is 6. And in fact, Charles Visser just outside of the top 6 in 7th, ahead of Lonica Martins. He's late on the brakes, locks up ever so slightly into the triple right-hander. But Martins is going to try and return the favour, I'm sure, on Charles Visser. He's going to have to be wary because she's in between 2 of the Team Red Racing cars. Darby's just behind her, and of course Charles just ahead of her. The man who used to drive that car has just taken his first win in GDC Super Cup, and he's handed that car over to his girlfriend Tasman Pepper to take over and make a welcome return. And there certainly has been a welcome return for Tasman Pepper into Polo Cup, celebrating, as we said, 25 years of race action here in South Africa. Universal Motorsport Team Red Racing 1 and 2, Alpine Autohaus car of Umpi Swart in 3rd as they start another lap. Right, so we're into the closing stages here of the second heat of Volkswagen Polo Cup. We saw Charles Visser dive through on the last lap, heading into this section to get ahead of Lonica Martins. Can he move up any further up than what he is now and possibly get into the top 6 for the first time in race conditions? Be really nice to see for that youngster. But Oni Neveling is not going to give up that 6th place without a fight, and in fact he's going for 5th as he closes onto the back end of Natyam Samanga. Great battle here between these guys and girls. Of course, it's not for the first 3 podium positions, but it's for positions just off the podium. Tasman leads the pack out ahead of Natyam Samanga and Arnie. And Charles Visser looking to close that gap down. Make it a 4-way fight for 4th place. Yuri Swart's done the best he can to try and stay in the championship hunt. And he's really giving everything he can. Natyam Samanga's doing a superb job to stay right up there with Tasman Pepper. But can he find a way past? So it's Yuri Swart in 3rd place. And he's going to hang on for 3rd possibly. See just how hard he's having to work to keep out Tasman Pepper, Natyam Samanga and Arnie Neveling. He did that earlier on, but now he's been able to control it from 3rd. I would say we're possibly on to the final lap now. As I said, without a timing monitor here, unfortunately we haven't been able to tell you exactly how many laps have been ticked off, but I would assume that this is going into the final lap now. And Leighton Free looking for an opportunity here to have the perfect weekend. There hasn't been a lot of these in Polo Cup history, but certainly there have been a couple. He's not the first man to do it, and I'm sure he won't be the last, but he's certainly going to be happy with a perfect weekend of racing at Red Star Raceway in his birthday week. So they're on to the final lap now, and Leighton Free keeping it all together at the front end ahead of his teammate Clinton Mercedes. They're going to make it 1-2 for Team Red Racing. And possibly extend his lead in this championship. Might be just taking one hand onto the trophy at this stage, with Yuri not having the first outing that he wanted. 3rd place and 3rd place as opposed to 2 firsts. Going to make it a little bit more difficult there for Yuri to stay in the hunt for this championship, because they've still got another round and one more to go at the Kyalami 9 Hour at the end of the race season. Curtain raiser event for the Kyalami 9 Hour, and the final round of Volkswagen Polo Cup will happen at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit. Less than half a lap to go for Leighton Free, and he'll definitely be happy about this. He's been looking for a perfect weekend since he started in Polos. He won the rookie championship last year, and he's looking to go on to do exactly what Dario Bussi did for Team Red. Go from the rookie championship to the overall championship within the space of a year. Etienne van der Linde, of course, is his the man who looks after him and teaches him all the race craft and strategy. And Team Red Racing look after that car and prep it to ensure he can be at the front end of all the battles he's had so far this season. And it's another victory and the perfect weekend for Leighton Fourie, coming through for every possible championship point he can obtain, going the way of the 46 car. His teammate with a broken finger comes through for second place, and Klinder Besaidenout will be happy with that. Yuri Swart in third stays within a little bit of a grasp of possibly spoiling the day for anybody from Team Red Racing. Besaidenout in second is definitely going to move him back into contention and a bit closer to Yuri Swart, and hopefully a championship battle still to continue there for second place between those two. The rest of the pack finishing up with Giordano Lupini making the final car across the line there in the Bullion IT car, and just behind Damien and Nathan Hammond for Trinity Protection Services. But there is your race 2 winner, and the perfect weekend for Team Red Racing's Leighton Fourie as he comes across the line to take a second victory, second of the second fastest laps. So every single one of the potential race championship points up for grabs today, at the highest point of the championship going to Leighton Fourie. His teammate there in second place will give himself another chance of possibly closing in on Yuri Swart, his closest championship rival in the Volkswagen Polo Cup for 2021. Up next, we're going into the Investchem Formula 1600s, and Laren Mew will jump back into the seat chair to take you through the second heat, where we'll see a possibility of our first national circuit racing champion being crowned at the end of race number 2 of the Investchem Formula 1600s. We'll be back shortly.
Uninteresting racing today. Yeah. The fellows, they used to race. What do they do now? They bump each other and they want to go cry to daddy, oh, we bumped our cars.
I thought, this way around there was going to be a lot of accidents here.
We normally have cars.
Normally, it's so fast coming down.
Oh, but the polos go so damn slow anyway. But they don't want to race. Nobody wants to fight for position. Once I'm there, I'm there. 1 or 2 scraps.
Yeah.
That's it.
I think about
Bloody
5
boring,
in the whole day.
boring bloody racing.
Welcome to race number 2 at Red Star Raceway and the Extreme Festival. Yesterday we caught up with some of the Formula Kent racing drivers. Here's what they had to say. Alan, Heritage Day weekend, and this is the heritage of single-seater racing in South Africa, the Formula Kents.
Yes, between the Formula V's and Formula Ford Kent. Formula Ford Kent been going worldwide for over 50 years. And it's obviously, as you said, now with the Heritage Weekend, this is the heritage cars. Obviously, we had the much older Kent, pre-90 Kent cars went and joined the historic single-seaters, and we had a whole lot of people with newer model cars. And we started this series now where we run on the back of the National, and it's growing slowly. It's growing and it's revived, and it's also giving the cars a bit of value. But as they are now with those Kent engines, those Connie Doert Ford Kent engines, they've been running over 50 years worldwide, worldwide. And the car obviously it takes a lot to drive. There's no wings, so you've got to hang on and you drive it. It's a real driver's car.
Well, we look forward to seeing you out there in the races. Over to you, Ronald. Now the Formula Kents are joining us. This will be the 3rd race with us this season, and you guys are really enjoying yourselves out there.
Yeah, we're definitely enjoying ourselves. It's something for the older guys. So we get onto the back of the youngsters and just see if we can catch them and see how wild they are. And they are really, really wild. You only realize what your age is once you drive behind one of them. But it's great fun. So 4 races a year, and that makes it good for us.
But to be fair, you guys don't look a day over 30. So best of luck to both of you, and the rest of the Formula Kents. We'll see you out there.
Thank you.
Well, it's that time now. It's when the nerves kick in, the palms start sweating. It's time to go racing with race number 2. For those of you that weren't around for race number 1, a quick recap. Andrew Rackstraw showed us why he is the champion with a phenomenal race victory. Josh LaRue in 2nd place. Gerhard Caldenes in 3rd with his brother Antoine behind him. Ivan Holtzhausen and then Jared Weberski, unfortunately penalised for the on-track incident between him and Holtzhausen. With regards to our Formula Kent class, Graham Hepburn taking the victory there over Ian Schofield. Dean Fenter in 3rd place. A fantastic dice between Graham Foss and Ronald Van Wheelie for 4th place. So how are the chips going to fall this time round? It's starting to get, thankfully, a little bit cooler, about maybe a 1/4 of a degree. This time they line up with Rackstraw in what is almost his accustomed place. Jared Weberski, who was on fire and was very quick off the line, is right next to him on the grid. Then we've got Josh LaRue and Ivan Holtzhausen. The 3rd row of the grid is the 2 brothers. It's Antoine and then Gerard. 4th row of the grid, we've got Alex and Nick. We're going to get them going very quickly because of the heat. They're not going to sit long. You can see everyone running off the grid to get clear. Okay, folks, it's a 4K track. The flags are there. We're waiting for the green flag at the back. Last minute touches. We don't want these cars to stall, otherwise we don't get them started again. 10 laps of racing action about to get underway here at Red Star this afternoon for race number 2. Our COC, Richard Vaughan, is making sure that everyone is ready to rumble. We've got one more mechanic on the track. It looks like Matt Nash. We're under starters orders. We had to just wait for Dean Fenter to come through. He's just climbed out of his Polo Cup car. So he's literally going to arrive and drive as Matt Nash sprints away. We've got the green flag at the back. We've got the boards going. We're waiting for the lights. Here comes the start, folks. Josh LaRue bogged down at the start. He's going to lose places. Ivan Holtzhausen speeds away. Brendan Tracy on the dirt. We're looking for a way around slower moving cars. Reaction time's not as quick. It has been a very long, hot day. Couple of tyres on the dirt there as well as they go speeding off. And it is Rackstraw, Holtzhausen, Weberski, Leroux. Then it is Antoine Geldenhuys, followed by Gerard Geldenhuys. And Antoine goes very quick and very deep into turn 1, trying to get side by side with Josh Leroux. Leroux's got the pace. He's on the power a lot quicker. And unfortunately, Geldenhuys is about to be swallowed by his big brother. His brother, Gerhard, has got the inside line, and it is Gerard that's got the advantage here over Antoine. So we watched them briefly as they had a beautiful battle in race number 1. We're going to see what happens in race number 2. Nicholas Van Wheelie, the magnificent paints and hardware car, just behind, coming into view and looking for a way around. Hopefully the change of fuel pump and filter have solved his horrible race weekend to date. But as you see, the Race Driver SA car leading from the front, as he has done most of this season. Damage from race 1 has been repaired. You can see how tight it is, and we're looking to see where some of our Formula Kent cars are as they come into view. That is Nicholas Van Wheelie. And we hear tyres squealing in the background. Weberski trying to find a way around on Holtzhausen. Josh Leroux right there as well. The slightest mistake, and you're going to go from 2nd to about 5th or 6th. Holtzhausen is pushing hard. But so is he getting immense pressure from Jared Weberski in the DAW colours. On to the start-finish straight. Now they go. Remember, it's 10 laps. We're 1 lap down. This is a 4K circuit, so they've got lots of racing ahead of them. And they reuse the tyres from race 1. So those tyres got really hot and really sticky. Some of those that did not, unfortunately, finish the race in race 1 had to, well, they've got a little bit of an advantage because their tyres are slightly newer. Look how tight that racing is. Weberski's again looking. Remember the incident from race 1 saw Weberski unfortunately penalised and moved behind Holtzhausen in the finishing positions. As they go side by side, no way around. And it's Ivan Holtzhausen and it is Jared Weberski. This is what single-seater racing is all about, folks. It is literally wheel to wheel. You tangle those wheels, someone's going to cry, but that is it. It's pushing it to the limits. Josh Leroux right there as well. He's putting just as much pressure on Weberski. Weberski knows he's there. You can hear the engine through the helmet. Geldenhuys 1 and 2, and then Nicholas Van Wheelie as well. It is a monstrous tussle. It's from 2nd to 7th. That is what we're seeing at the moment in your screen. From 2nd to 7th, and we see maneuvering there from it's Gerard Geldenhuys in front of his brother now, Antoine. Van Wheelie still can't find a way around either Geldenhuys. And this tussle between Weberski and Holtzhausen is still just as intense. Folks, I will tell you that this isn't the race for the lead if you're just tuning in now. This is the fight for 2nd. First place is Andrew Rackstraw, and Andrew has shown this field why he is the champion with a clean set of heels. This is the fight for 2nd at the moment between Ivan Holtzhausen as Andrew Rackstraw comes through to complete lap number 2. There's Ivan Holtzhausen, Jared Weberski, Josh Leroux, Gerard Geldenhuys, Antoine Geldenhuys, Nicholas Van Wheelie. And that is our lady competitor. That's Taya van der Laan in the Mark Crom car. It's great to have her with us. It's her first race here. And leading our Kents, it is Ian Schofield, ahead of Graham Hepburn so far in the Investchem Chemical Logistics. The Qualipack car of Hepburn is right on his tail, and this was reversed in race 1 with Hepburn taking the win. So Schofield has all to play for this afternoon as he has to, well, make sure he doesn't succumb to the pressure from Hepburn, but at the same time make sure that that Chemical Logistics Investchem car is out in front and staying that way. These Kent cars are absolutely phenomenal machines, and this is the older, the Duratec and the Zetec were converted, but we've had the likes of international races everywhere in the world are run on exactly the same rules. And the biggest difference between these cars is that the Kents run on semi-slick tires, while the bigger cars with the wings and all the fun bits, they run on full slick tires. So they're always, all Gelden Aces are going quad biking again. Nicholas van Wheelie got a dust bath as Antoine Gelden Ace powers in front of his big brother, almost taking his nose off. Well, there's no family in racing on the track. Each one is for themselves. These two boys come from quad biking. They know what it is to handle something that's just a little unsteady and bumpy. So when they go on the dirt, they can pull it back quite easily. No changes in the positions at this stage, except the two Gelden Ace brothers swapping positions. Andrew Rackstraw in the Race Driver SA still leading this 10-lap race with 7 laps to go. Ivan Holtzhausen is 5 seconds behind him. Then it's Jared Weberski, Josh LaRue, Antoine Gelden Ace, Gerard Gelden Ace, Nicholas van Wheelie, Alex Voss, Taya van der Laan, Brendan Tracy, Ian Schofield leading the Kents. This was a great battle in race 1. It's shaping up to be a great battle in race 2. It's just so awesome watching these youngsters. They're not even old enough to do their learner's license yet, but here they are powering these machines, at some points exceeding 200 k's an hour. It's absolutely phenomenal to watch. Pinpoint accuracy. They spend their times in the simulator when they're not racing. They know how to apex these corners to maximize their exit speed, get on the power as quickly as possible. Every now and again, though, there's a slight slip. Remember, these tires are going to get very hot. They're not new at the moment. So as we go closer to the closing stages of this race, things are going to start getting a little bit slippery and a little bit slidey. And it all depends on how they've conserved their tires during the race. How hard have they had to push? How hard have they had to work? I can hear them coming through the tight, twisty internal section of the racetrack. And they are on their way now to complete another lap in this Investchem Formula 1600s. Weberski closes. You think he's going to get close enough to put a nose in front. And Ivan Holtzhausen is just managing to hold him. You see the Race Driver SA colours of Andrew Rackstraw briefly as he powers through in front, still leading this race. The Abacus Divisions car, that is Antoine Gelden Ace, car number 7, currently in 5th place. Cloud cover coming over, taking away a little bit of the bright afternoon sunlight. Still a little bit of a breeze blowing here this afternoon. Nothing that will affect them too badly down there so close to the ground. Josh LaRue closing up again on Weberski. He's finding himself getting close enough to put a wheel in front so Weberski knows he's there. Remember, they've got those little side mirrors. They're not very big, but I tell you what, the car behind you fills them up pretty darn quickly. When you look there and you see this big blue blob behind you and you know Josh is on your tail. That's car number 89, Josh LaRue in full flight. And we go back to our Formula Kents, our race leader in the Investchem Chemical Logistics car. That is none other than Ian Schofield and the Qualipack car of Graham Hepburn, the car number 26. The Formula Kent is, of course, a worldwide formula known everywhere. They've got this over here with the guys racing with us. They're the cars that are built after 1990. So they're a little bit more modern. They're not quite as quick as their counterparts, the Formula 1600s. And quite a few Formula One drivers have also started their racing careers in the Formula Kent class. The likes of Jenson Button, Mark Webber, Ayrton Senna, and our very own Rick Morris, currently stuck in the UK, unable to come out and join us, actually raced with Ayrton Senna back in the day. So what a privilege. That is the history of our beautiful sport. We've been able to rub shoulders with some of the best drivers in the world and brought together through a love and passion of motorsport. And as we briefly go out of focus, we're back with our youngsters. Jared Werberski there in the DAW colours, which has a phenomenal racing history, going from grandpa to dad and now to grandson. Those colours are synonymous with single-seater racing in our country. And again, he closes up on Ivan Holtzhausen, and just not close enough just yet. We're at the halfway stage of this race. As our 3-4 contenders, they've split off a little bit from the rest of the chasing pack. And that it will be, of course, Ivan Holtzhausen, Jared Werberski, Josh Leroux, Antoine Galdenays. Those are the guys right up in front. That is Alex Vos, and just ahead of behind Alex Vos is Taya van der Laan. Like we said earlier, a big welcome to Taya coming up from karting. This is the next step. It is single-seater racing. You start in karting. Josh started in karting. Guy started in quad biking, the Galdenaces. You come from karting, you learn the ropes. Our man out in front that is currently lapping, well, I'll tell you the difference now as they come across the line. He's worked up a 9.8 second difference between him and Ivan Holtzhausen. Obviously, Holtzhausen is also defending against Werberski, which is going to slow him up a bit and allow Rackstraw to increase that lead. Holtzhausen has to make sure his racing lines are pinpoint perfect at all times. Otherwise, Werberski is going to find the tiniest little gap and push him through. Werberski also started in karting and has done very well there. So the karters are coming through their talent, and also it gives you a foundation. You know, when you can start karting from the age of 4 or 5 years old, racing is second nature. Your reflexes, your understanding of the racing lines, and your mechanical knowledge, of course, is already next level by the time you get your main circuit license. It's something that is earned, it's not given. You actually have to be able to prove that you can race. You can't just apply for it and get it. These guys have to go through various steps to make sure that they are eligible to race on the national circuit with top individuals in their classes. Beautiful picture there showing just how close these guys are at the moment. I know it's not quite shown, but it's literally point of a second between them. Oh, Werberski just got 2 wheels in the dirt, giving everyone behind him a sand bath, nice and dusty. So now we are in the closing stages, but we've got 3 laps to go of this 4K circuit, so 7Ks remaining. And Andrew Rackstraw has certainly done the business out here today. He came, he saw, and at this stage it looks like he's going to conquer. Ivan Holtzhausen, this is his best performance to date. He certainly has spent a lot of time on this track. He's been doing a lot of testing on this track, but that doesn't take anything away from his performance today. The youngster with Sebastian Lancetti as his chief mechanic, has certainly gone from strength to strength this season, and that's young Taya in full view now of our screen in the Markrom colours, flying them for the first time here with us this weekend. And it's great to have her. She's just behind Alex Vos, and remember, she learnt the circuit for the first time this weekend, so hats off to her after she was given her national racing license earlier this year. We just had to wait for her to be old enough to come and race with us and have some fun. So watch this space next season, folks, once she's had time to get comfortable with the car and also understand how to race it, because it's considerably more different to racing a kart. For one thing, it's a lot longer than her kart. And the wheels are just a little bit more outside, where with karting they're a bit closer, so you can turn a little tighter and brake a little later. Here you have to take into consideration the length and also the power of these Formula 1600s. Rackstraw's come past us here at the start-finish line, showing 3 laps to go now as the rest of the field come through the inside of the circuit. And that gap stretched to 11 seconds now. Rackstraw and Ivan Holzhausen. There's young Taya van der Laan. And if you saw the interviews before race 1, telling everyone how very nervous but yet very excited she was. And she said she almost teared up on the start line waiting for the first race, which I thought was very sweet and very awesome. That excitement and that passion, she's waited so long. Here's Ivan Holzhausen still making sure that that Formula 1600 of his is at least 27 feet wide, that Weberski cannot get past him. LaRue is just there as well, just behind Weberski, waiting for the slightest mistake from either of them to pounce. And then Antoine is right there behind LaRue. The 3 of them make a mistake or are coming together, and well, he takes up the gravy and suddenly finds himself in second place. So the fight is 1, 2, 3, 4 car fight for third place at the moment, which is second place at the moment, which is fantastic. That's podium positions and very important championship points. And if we look at the championship and we look at the prize money that's up for grabs this year, it is absolutely phenomenal. The 20th year of Formula 1600, and the championship winner gets 250,000 Rand cash, a test in the GTC class, as well as Formula Renault. Second prize gets 125,000 Rand cash and a GTC test. Third place gets 62,500 Rand and a GTC test. And the prize money goes all the way down to 6th place. So, depending on where you finish in the championship, your racing budget is got a really good injection for next season. And it's also the highest prized championship in motorsport in South Africa at the moment. Because not only that, if you do all your rounds this season, you get your entry fees back as well, which is a fantastic initiative from Investchem. They really are putting everything they have into developing single-seater motorsport here in South Africa. 1 lap to go as Rackstraw crosses the line. Next time round, it's a checkered flag. Weberski has officially got 13 corners if he wants to find a way past Ivan Holzhausen. But that man, crowned the 2021 champion here at Red Star. Blue flags waved aplenty as we go to our Kents, and Rackstraw going past Graham Foss in his Kent. He's done everything right this season. He really has. He's only been beaten once in his London. He's taken almost a full house of points at every racetrack we've raced at this season. Once or twice, pole position or fastest lap haven't gone his way, but he certainly has shown everyone what talent and dedication are all about here in our Investchem Formula 1600s. That prize money is his. It's 250,000 Rand in cash. He says his dad's already said he can't get it. It goes to the racing budget for next year. A Formula Renault test and a GTC test. What a way to promote youngsters in motorsport. A big thank you to Investchem for their support and their improvement and development of single-seater racing here in South Africa. It develops drivers like Scott Temple, Julian van der Walt, currently in GTC. We've got Andrew Rackstraw over here as well. Matthew Merton, who is driving the pace car today, also Formula 1600. This youngster is showing that he is ready to stand on the podium as national champion. Congratulations, Andrew Rackstraw. 2 races, 2 wins. The 2021 national champion crowned today. What a way to finish the day at Red Star. Ivan Holtzhausen looks like he's going to come across the line for second place. His dad is going to be ecstatic. Jared Werberski in third. Josh LaRue for fourth. Antoine Geldenhuis in fifth. Gerard Geldenhuis in sixth. Nicholas Van Wheelie seventh. Alex Forst eighth. Tayan ninth. Brendan Tracy 10th. And now for our Ken class, and it looks like Ian Schofield has got this one wrapped up. Graham Hepburn is not close enough at this stage, barring incident, accident or technical malfunction. He should be on his way to take the checkered flag. And coming into view shortly as our checkered flag is getting ready, Graham Hepburn in the quali pack colours has driven superbly today, but unfortunately for race number 2, it's going to be second place as Ian Schofield makes his way to the line in the Formula Kens here at Red Star Raceway today. Graham Hepburn in second place. So positions reversed from race 1. Ian Schofield, Graham Hepburn, and then crossing behind them is going to be Ronald Van Wheelie in the Magnificent Paints and Hardware colours, followed by Graham Foss. Dean Fenter, I think, might have been a little bit tired after his Polo Cup race. Alan Mayer, and unfortunately Paul Scholz not able to make the track. So folks, that brings us to the end. We've crowned the champion for 2021. Hats off again to young Andrew Rackstraw. He said at the beginning of the season he wanted the championship. He's done exactly what he set out to do. It was phenomenal achievement from Race Driver SA. Hats off to them. They really have done everything right this season. And from my side, Laren Mew, I will be back to join you in the fun and the games later in October in Swadkorps Raceway. But for now, we go back to fun and fantastic racing with V8 Supercars next up, and we'll hand you back to Greg Maloney. But from my side, Laren Mew, I hope you've enjoyed this great racing this afternoon, and I'll see you again in Swadkorps.
Welcome back to Red Star Raceway. Final bit of action from the race day today here. Round 5 of the Extreme Festival in Mpumalanga. And it's David Kutsia who's run wide, slightly on the warm-up lap there by the looks of things, in the Mobil 1 grid car. And Mustang just getting out of shape there, maybe with a bit of cold tyres. Unfortunately, he's got back on track and now can make his way back to the front end where he needs to be. And of course, oh, he's battling a bit out there. There's some kind of issue there for David Kutsia. That's the second time he's gone off. JP Nokia just giving him a bit of a room there to get him back on track. He's going to have some very dirty tyres now, and there's not a lot of place for him to try and clean them up, because he got out of shape coming into the second and third last turns, and he's got out of shape again coming into the penultimate turns. So that's definitely not what he wanted. You can see a change up on the front row. It's an all Jaguar front row with Roof Schuer's Andre De Lange on front and on pole position ahead of Franco De Matteo, the Italian stallion, and Deltic Batteries Jaguar. I wonder if there was a bit of strategy put into that finish for De Matteo in race number 1, knowing that the inverted grid would put him onto the front row and possibly in contention for a race win. Colnell was in 3rd place overall, and he finishes, of course, there in 4th. And, well, he's 3rd now, ahead of Warren Lombard. So there might have been a change up there in the results for race number 1, because Nell definitely finished ahead of Warren Lombard. And then it's Mackie Adlam and race 1 winner Thomas Reeb. A little bit of a gap to Kutsia, who, as you can see, has got a little bit of concerned teammates around him, checking that everything's okay in the car. Just double checking that those wheels have been torqued correctly. He said there was a bit of a shudder, and maybe that's what caused him to spin out. JP Nokia and Terry Wolford right at the back. And of course, starting the last row of the grid there is Richard Fuller, who will be looking to come through the field. Doesn't look like we've got Steve Herbst back on track. He's had some problems in the Pri Instrumentation and PPG Corvette. 10 cars about to go to battle now for V8 Supercars. The Mobil 1 V8s will have a rolling start, so they've got another lap to be completed behind our safety car. And then it's up to Andre De Lange to decide who's going to have the ability to get off the line as quickly as possible and hopefully hang on to that lead for a while. Creative Inc. doing all the livery on the side of that car. And the 2 Jaguars head off down into turn 1 now, ahead of 2 Ford Mustangs. another Jaguar and a Chevy Lumina, a Ford Mustang, 2 Corvettes and a Ford Falcon. And this final car down towards turn 1 into the chicane will be Richard Fuller, and he's piloting a Ford Mustang as well. Temperatures have dropped dramatically, but still relatively warm here. I say dramatically because the last time I checked the temperatures we were at about 37 degrees Celsius. It's now 28 degrees Celsius, so still very warm. And the slight breeze has disappeared here completely now. There's no breeze whatsoever. So it's almost ideal conditions here for these V8 supercars to go racing in for the last time today. And we'll see whether or not they can keep it all on track. Watch out for some overtaking maneuvers from the cars in the back because they've got to get to the front. Remember, with this inverted grid, it makes it for slightly different racing. And of course, 2 extra laps for the V8 supercars to allow the cars at the back a little bit extra time to possibly get through the slower cars in front of them from race number 1. Doesn't necessarily mean those slower cars are actually slow. They were just cars that finished up further back in the pack, and of course inverting down to what is 6th place on the grid is how the grid inversion has happened. So 6th place was in the hands of Andre de Lange. He's now on pole. 1st place was Thomas Reeb, and he's down in 6th. JP seems to have got his car sorted out. He had some problems in race number 1, but looks like he's got it sorted. So has Terry Wolford and Richard Fuller. See what those guys can do from a bit further back in the pack. So Mobil 1 V8 supercars now starting to get themselves into formation. As I said, it'll be up to Andre de Lange to dictate the pace of how this race starts into turn 1. 2 Cats on the front row, 2 Mustangs on the second row, a Cat and a Lumina on the third. And then it's Falcons, Corvettes and Mustangs at the back. Chevy fans and Ford fans stand by. It's basically 4 Fords, in fact 5 Fords before we get to the first Chevy. Lights are on. De Lange will dictate the pace. Will De Lange be able to outgun De Matteo down towards turn 1? Lights are out, they drop the hammer. First gear, 140 k's an hour, and slotting into 2nd place is De Matteo. Looks like Mackie Adlam caught Thomas Reeb out ever so slightly, but Reeb makes up the ground now as they get into the chicane. Tucks underneath the wing of the Adlam Auto Jaguar XKR. And now as they head down the back straightaway for the first time, parallel to the N12 highway, it's 280 k's an hour before they roll off and pitch it down into an off-camber left-hander. Downhill off-camber left-hander as well. As they go in there for the first time, tyres are going to have to just have probably another lap or so to get up to optimum race temperature. It doesn't stop Mackie Adlam already having a dive and looking for a way through. He's trying to get past there on Lombard. Lombard goes defensive to keep him out. Lombard is not going to make it easier for Mackie Adlam, and he's going to have to work just as hard to get through on Carl Nell as he had to do in the first heat. Nell and Lombard had a great fight. Finch ending up with Nell going through into 3rd, but I think he was actually demoted down 1 position, which is why he's in 3rd now and not in 4th place where he should be have started this race according to my records. But now as they come up onto the back straight away, and the short straight up towards the top end of the circuit again. There's a move in the background coming out of Terry Wolford looking for a way through. Defensive driving coming out of Lombard to keep out Adlam. And almost going into the back end of Carl Nell. Adlam has a look on the inside of that corner again. That's where he went off in race number 1, cutting across the grass, trying to open up some opportunities. Lombard sees him coming. Oh, he runs wide and puts some dirt into the face of Thomas Reeb. He goes high and wide into the 3rd last corner. He runs a little bit out of shape there, giving Reeb a bit of a sniff and Lombard a little bit of breathing room. And now they head towards the penultimate corner, into the last one. Here they come. Brilliant stuff from the 2 Cats out front, and no changes between them just yet, but De Matteo definitely looking dangerous. He closes onto the back end of Andre de Lange. De Matteo's manoeuvres looking to get through for first place, and looks like a little bit of a a loss of grip and maybe a little bit of compromised drive there from Adlam. But oh, problems! Nearly going right into the back end of Warren Lombard. Adlam very lucky to avoid that car that slowed right in front of him. I think Lombard might have missed a gear or some kind of issue there on the Mustang from Pet Boys Automotive. And as he comes out, he's dropped right back. And it looks like he might have missed a gear or something. Something's broken on that car. You can see the smoke coming out of the back end of Warren Lombard's car. And some kind of issue there for Warren Lombard. Big issue. It's starting to smoke up rapidly at the back end of that car. Might be some body rub on the tyres that's catching him out there. Doesn't seem to be stopping his ability to go forward. Although there's a big plume of white smoke coming out of the back of that car. Don't know if Warren can see it just yet, but there's definitely an issue. There's some bodywork damage there. I think maybe Adlam went into the back of him when he slowed dramatically coming out of turn 1 and 2 in the chicane. It allowed Adlam through, it allowed Reeb through as well. But it's dropped Warren Lombard back down into 6th place. It's definitely not where he wants to be. And the guys behind him will be concerned, is there going to be some fluid coming out of that car? Or is it just body rub? Terry Wolford dives on the inside, finding a way past as he heads up onto the back end of Warren Lombard now. He's managed to squeeze through and get ahead of David Kutsia. I think it's just body rub, I'm not quite sure, but of course a lot of body rub on those tyres will eventually wear through. Here is a move from Dimito, trying to get up the inside of DeLange. DeLange shuts the door. DeLange and Dimito fighting for the lead. Roofshaw Jaguar XKR versus the Deltec Batteries Jaguar XKR of the Italian stallion out there. That, of course, is Franco Dimito. I mentioned the fact that car was involved in a massive accident at the hill climb, and they've patched it together very nicely to get him back into action here for this round of V8 Supercars. The Mobil 1 V8 Supercars heading into the Bridgestone chicane, and Carl Nell under pressure big time and starting to feel it. Nell will realise he's got a multiple SA champion on his tail. 4-time back-to-back winner in the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, Mackie Adlam, looking for 3rd place and looking to try and get ahead of the man now who is in 3rd, Carl Nell. Mustang versus Jaguar. And the Mustang hangs on for now just to keep out Adlam. Adlam's watching his rearview mirrors and seeing slowly but surely the advance of the Chevy Lumina behind him of Thomas Reeb. There's a move on the inside, great placement, but no. Nell shuts the door. He's not going to let Adlam through. That's brilliant. Slams the door firmly shut in Adlam's face, and Adlam had to come out of it and actually locked up. Put a wheel on the dirt there ever so slightly. Oh, Dimito's out of shape as well, coming out of the dog bone. That's not good for Franco Dimito's point of view. Remember, Franco Dimito is in the contention for a championship here, along with Mackie Adlam and Thomas Reeb, and there's problems. N4 Autocraft Corvette of JP Nokia stricken on the sideline. Will that possibly call for a safety car? We'll keep an eye out for that. Is it in a dangerous position, or is he out of harm's way? And as I see out of harm's way, here comes some harm. Oh, Adlam has put Carl Nell into a big slide. Tapping the back end of the Mustang. He catches it and brings it back on track. He has not given up the space. That is top quality. Oh, and there's a problem. Wow, what happened there? Carl Nell having to avoid the spinning Roofshaw Jaguar. And Andre DeLange was out of shape there big time. Carl Nell got out of shape, and here comes DeLange straight down to our commentary position. He runs off the circuit with a broken Jaguar. I'm not quite sure if there was a touch there between himself and Dimito. Red flags. Red flag being called. Dimito possibly coming together there with Andre DeLange, or has DeLange possibly spoiled the day? No, there you go. Carl Nell goes past Dimito across the line, but then realizes it's under red flag. And he's going to have to do a little bit of a short circuit there to come back to the grid. But, well, we've kept the best to last, haven't we? A clean day's racing. And we thought we were going to get all the way to the end with another clean day's racing. And then Mobil 1 V8 Supercars decided, nah, we're going to give you some work to do. We're going to make you work hard. So Andre DeLange, unfortunately, running off the circuit after spinning out. I'm not quite sure what happened for him to spin out. But something either broke on the car or possibly a touch there. You can see just trying to cool the car down and not let the heat of the exhaust and the engine catch the very dry grass alight. We've had that on a few occasions this weekend, particularly with the V8 Supercars. The very hot temperatures that come out of these cars, especially when they backfire or when they stop on the grass like that and they cut the engine, the compression. So let's have a look at this as they come down here. You can see this is where Adlam touches the back end of Carl Nell. Nell catches it, goes straight onto the grass, keeps it buried over the grass, comes back onto the track. Now as he comes round the left-hander, and opens up the throttle, all of a sudden there is the Roofshaw Jaguar right in his way. He has to go around the outside onto the dirty stuff again and avoid the Roofshaw Jag. You can see there's some damage on the front right to that car as it's going off the circuit completely. And he runs straight onto the grass and off at the third last turn. So it's now Dimatoa and Mackie Adlam on the front row. That's how they're going to line up. We'll wait and see and get confirmation of that as soon as we can. But what a turnaround here. And we've only completed 2 of the 10. As I said, V8 Supercars going to make us work hard for our last race of the day. De Lange was leading, and if they had to stop the race there, they'd go a lap back, so De Lange would still take the victory. Carl Nell, very lucky to survive. I don't know how he was able to keep that car on track. He went off 3 times in the space of 2 corners. You have to admit that he was helped out ever so slightly by Mackie Adlam. Adlam's frustration just trying to find a way through there on Nell. And a little tag from behind put Nell into the spin. He caught it, got back on track, and then had to almost instantaneously go back off the circuit onto the grass to avoid that car. De Lange's Roofshaw Jaguar. Pity there for him. There you can see they're just wetting the grass either side of the car, just in case. They definitely don't want to have a fire of any nature here with that car catching alight, or the hot exhaust pipe or engine components underneath the bonnet of that car causing the grass to catch alight. As I said, we've had it about 3 times this weekend where a supercar has gone off track, bit of backfire or decompression under gearing down, and the flame comes out the side of the car and just lights this very dry grass up. We've had hardly any rain in the Gauteng and Mpumalanga region, and it's pretty much due for the rainy season to start, but it hasn't started just yet, which is making it exceptionally difficult, especially when you've got cars that have got massive flames out of the side of them going onto very dry grass. Let's have a look at that in replay again. As you can see, the action that started this entire procedure. This is, of course, Terry Wolford going on the inside of Warren Lombard a bit further back, but then further up the pace. This is where Mackie Adlam went into the back end of Carl Nell, tapping the back of the Mustang. He catches it first, gets onto the grass for the first time, comes across, keeping it buried, almost Tokyo Drift style onto turn number 7 and 8. As he comes into turn 9, he then climbs on the loud pedal, and as he climbs on the loud pedal, realizes that there's a spinning Roofshaw Jaguar in his way, and he goes right and onto the grass to avoid the spinning Jag, and Adlam goes left and stays on the black stuff to avoid the same spinning Jaguar. Both of them very lucky to miss Andre De Lange. De Lange then decides to go straight on and carry on, but as he tries to turn in for turn number 10 and 11, unfortunately he's got no steering whatsoever and just goes straight on. So I wonder if the steering arm broke on the right-hand side of the car. There was a little bit of a lower right-hand side than the left of that car, and I think that's where De Lange's problem started. And whatever happened between him on his own, or possibly with Franco Dimatoa, we didn't see the incident between those 2 cars. If it was all on his own, Sim unfortunately has broken the car, and it's put him out of contention for race number 2. He was on pole and was leading the race at that stage. So as soon as we've got confirmation of what's going to happen here, we will let you know. Once again, we had 2 Jaguars on the front row for the start of race number 2. We've got 2 Jaguars on the front row for the restart of part 2 of race 2. Just want to check and see if anybody's sending us any information as to what's going to happen now. No information at this stage from the various WhatsApp groups and communication channels that are opened up here at Red Star Raceway for round 5 of the Extreme Festival. Some activity on some of those cars just to make sure that they're all okay. Sure that the Pep Boys automotive team would have jumped onto Warren Lombard's car to see what the issue is at the back end of that car. I think he had a bit of battle scars there for a touch between one of the cars and himself. We saw for a couple of corners and probably about a lap and a half. Big white smoke coming out of the back of the car, but I think it was body rub on the tyre. Cars firing up in the background. We can hear them starting here from my commentary position. We're just on the right-hand side of that shot that you can see. We're actually just on the other side of that Red Star Raceway bridge. Out of harm's way behind all the protective barriers. To bring you race action here, courtesy of Two Wheels TV and up to 60 seconds. So as soon as we got a green flag at the back and the grid has been cleared, looks like we're going to go racing. Sounds like it's going to be a 10-lapper. So they will start as they've lined up there for 10 more laps of action. We started the day with 12 cars. We got demoted down to 10 at the start of race 2, and we're now down to 8. Pace car makes his way down towards turn 1. He'll dictate the pace until he hands over to Franco Di Matteo, who's now been gifted pole position. And he's got a fight of note on his hands there with Mackie Adlam. Terry Wilford behind him. Warren Lombard alongside Terry Wilford. And watch out for Thomas Reeb, trying to make up ground now with a few less cars to get through. Terry Wilford battling off the line. He eventually gets going. And Wilford will be able to slot back into his grid position because he's got going, but he's going to have to get through this pack. It's not always easy to do when these guys are fired up and getting ready to restart. Di Matteo, Adlam, Lombard, Nell, Reeb, Wilford, Kutsia, and Fuller. That's the remnants of what we've got left. Okay, they've taken up their grid positions correctly now. They've slotted back into positions that they should be in. Fuller and Kutsia are in the correct positions. So it should be Cole now alongside Franco Di Matteo for the front row. Second row I think is going to be Adlam and Lombard. Wilford and Reeb. Wilford and Lombard, pardon. It will be Nell and Reeb for the second row. Coming out of the dog bone into the hairpin. That's the first gear corner for these V8s. And V8 supercars are able to run up to 140 k's an hour in that first gear. Big locker diffs on these cars, making them into sort of 600 horsepower carts, basically. From Richard Fuller's interview earlier on in the day, what he was saying, how difficult it is to play around with that locker diff on these big V8s. Lombard's team have pulled bits and pieces of the back end of that car out of harm's way. And he'll be looking to maybe get back into the hunt for the front end of the field. So confirmation there. It is Di Matteo and Nell on the front row. The Deltec Batteries Jaguar, the Mustang, then it's the Adlam Auto Jaguar. Thomas Reeb alongside him. then we've got Lombard and Wolford, Fuller and Kutsia at the back. Coming to formation now for 10 laps of race action and part 2 of race 2 of the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Starting to pick the revs up. Lights out, and here we go down towards turn 1. Mackie Adlam trying to go on the outside of Carl Nell. Nell shuts the door again. He's already fended off a couple of times from Mackie Adlam in this the first part of race 2. Now into second part of race 2, he's got to do more of the same. Nell behind Di Matteo. Adlam ahead of Reeb. Reeb ahead of the hard-charging Warren Lombard, and right on his tail is Terry Wolford looking to make up lots of ground. Leading in race number 1, and some kind of issue put him out of the race. So can he get back to the front again now from about 6th place on track? Not going to be an easy task, but there are 10 laps to do it in. Adlam once again shoves the nose of the Jaguar up the inside, trying to find a way past on Carl Nell. Nell shuts the door, doesn't allow him any opportunity to open that door up. Nice sideways action there from Nell. The Mustang boys are doing such a good job there, fighting and sandwiching the Fords and the Chevys all together. There's only one Chevy out there at this point in time, and it is Reeb. The rest of them are all Ford powered. So Reeb, the lone Chevrolet combatant in this field of 7 other Fords. Well, now running wide, you don't want to do that with Mackie Adlam on your tail. He'll make you pay. The pressure's getting to Carl now. Can he just soak it up a bit longer? He's done such a valiant job so far. He needs to do more of the same now for the next 9 or so laps. 9 laps and some change as they come into the penultimate corner. Mackie Adlam. Oh, and now spins on his own. Climbs on the loud pedal a little bit too quickly, and he loops the car out. Drops him right to the back of the pack. So the pressure got to Carl Nell, and he drops to the back end of 8 cars. It's Di Matteo versus Adlam. But look at the gap that he's got over Adlam. And Lombard's coming along for the ride. Warren Lombard all over the back of Mackie Adlam, bringing Terry Wolford along with him. Fuller closes up as they go into the chicane. It's the Mustang right onto the back end of that Ford Falcon now. So we got Ford-powered vehicles right at the front of this pack. It's Jag, Mustang, Falcon, and Mustang as they head down to turn 3. Jaguar Mackie Adlam has to fend off the intentions there coming from Warren Lombard and Terry Wolford. Wolford would love to come through and just turn his day from 0 to hero. And the Fuchs Falcon at this stage, he wants by badly. Warren Lombard's not an easy man to pass, neither is Mackie Adlam, but he's still got to find a way to catch the Italian stallion out front as well in the Deltec Batteries Jaguar. Nice run here from Wolford, just putting a little wheel on the inside, just showing the nose there to Lombard. Wasn't close enough to make the move stick, but he's definitely putting the pressure on. Lombard can feel it, can sense it, and he's starting to close in. He's lost a little bit of ground. I said he was going to try and close in on Mackie Adlam. He closes in under braking. But Adlam just seems to have the squirt out of the corners and stays ahead. Oh, Wolford runs wide onto the grass, nearly right up into the back end, and he spins right in front of Fuller. Fuller misses him by a few centimeters. Wolford trying too hard. Just loops out that Fuchs Falcon. And now we're going to see David Kutsia go around the outside of the Fuchs Falcon. Yes. Wolford goes onto the grass, also looking possibly not to get any grass fire started there. Kutsia's gone past him. So Wolford now possibly dropping right to the back of the field after a small mistake that he's made. Maybe a little bit too much pressure there from Terry Wolford as he just looped it out on his own. So we got Di Matteo from Adlam, Adlam from Lombard, Lombard from Fuller. Richard Fuller looking to turn his day around as well. Don't want to commentate to curse him either. Everybody I said is trying to turn their day around, seems to spin out. Let's see if we can maybe keep it all together now and keep it honest. There you can see just getting a little bit out of shape coming out of turn 6 and 7. He goes down towards turn 8 and just loops it all on his own. So well done to Richard Fuller for avoiding the spinning Ford Falcon in front of him. And also to David Kutsia to avoid it as well as he goes around his outside. Eventually Wolford gets going, but now right at the back of the pack. Don't think he's going to be able to make up any ground from there, that's for sure. So the battle continues here between the two Jaguars out front. Adlam leads out ahead of Dimitar. Dimitar is certainly controlling things for now, but lots can happen in the space of 7.5 laps. Incredible to think that there's still 7.5 laps of action still to go when we've had so much on-track action in race 2 of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. There's Wolford trying to make up ground now after a little mistake he made earlier on. Lombard trying to close things down onto the two Jaguars. He's probably going to be hoping that something goes wrong between Adlam and Dimitar as Adlam starts to close onto the back end of the Deltec Batteries Jag. Dirty stuff being pulled onto the circuit there as Dimitar went a little bit close to the inside curve. Just keeping it ahead of Adlam at this point. The two cats are very evenly matched. I'd have to say I think it would be advantage Adlam as he comes onto the straight, and you can see why. Adlam closes onto the back end of that Deltec Batteries Jaguar of Franco Dimitar. Dimitar going to try and place the car perfectly. Doesn't want to give any room yet to Adlam. Adlam will get the drive onto the straightaway now. Down towards turn 3. 280 k's an hour in a V8 supercar. And then it's off. Roll off. Stay in third gear and just carry the momentum through the off-camber left-hander. Downhill into turn 4 and 5. Start the dog bone. This is where Adlam is good. Can he have a look on the inside? No, he's not close enough yet, but he's definitely going to just show his intention. I don't want to do that too early on because I think Dimitar will realize what he wants to do and possibly keep that door firmly shut. So Dimitar now with some work to do. Adlam's right on his bumper, right underneath that big wing of the Deltec Batteries Jaguar. Adlam certainly looking like the more aggressive driver of the two. He now goes on the hunt up the short straight. Is he close enough here on the brakes to have a go? He has a look. Oh, Dimitar is going to shut the door. He does. Adlam had to come out of that. Locked up and stays in second. Dimitar saw him coming and kept his one maneuver he's allowed to make until the very last second and then slammed the door shut. And then slides out of turn number 10. Brilliant stuff. Right-hander into a double left. Coming up to complete another lap, and we're going to have 6 laps of action still to come your way. This race action has been very, very good all day. We've seen a new champion crowned in the Investchem Formula 1600s with Andrew Rackstraw. We're not going to see the V8 champion crowned just yet, although Mackie Adlam definitely wants another shot at it. It'll be his 5th championship in a row if he wraps this one up, but Dimitar and Reeb are still in with a chance of spoiling his intentions of becoming a 5-time V8 Supercar champion. Adlam is right on the bumper, Slipstream City, and he pulls out, under braking, and he's got it. Adlam cementing first place as he goes down to the bottom turn 3, and moves up the inside and overtakes. And he gives, I don't know if that was the bird or a thank you, but he wasn't happy about it. And that's it. Adlam's hit the front. Now, I don't think there's going to be an answer from Dimitar because he wasn't able to match the pace of Mackie Adlam as he went flying past. I think Franco Dimitar realizes that this man has got us a little bit more pace than he has. And I think that was Mackie Adlam just saying thank you. But now Warren Lombard is going to try and get past the Deltec Batteries Jaguar of Dimitar as well. Lombard, High-Tech Mag Repairs, Gavin Wilkins Racing, Pep Boys Automotive, Mustang. There's a problem on the Dimitar car. Warren Lombard goes flying past him relatively easily, done for second place. Maybe Dimitar's car is feeling the ill effects of that big crash he had in that car at the Samola Hill Climb. He tries to come back at Lombard. He's not giving up just yet, that's for sure. and looks to possibly take on Lombard into the closing stages. We've still got 5 laps to go, incredibly. Is there still a chance? Oh, Wolford spins out again. Wolford has spun out and he's having a tough time of it. He had his car all sorted out. He was on pole position for race number 1 and he was leading, and then it all went sideways. And it's going sideways even more here in race 2. Lombard continues to push for second. D'Amato is in third. Fuller now up to 4th place and Thomas Reeb in 5. So both Reeb and D'Amato losing lots of ground here to the man who could take the second victory. Remember, Mackie Adlam had to come from far back on the grid to get this race win. David Kutsia going past us there. Slightly sick sounding Mustang. And he's still continuing to circulate. He wants to try and get as many points as he can. He's currently still in 5th place, ahead of Fuller, Wolford and Carl Nell, who are all still circulating after their offs. Oh, some more smoke coming out of the back end of that Pep Boys Automotive Mustang. Here he comes up the back straight away now, the little short one heading towards the triple right-hander. Staying in 2nd place ahead of D'Amato. D'Amato going to try and nurse the Jag home. That's not going to be easy. Richard Fuller with a problem. Fuller's pulled to the sideline, and I think that's at the penultimate corner by the looks of things. Turn 12 there, and Fuller's on the outside. Will there be a possibility of another safety car? He's looking to get that car fired up. Adlam's gone through on him, so he'll realize that there is a car stricken there. Shouldn't be too difficult to spot that car. He's out of harm's way. He's not on the race line. So it may just deem a bit of assistance from the marshals to get him off track. Or are we going to need the services of that safety car? Adlam from Lombard. Ooh, and Adlam putting some wheels on the dirty stuff on the outside of the corner. Getting a little bit out of shape there. That nearly was a big mistake there from Mackie Adlam, leading this race. Fortunately, he survived that. But as he pitched it into the hairpin, into the chicane, he got the back end stepping out there on some dirty stuff on the sideline. Lombard ahead of D'Amato. No change of the top 3. Top 4 is Reeb. Reeb's up to 4th now. But he's a long way back from the 3 Fords out front. Unbelievable to think that we've still got 3.5 laps to go here. As I said, with so much action that's happened in the second heat. There is Reeb, losing lots of points and ground in the championship, along with the Deltec Batteries Jaguar of Frank D'Amato to Mackie Adlam. You can see Adlam coming along there. It was actually quite nice to see the double shot there, coming through and just sweeping past our shot of Thomas Reeb going into the dog bone. Actually got to see Mackie Adlam starting his ascent back up the hill on the short straight. So it's a long gap to Adlam. D'Amato still for 3rd. And looks like he's slowing slightly there. D'Amato definitely is slowing. We got a red flag, that's why. Red flag situation again. Now they've done 5 of 10. Is that going to be enough? Oh, I don't think it is. They normally have to do about 75% of the race distance for the race to be declared. And a second red flag, and I would say that is due to the fact that we've got Richard Fuller's car in a dangerous position. I don't know if we can pick up on that shot again to show us Fuller's car. But if it is Fuller's car, yeah, it is Fuller's car. There he is on the sideline. And possibly due to the fluid pouring from that car, that's why they've maybe deemed it a dangerous position for the car. Driver walks away with one of our marshals, and our grid will reform. So we started the race with 2 Jaguars on the front row. Then we restarted the race with 2 Jaguars on the front row. And now we're going to restart it again for a third time. Looks like they're waving the cars in though. They might call this one. Yeah, it looks like they're going to call this one. They're going to call the cars in and let them roll back into pit lane. Safety car has been deployed. And is that going to be a case of them getting the restart here? Yes, it is. So we're going straight into restart procedure, or are they going to roll the cars out of harm's way? Your guess is as good as mine. Lombard from Di Matteo. Kutsia going through as well. So it looks like the race has been declared for V8 Supercars race number 2. There we go. Lombard peeling into the pit lane. He's followed by Franco Di Matteo. He's second. Di Matteo will be third. Mackie Adlam will take the victory. Thomas Reeb will be in 4th place. David Kutsia in 5th place. But it's a lot closer to his 5th back-to-back championship in Mobil 1 V8 Supercars for Mackie Adlam, as Adlam hangs on to survive a race of attrition here in the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Terry Wolford also makes his way back into pit lane. But confirmation unofficially of the results: Adlam, Lombard, Di Matteo, and Thomas Reeb. And then it's David Kutsia ahead of Terry Wolford, Richard Fuller, and Carl Nell. We'll see you in a few minutes' time. I'm going to shoot across to get the GDC prize giving done and dusted. And I'll see you across there in a few minutes' time. But from my side, thanks so much for all the race action, and hope you enjoyed the day so far with us. Welcome back to prize giving now for Global Touring Cars, SupaCup Masters, and the Polo Cup. And an amazing day's racing we've seen here at Red Star Raceway for round 5 of the Extreme Festival. We're going to start things off with the elderly statesmen because they can't stand around for too long. They're going to fall over. So let's give it up for first time to the podium for the SupaCup Masters, driving for Trinity Protection Services in his Polo Cup GTI SupaCup car, Sam Hammond. He gets third place, as well as the John Love Dunlop Trophy, handed out there by Hans Berzer from Dunlop. Thank you so much for that one, buddy. Second place, it's going to an incredible drive coming out of the Autocure team for Johan de Bruin, getting some trophies to add to the ones that he picked up down at the hill climb. Well done, de Bruin. Unfortunately, first place had to hit the road to go and catch an early plane back down to Cape Town, but a magnificent outing for his first time out in the GDC Super Cup class. 6-time world karting champion. First place today, Cristiano Morgado. Staying with Super Cup now, we're going to move into our Super Cup competitors. In third place for Team Red Racing, congratulations to Jeff Kruger. That's first. He gets third. Yeah, that's the one at the back. There we go. In second place, good effort once again from Jonathan Machotsi for Volkswagen Racing. And first place today, and awesome to see that the step up from Polo Cup can happen this quickly. In his debut for the Campos Racing and Pepper Racing stable, it's Keegan Campos. I don't think Roy will get that car back again now.
Thank you. I told you I'm getting it, eh?
There you go, well done.
Thank you.
Great job, guys. Look, please, you need to get in there for a little photo opportunity, bud. If you don't mind, that'll be quite nice. There you have it. Global, yeah, don't shoot down, hey? There's some sexy pink socks he's got on there. They're not official Dunlop colours, though. All right, moving on to GDCs now. In third place for Team Gazoo Toyota Racing, it is Michael the Rustenburg Rocket van Rooyen. Third place. About to get taken out by Marshals, driving through our shot.
I probably deserve
Hello, Marshals. There you go. Third place, Michael. Well done, boy. Second place for WCT and Investchem Chemical Logistics, Scott Temple. And keeping the championship open. Well done. First place today, Robbie Volk. You can't ask for better timing than that, hey? Right on cue, and while we're live, we get the official overall results for Polo Cup. Hopefully they're all here. They should be by now. They've had enough time, so let's move on to Polo Cup. In sixth place overall today for Sudale Motorsport Inter Africa Mining, it's Arnie Neverling. Using this one now, yeah. Is Ari here? He hasn't quite got here just yet, so we'll move on to fifth place overall today. A welcome return for one of our fastest ladies in the country and in the world, Tasman Pepper. Taz, I'd like to help you out here, but I've got like hardly any hands left here. I don't even know where 5 is. You can help yourself. There you go. Well done, bud. Good job. Fourth place, and what a great drive from this young man this weekend. If there was going to be a driver of the day, it probably would have gone his way for his efforts in race 1 to keep out the whole pack of Polo Cup drivers. For Squadra Course, it's Natim Samanga. I'm sure you can find fourth there for yourself, brother. There it is. Go and join Tasman there. Top 3 still in the hunt for this championship. It's not done yet. In third place from Cape Town for Alpine Autohaus, Yuri Umpiswat. There you go, buddy. Yeah, you can just help yourself there, bro. Well done. Second place for Team Red Racing Universal Motorsport from KwaZulu-Natal, Port Shepstone. It's Clinton Besaidnout. And probably the man who would have just pipped Natim Samanga for driver of the day had we had that competition today, because he had the perfect day. Pole position, super pole, 2 fastest laps, 2 race wins, and what a birthday present for Team Red Racing's Leighton Fourie. Overall win for Polo Cup. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to have Taz back so we can get that official ladies and gentlemen. Thanks, Taz. So we're just going to get out the way in a few seconds' time and come to wrap things up here with me. From our side, a phenomenal effort there from the Two Wheels team, and up to 60 seconds. We'll see you at the next round of the Extreme Festival. That's at SupaCup on the 23rd of October. Take care then. Bye-bye now.